Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the classiest place on earth. How are you doing? Good morning, bitch. Motherfucking Rod with that 2-year resub. Jesus, cock on a dick. We've been like real friends that long, which is super weird. for me, you know. It's fucking long fucking time. I love you, Rod. Thank you so much for being my friend and supporting my bullshit channel, whatever the fuck I'm doing here. I appreciate you and thank you. I'm a little out of breath. I was running this morning. Good fucking morning. Holy shit. 30 fucking
What the fuck? Cocky, oh my god. Everyone's just gonna try to one-up Rod now? Sarah.
Mildly. Thank you for asking.
Motherfuckers. Goddamn Magnesium.
Weak.
I didn't mean to press that, but it's a good one. It's a good one. Thank you, Magnissimo just gifted a sub to my little sister. My real one. Sassy Sarah's my sister. Don't be weird. Thank you so much, Mag, you silly fuck. Cocky with 27 months and motherfucking BDO with 32 months. Jesus God, thank you so much for subscribing to my channel. Whatever this is, I appreciate it. Was someone...
Welcome to the class
That one was empty. I don't know why it's on my desk. Pyro, what the fuck? Pyroblade has just slipped and tripped on his keyboard and gifted 5 subs to the channel. Holy shit. All 5 of you are now butt wizards of the highest order, which means if you refresh the channel, you don't have to suffer ads, which is how every website stays alive, and you get some pretty fucking cool emotes. So thank you so much for being here and accepting these wings upon your anus. Chronophasia, Bigfoot, lazy bitch, shut the fuck up. Hippie Smiles, Gigi, Evie, TBB, and Lars 44. Bitches, thank you so much. What the fuck? What's happening? Delphinus with fucking 200 biddies. Thank you so much for those beautiful unicorn cock biddies. I appreciate you. What's happening? We're in a level 3 hype train already? What did you do? Did you guys do things before I came on screen? What did you do? Were you sneaky? What have you done? Rip Rooster with a fucking resub.
Bitch, thank you for the 7 months. That's a long time, and I appreciate you. And Glut with fucking...
What the fuck? Glut 28 months.
Jesus God. What the... And Cocky 14... What the... Okay. Alright. Y'all. You need to calm the fuck down. Thank you. But breathe.
Thank you so much, you crazy fucks. Jesus.
Welcome to the class
Magnissimo has just gifted 5 fucking subscriptions to my channel. What the? Didn't I just say breathe? Your listening skills are off. Thank you for your insane generosity, my dudes. Ew, I just touched a resin Q-tip. Ew, why? Why are you on my desk? Disgusting. Thank you so much for gifting 5 subs on my channel, Magnissimo, you crazy fuck. Jesse Robbins, Master Meatball, Reina EXE. Wow, Reina X. I'm just gonna, you know what? I'm a fail. Iron Chestnut and Doog, y'all fuck off. You're all butt wizards of the highest order. Please go forth and be consensual in every fucking way. I appreciate you. Thank you. What the fuck, Glut? Rip Rooster with the biddies. Thank you so much for the biddies. Thank you, Glut, for gifting another 5. What the fuck? Another 5 subs in the channel. You guys are disgusting. You've just completed level 4 of a hype train. If you're new to Twitch or you have no idea what the fuck a hype train is, it's essentially a way to get, by gifting subs and biddies, whatever, to your streamer of choice, you can get free emotes from Twitch. Like, that's it. It's nothing, like, no pressure. You could just get to hang out. There's just some people in my chat that like to bully me. We are in a level 5 hype train. If you complete it, you get like the highest level free emote. I don't fucking know. That's about it. But I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. You crazy fuck. Shall we cheers? Cocky cheersed earlier. I cleaned my bong. I know. I loaded a bowl. Like, Who's this prepared as a stoner? A sober stoner. That's who's this prepared. Shall we cheers? I loaded up a bowl. This is Lilac Diesel. One of my just good old favorites. I did get some new weed though. I can show you guys. I don't think I got any like crazy new strains or anything that I've never tried before, but I'll show it to you in a minute. Shall we cheers to a clean? Oh, it's wet still. I literally just cleaned it. Good. I do a deep clean of my bong once a week ish, and then every day I rinse it. Like you should be at least changing your bong water every day. At least. Where's my lighter? Oh god. Okay. For those of you just swinging by or new to my channel, hi, my name's Katie. ClassyKatie. I go by CK most of the time because there's a shit ton of Katies and a shit ton of Classies out there for some fucking reason. So feel free to call me CK if you'd like. I live in Denver, Colorado, where marijuana's highly recreationally legal. And I'm like barely over 21, but definitely legal. No pressure. You don't need to smoke. Joy in our channel is whatever the fuck gets you through your day. That could be snuggling your dog or a cigarette or a beer or whatever. But like, you deserve to feel all right. None of us deserve to feel the shit of the world. Cheers. Thank you, Lizzie. Right back at you. For real, though. You do look like a child still. Like, I swear to fuck. I've known you almost 8 years and you have not changed. Like, you just look so young still. It's crazy. How some people just don't age.
Come out. I'm gay.
Fohammer_419 tipped $5. In the Mario erotica that I'm writing, Luigi becomes a femme Furby with a cute flesh tube. After lubing the fube, Mario takes the cum straw in their hands and begins licking the beautiful lady Lance before shouting, "Here we go," and coming fire everywhere you woo.
Coming fire? Jesus God. What the fuck? Oh, I love you so much. Wow. Oh, it hurts so bad. Have you ever accidentally gotten like icy hot on your nana? Or like Tiger Balm or something? That's a bad time. I feel like it would be similar. You're barely closer to Shut up, Hex. I don't even want to hear it. You have kids and I don't. I win. You're on 2 screens in the green room and the big screen in the living room. Oh my god. How does the stream look on a big screen? Does it really like... Seriously. Does it look okay? I never know. Like, I run my stream as like high quality as I possibly can, obviously, but I never know like how good it looks the more blown up the image is. Like, do you actually get resolution? Dude, Lizzie, I always get ID'd everywhere I go. Honestly, I hope it doesn't stop. I'd just like to keep it going, please. I'm okay with it. You can ID me forever. My height is really the only thing that gives it away. Accidentally? Maybe. This is a spicy meatball. Ooh. Myron, you sent me a package? Oh, to my house or to my P.O. box? I haven't got an email, so there's nothing in my P.O. box yet, but I'll keep an eye out. Thank you. Pre-thank you, I think. Got my wisdom teeth pulled out today? Oh, fuck. Do you have painkillers, though, Militia? Do you have some good painkillers? Make sure painkillers, and you want to keep nice and hydrated. Probably looks very blue, you think? I am a big blue head. Does it look pretty good on big screen? Fuck yeah, thank you for that. I was just really curious, like, you never know. Like, the only image I ever see of myself is on OBS, and I shrink it down really small because, personally, I just don't like to stare at my own face all day. But honestly, I don't think it's mentally healthy to stare at your own face 8 hours a day, every day. Like, it's gotta cause some kind of weird, like, psychosis or something. Shit is weird, so I don't do it. I just don't stare at myself. I only have one mirror in my house. Like, I just can't. I don't think they're that good for you. If you think icy hot on the Nana is bad, I made the mistake of, shall we say, pleasing the missus one night after hot wings. Oh my god. How long did it take her to wash that off her cooter? Kills, how are you, my love? Good morning. It was supposed to have been delivered a few days ago. To where, though? Oh, to the P.O. box? Okay, let me make a note, and I'll check. It's Zach gets the emails for the PO box, and normally, I mean, he's really up on it, but he might have missed one. Where are my post-its? I don't have anything to write on. Where the fuck did I put my post-it? Hold on, I have a book down here. I got it. I don't know where I put my post-its, but I'll find them. I'll find them. Thank you for the fucking hype train. Oh my god. So we completed a level 4 hype train, and I got this. What the fuck is this? Well, you guys did. I shouldn't say we. Hype stress. Why does it just look like a fleshy bit of body? Is that like a torso? I have no idea what that image is. Cute though, but thank you so much for any support you ever throw at my channel. Seriously, you keep me alive. I appreciate you. Oh, Eliza and Vissy do? Oh my god, cockfuckers. Okay, hold on. Let me write this down to check. Shit. This is like my journal that I write. Not journaling stuff in, but kind of I don't know. I keep records of weird shit. Like all my garden planning I put in this one. If I buy a weed strain I really, really like, I have a chapter in here where I write it down and why I liked it. I don't know. I have a lot. Reminders. Yeah, it's like reminders or like notes on stuff I like that I know I'll forget. You know, it's not stuff you think about it every day. Like a strain. Like if I think I see it, you know, for sale, I'll go look it up in the book and be like, did I get that strain? Oh fuck yeah, I really like that strain. Stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. It's a good little book for it. Okay, P.O. Box. What's the date today? 4/8. My brother's birthday is in 9 days. Is his birthday the 17th or the 16th, Sarah? I never remember. I dated a guy who was either the 16th or the 17th, so I always fuck up my brother's and that dude's. For some reason, it's really bad. It's either the 16th or the 17th, my brother's birthday, and he's going to turn, oh my god, 38. Oh, that's so fucking weird, and he's so tiny. My brother's only like 5'4", maybe, and looks very youthful. It's strange. Got it. Thank you, Myron. Are you 30? You're the same age as my brother? God, that's weird. It's weird. It's the 17th. Thank you, Sarah. So it's the 17th. That's actually the one I thought it was. I was pretty positive he was the 17th. 38, man. It's weird because my brother, he like just decided to stop going to school in 7th grade, so he was like held back. Did you move the couch? Oh, I moved the whole thing. I moved the whole thing, anime. Look at this. So like this is the new background. It looks like nothing you've seen before, but wait. All I have to do is swing a line. There's the old background. All I did was swing us. I redid my bookshelf and everything, but that's really all I did was swing the desk because I was struggling with my camera and this lighting, like balancing the lighting every day. I would look at like clips that you guys did, and I looked different. Like my skin tone was different, and it was just infuriating because not Logitech, Elgato Facecam saves its settings. So it was nothing to do with the face cam and had something to do with the room, the lighting in the room, which is weird because I have blackout curtains on all the windows and I control the lighting. And so I was talking to my friend Safi a ton about it because she knows a shit ton about like film production and stuff like that. She's really good at it. And I ended up on this train of like YouTube videos talking about just light in general. And one thing I learned about cameras and lighting, just all cameras, is the more space behind your main object, the more the camera struggles to compensate. And when it's a live setting like this, it really fucking struggles. And so all I did was swing us because my desk is literally just like two shitty IKEA tables stuck together in an L shape. And I swung us towards a different wall so that I could just have like no space, basically not an entire fucking room behind me worth of space. Like I did have like 20 feet behind me and now I have like 6. It just, I mean, I didn't have to struggle today. I just turned it on and it worked. It's amazing. The relief of just turning your computer on and it works, like your stream works, is, I mean, I will never take it for granted. It's so special. So fucking special. But yeah, my brother stopped going to school because he's just was being a dick, was being a piece of shit kid, as we all were. So he was held back a year for truancy, and so we were actually in school for a whole, like, I was a freshman in high school, and he was a senior, and we were in school together. So sometimes I'm like, wait, is he 3? No, it's 4. It's 4 years. He was just a shithead. I'm 34, too. I just turned 34. Yay, 30s. My mom said they'd be my best. I don't know about that. It's weird, too, because Mr. Cocky's brother was born in the same year as I was. Oh, that's super weird. I think Zach's brother is the same age as my sister, actually. Zach's brother is Sarah's age. The middle one. Not the youngest. The youngest is real young. Do you do like a multi-comp setup for streaming? Oh, I do a multi-comp. Yep, I do 2 PCs. I have one PC that is, I call it the Beast. It's basically like this monstrosity of a Frankenstein that I've had since I started streaming, and I just update it. I just put in new parts, take parts out, gut it, you know, kind of just like cannibalize it when I need to, and that runs OBS. Because OBS is so heavy. It really fucking like bogs your PC down a lot. And I used to play ESO, the Elder Scrolls Online, like religiously every single day for 12 plus hours a day. I was pretty decent at it. And that's an online like MMO, which also drags really hard on a PC. And so when you're piling all those on top of each other, my PC was just like killing itself. And then one day, literally my power supply fried. Just fried. Like I went to turn my PC on and everything went black and I was like, oh no. And I smelt burning and I heard a pop. Very scary moment. And so I was like, nope, gotta go 2 PC. You just have to. If you want to play like super high intensity games like that and run OBS, it's just less stress. It's so much less stress to have one PC run OBS and then the other one can do whatever the fuck it wants and it doesn't have to worry about it. Because back in the day when I used Slobs, I used Streamlabs OBS, bitch would pull easily over 30% of my CPU. And I have a good computer. Like I'm not slacking at this point. You know, I know what the fuck I'm doing. I build my own PCs and shit. Not that that's like a flex. I'm kind of OCD. I need to know what's going on in there. But that's heavy. That's really heavy for a PC. Is 30% just for the OBS to be running, not including anything else. Judy, guess what I just started rewatching? Do you guys like the makeup I spent way too much time on today? It's not as impressive as the amount of time I spent on this. I meticulously glued stars all over my face and then powdered all over it and then went through and picked every single star off. Why did I do this? No idea. Why? So once I was done with one eye, I was like, absolutely not. As you can tell. I was like, I would like to stream today. I don't think I'm doing that. I got divorced. Oh my god, Lizzie, I didn't know that. 88? Oh my god, a poor child. I got divorced and met Mr. Cocky 6 months after I turned 30, and it's been the best 8 years. Oh my god, my heart, though. You guys are like goals. You guys are so beautiful together, though. You make my heart warm. Hello, Robo, my love. How are you? I want to get a second PC in due time. Probably a little lunchbox thing, so I want to do travel or do LAN. I can. It's so nice. It really is. It's just like I have 3 monitors, and 2 of my monitors are actually plugged into the OBS PC, and then my middle monitor is the gaming PC that I like, you know, game from, whatever I want to do. And it's just so fucking nice to not worry about it, to not have Task Manager up and be sitting there like watching your computer just get bogged. And then on top of that, like this, we're talking like 7 years ago when I started streaming, I was using Chrome, and Chrome had a memory leak that would just like bend your computer over dry and slowly penetrate it all day. So by the end of my stream, my frames would be getting real weird, and the last 2 hours of my stream would just be shitty for no reason. I couldn't figure out why. It was all of these things just like compounding on my PC and killing it. I'm coming due for a rewatch, dude. Me too. I mean, I hadn't watched it for like 2 years, so I was like, oh my fuck. Like I'd forgotten names. That's a problem. That's a problem. Did a unicorn? Do you like it, penis? No unicorns farted, but I did it. I saw a cool makeup look last night when I was like looking at Instagram, and I got inspired and had to do it, but it took a fucking long time. I enjoyed it. I mean, it's art. Thank you. I thought it was a cool idea. Literally stars. Like the thing I looked at, this girl had like kind of like a cool, what's the word? It looked like stained glass, like the cutout. Like she had somehow placed tape or something. She had a sticker she put on her face to powder over, so it looked like this cool like wrought iron thing going into her eye, and I saw that and I was like, that's a really cool idea, but all I have is stars. So I'm gonna do stars. I don't have any stickers. Like, I don't know what the fuck. I'm not cutting out something to do this. I'm not that high maintenance. Should have started last night. Sometimes I think about it. But then I think about people who sleep in their makeup and how much like makeup and face oil must be compounded into the fibers of their pillow. And I die inside. Oh, Kel, is it your fucking birthday? Wait, the music's on. Stop it. I can't do this. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. This is your day. Nope, I was not going to hit that note yet. This is your day to have a lot of fun. We're waiting for the celebrating. This is your day. So happy birthday to you. And many more. And then my Nana would pinch you and say, a pinch to grow an inch. She was a bitch. A wonderful, wonderful bitch. I miss that old bitch. Happy fucking birthday, man. I hope you're having a day off and you're relaxing. Or really, I just hope you're doing whatever the fuck you want to do for your birthday, actually. I always just don't. I ignore my own birthday, so I can't really speak to it.
Welcome to the
79's not that bad. My last boyfriend was born in 76. Come on. Not that bad. You're only as old as you, like, act, really. I mean, I feel like some people just choose to be a Nana really soon. Crispy, you are amazing. I know. Hello, Anubis. Good morning. How are you, love? Oh my God, Lizzie, that's so sweet. Dude, you want to know what's the killer? I was the same birthday as Link, and my little sister has the same birthday as Millie. So now my birthday just sucks. And Sarah's birthday, I don't know how I'm going to be this year. This is going to be a rough year for me. But, like, God damn it, it was really cool while they were alive. Shit. Then it's just suddenly fucking sucks. I feel like, I mean, I don't feel as dumb as I was when I was 25. I didn't, I don't know. I feel like I wasn't dumb in my 20s, but I did a lot less introspection. Like, I feel like my 20s were just getting through school and surviving without, like, jumping off a cliff. Like, that was my 20s. That's all I remember is just stress. Link was absolutely a Pisces baby. Get this, my dogs are Aries. Both of them. They're March 25th. My poodles, fucking Aries dogs. Of course they are. I had your voice singing. No shit, Cocky. Oh my God, my heart. Myron resub for 25 fucking months.
Myron bitch. Thank you for resubbing the class, keeping the class alive, and giving an anus its wings.
Continue being your consensual, sexy self. How are you feeling lately? Like your tum and everything. You feeling good? Oh my God, you got a 97? Fuck you. I'm cheers into that. That's a fucking dude. What did you get one question, like one thing wrong? Did you spell your name wrong? I'm curious, like what's the one thing you missed? That was always I loved getting a high grade, but if it was like a 97 or a 98, I knew it was because I probably missed one question or like, it was just some stupid thing and it would just infuriate me and I would never forget it. For instance, starfish. Let's take a cheers and then I'm going to tell you a question about starfish I missed on a quiz when I was in college and I've never forgot it in my life because of missing it. I'm a little obsessive about that shit. I'm not a very good student, and so it was really hard for me to get good grades. So when I worked really hard to get a good grade and I didn't get a good grade, I'd take it very personally. Because I knew I wasn't stupid. My niece was born the same week as my last cat. We said my niece was my cat's Horcrux. Oh my God, that's beautiful. That means your niece killed somebody, though. Who was it? Dude, Aries cat. They're so happy, though. Aries dogs, man, they just want to live for the world. Oh, your niece was the cat's Horcrux. Who did your cat kill? Where's your ex-husband? I have questions. Cheers. Just kidding. Don't say anything. Silence. Crispy, get her. Cheers. An ambiguous question? Oh, okay. So nothing like important. So this was like my second year of college, maybe, because it was before I was a chem major. This was actually what drove me to be a chem major was this class. because I fucking hate Excel with all the passion in the world. In therapy 4 times a week, one therapist focuses on emotional disturbance and family shit. Working hard on my head. How's your bullshit with your dietitian, nutritionist, like whatever they call themselves? Is that getting any better, or have you like looked into getting one that maybe gives a fuck? Lots of work. Is it good though? Do you feel good? Moving from Lexapro Rip to Effexor. That's going well. The worst of the withdrawal is over though. Last week was particularly acute. I was crying on the couch in the fetal position last week. Oh, I feel that. The Lexapro come down is, I mean, you really, it's honestly, it's not really a withdrawal. The withdrawal is from serotonin. We just, I feel like when we're on our meds, and doing good, or when we don't need meds, you really take serotonin for granted. Like we really, really do. Shit is worth its weight in orgasms. That's all I'm saying. I'll blink twice if I'm in danger. Okay, just let me know. Just let me know. I'm here for you. As Cocky's sprinting out the door. Oh God. So starfish. So this was an early on bio class. I can't remember because I wanted like my whole life I've been interested in animals and bugs. I originally really wanted to do entomology, but very few colleges offer an actual degree in entomology. As you can probably guess, not many people are utterly fascinated with bugs like I am. And so, also zoology. Zoology is another one that's like really not offered in many schools. And so the school I was going to had a really good biology program. Like it was in the Pacific Northwest, lots of hippies, very green people. I'm into that. Like I want to save the world. So I did biology for a bit. And one of these early on classes, we were learning about sea life and just like the different forms of, like I've talked about deuterostomes, like how they eat with their assholes and shit. I learned that in this class. But one thing we were learning about was exoskeletons versus interior skeletons. And it's something that's pretty common sense. Like if you're interested in animals and bugs, you kind of just learn that as you go reading stuff like, oh yeah, an exoskeleton when they're hard on the outside, right? So get this, a starfish. So if you look at a starfish, they're all squishy and colorful and they've got like that soft-ish tissue all over the outside of their skeleton, right? So you would absolutely like look at that. You don't see any hard part of an exoskeleton, and an exoskeleton's literal purpose is to protect the organs and all the nonsense on the inside. So if you don't see any evidence of one, you would assume this is not an exoskeleton. You would be fucking wrong, as I was. All that colorful tissue you see is actually the gills of the starfish pushing through pores of an exoskeleton you and I cannot see. So when you pet, poke, or touch a starfish, you are essentially stroking its lungs, which is fucking weird. But I will never forget that. That on my dying bed, I'll be like, "Do you guys want to know about starfish?" And everybody will be like, "What about starfish?" Like this will be stuck with me forever because it was the one question I got wrong on this stupid test. And it's, I guess I'm a little not prideful, but cocky. I'm a little cocky about my knowledge about animals because I've been obsessed with them since I was born. So most of those bio classes I just kind of flew through. I already knew the shit, the basic bio classes stuff, just stuff I was already interested in. And that infuriate. I was just like, and it was like a trick question, but I still didn't get any points for it. I was still mad about it, man. But yeah, that class, one of the main projects we had to do in that exact class was literally grow a fucking radish sprout and like measure its growth every day, count the leaves blah whatever, and you'd like record it in a fucking Excel sheet. And I made a comment to my professor or the TA or someone, I don't remember, this was many years ago, about how I fucking hate Excel. I was like, I hope this is the last Excel sheet. And he looked at me like smiled and I was like, what? He goes, you're gonna live Excel. And I was like, no. And I went to chemistry right away. Absolutely not. I'll do math all day on paper. Don't make me think like math already boggles my mind. Don't make me also think about the sum, you know, whatever equals blah 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 of an Excel. No. Go fuck yourself. I'm out. I'm done. Nightmares. I have Excel nightmares. Like when I have to open up an Excel spreadsheet because someone sent me one for some reason, I have a little PTSD and I start to get sweaty. That's how much I hate Excel. Fuck no. The fuck? Don't pause. That was weird. Serotonin and dopamine, technically the only two things you enjoy. I mean, for real. And when you don't have them, you don't even know you don't have them. You just, like, for some reason, can't taste food anymore. I've been there. It's a tough place to be. Excel is just, I hate it. And I know so many people have been like, just let me show you. It's so useful. All the tools. I don't give a fuck. I don't want to use it. I'm good. I'll write on paper. I'm very analog that way. I write a lot of shit down. What up, Meliorated? How are you, love? Starfish are crazy. I don't know if they puke their stomachs out. What I remember learning is that there's two forms of life that basically break off on the big tree of life, you know? And one of them is called a deuterostome, and I believe the other one's like a protostome or a prepistome, something like that. Again, this is like 11 years ago. I don't remember the words exactly. But we are the proto whatever stome. Basically, we have what's called a one-way digestive tract. So food goes in one way and out one way. We eat and shit out our butts, you know? Well, eat with our mouth and out our butt. Don't eat with your butt. Anyways, but like starfish and jellyfish and sea anemones and various other aquatic creatures mainly eat and shit with the same orifice. So like jellyfish intake food, digest, I guess, whatever the fuck's going on inside jellyfish, and then they poop out the same like sphincter. Crazy, right? The things I remember for like, when is that going to be useful for me in my life? But I've fucking got it. Eldon, oh my god, yeah. It's incredible, dude. When I mean, this is personal experience, but I've heard many people, same shit happens, like very similar. When I had what I call my mental breakdown, when my bipolar went to a peak before I wasn't diagnosed bipolar at all. I was diagnosed ADHD, but I always kind of knew something else was going on. But if you ever talk to someone, this sounds so bad. If you ever talk to someone who has bipolar type, whatever I have, the manic type, there's this part of us that never wants to tell anyone because the mania feels nice. It's like waking up on speed every day. If you sleep, it's waking up with rainbows coming out your asshole. I mean, literally, you just want to hug everyone in the room and you want to tell your mom you love them. It's like the happy drunk at a party, but you're not drunk for weeks. It feels incredible. But then the bad comes, you know, there's always going to be the opposite. There's always going to be the inverse of whatever you're experiencing, chemically speaking. And so I didn't really like express, you know, my anxieties about this like low point for a long time in my life. But I hit a very dangerous low point where I dropped to a lower weight than I've ever been in my entire life. And I literally like couldn't taste food. That's the only, I could obviously taste food, but I've always loved food. I don't love eating, but I love tastes and smells, and I love like being in a kitchen with a big family cooking and stuff like that environment. And that atmosphere is wonderful. And you could have put my favorite. I don't even know if I have a favorite food. My mom's homemade macaroni and cheese in front of me, which is probably my favorite food in the whole world. I don't know what she does. It's incredible. And I would take a bite and be like, I don't know, it's okay. Like I just couldn't. Your ability to enjoy the taste is gone. So you taste it, but it's like everything's lettuce. I went to Disney World and I didn't even enjoy the Dole Whip. That's when that's when I knew I needed to call a doctor. I was like, bitch can't taste Dole Whip. I need to talk to a professional. And it's just because your body becomes exhausted from that level of like high where you're sleeping very little if you sleep, or you just don't sleep at all. Some people with the bipolar highs, they'll like go buy a castle and they think they're like an alien from another planet, and then they invent Scientology. Like they literally do. You can have it's like moments of grandiosity. I've never had this, but I think they do. I mean, look at fucking Kanye, for fuck's sake. Hello, Brewdog. How are you, love? Marine biologist would have been really cool, except that all I would have been doing is measuring the growth of algae for 20 years and like putting it in an Excel spreadsheet. Like that's what I would have done. I don't want to do that. That sounds horrible. Honestly, that's why I went into medicine, because chemistry is not really much better. You're not necessarily using a shit ton of Excel, but you are just sitting on a lab bench by yourself in silence. measuring compounds or something all day for the PhDs to actually do something with, or for the pharmaceutical company you're working with to do something with, or whatever. Which is why I went into medicine. I was like, I'm way too social of a creature. Like I need my recovery times, but I need to be around. I need to at least be able to talk to people, interact with other human beings. Like I knew I wouldn't be able to do that. Oh, it'd be so boring. Like chemistry is fascinating when you're in school. It's kind of a bait and switch a little bit. I'm sure it is with every degree. I don't know. But they show you all the cool shit, you know. They teach you a principle and then they show you an amazing thing to do with the principle. But no one really explains to you that when you graduate, like you're never going to do any of that shit because there's no purpose in doing any of those amazing things because they're really just built to teach you a principle. You're going to go work at a pharmaceutical company probably. Unless you get a PhD, in which case you can teach. Or work for a lab testing pharmaceuticals or something. Like I just didn't, the future of it did not look great, and which is why I went medicine like geared immediately because I was like I just couldn't do that. I enjoy chemistry, like I enjoyed the process, the science of it was really cool, but the application of it in this day and age is not. I mean, maybe I would have been working on a vaccine for COVID. Who knows? No, that's biologist stuff. Nope, that would have been microbiologist. Not at all. I would be like, I don't know, making meth in someone's basement. I don't know. It would have been very boring. Most chemists start out their careers wanting to make things go bang. I mean, that's literally, I think every chemist at one point in their childhood was given one of those. I don't even think they make these anymore because they were deemed like dangerous. But when I was a kid, you could get like a kid's chemistry set and it would have little bottles of all the substances, like caustic shit that would burn your eyes if you opened it. I don't even know what they gave you in those things. It wasn't the full periodic table, obviously. But it was a lot. And it had instructions on like what to mix and how to do fun projects. But like raise your hand if you dumped everything in one bowl to wait to see what would happen. I mean, it was just fire. Just fire. I mean, fire and foam and smoke and bad things happen. But we used to get those all the time. There's something on my face. Hair, probably an eyelash. Pour chemicals on Barbie dolls? Oh my god, why? For what? Like to melt them? Develop the Oxford vaccine? See, that's really cool, but those are like microbiologists, which is a really cool thing, but my school didn't have a micro degree. Not every college has every degree. That's one thing you kind of get woken up to when you go to school, at least in America. Like, and you kind of get stuck. If you're like me and your parents weren't bajillionaires, you get stuck going to whatever school is in your state. Because if you go out of state, you're going to pay out of state tuition, which is like 2.5 times as much. Why do you shock me every time? No, you were just outside. Nope. I know better. They were just outside. She's just being a dick. I love you. Stop it. I love her. Don't get me wrong. She's so needy. It's because I took a day off to have cramps. And so now she's like, we cuddled all day yesterday. Why can't we cuddle all day today? Because mama took drugs. Sorry, boo. Dude, and I respect physics because I could not. I mean, I had to take 3 physics class for my chemistry degree. That was it. Like the intro, 121, 122, 123, whatever. But I shit you not, day 1 of the very first class, 121 or whatever it was, my teacher was old. I mean, he was like 80 something. Tenured, professor, didn't have to try anymore. And he opened up class by saying, this is the #1 most failed class on campus, and it's not my fault. You need to put your all into this class. Which is the attitude I felt every professor gave you was, this is the most important class of your life. I'm going to disacknowledge that you're taking 4 other ones, and I'm going to give you a week's worth of reading. And you're like, but I have 4 other classes who said the exact same thing. Stop being so self-important. Maybe communicate. I don't know. The fucking shit was wild. And that's how he opened up class. So automatically I was already terrified because I had a life of struggling with math. And I eventually got an amazing teacher in college, and now I'm decent at math. Just because I don't learn the same. I'm touched. Bing! Jesus. Ooh, thank you, Tank. After my work found out I was pagan, they've been giving me shit. Are you kidding me? Your work, like professionally, is giving you shit because of a religious choice that in no way affects them at all? I would love to come do your makeup. Oh, absolutely, dude. I did Rod's and his wife's before we went to see Hai Lung. I did it in like 15 minutes and they fucking looked dope. I've never played Fortnite in my life. Not so much, but they removed the buildings, so I've thought of giving it another try. Oh. You know, Squeaky, what I wanted to do was be a cosmetologist. I'm not even kidding you. So my best friend in high school, AJ, was like flamboyantly homosexual, but I've told you guys I lived in a very small town where gay wasn't a thing. You didn't come out as gay. Like gay was just a slur or something you called someone you didn't like. We didn't have gay people. And so he did not come out when we were in high school at all. And right after high school, went to beauty school, did amazing, like worked at Jean Juarez and everything. But when we went to high school together, I was like his guinea pig. I have a few pictures of what he did to my head, which were terrible things. But we would like go to we worked at Taco Time together, and we'd get off work, go to Walmart in the middle of the night because that's all there is. It was a very nice, super Walmart. No hate. It was probably the nicest Walmart I still to this day I've ever seen. Every other Walmart I've ever seen is like, I feel like I'm gonna get stabbed around every corner. I don't know. Ours was pretty nice, but again, it was all we had. So. But we would go to Walmart, buy a bunch of box dye and bleach, and then go to either of our houses. He also had his bedroom in the basement of his house, so we just basically had free reign of a floor of either house, and he would just fuck my hair. I mean, I had long hair. Most of my life, I've had pretty long hair, and at one point, he split it, and from about here down, just put bleach on it and left it for a very long time, to the point where I had like oozing sores on my scalp from the bleach. It was so bad. But I wanted, like, that was his plan. He was like, I'm going to do hair and you're going to do nails. Because you guys know I fucking love to do nails. That's my thing. And we had these grandiose plans. He actually owns his own salon chain now, which is amazing, in Seattle. Like, he's very successful. I'm very proud of him. But my mom told me I needed a real degree first, and then I could do whatever I wanted. Unfortunately, for her, I did find something I wanted to do that had nothing to do with my degree. It just wasn't nails. It was Twitch. But that was, like, that's always been my parents', like not rule, but like thing on me and Sarah, and well, we're the only two that went to college, but of all the kids, was you can do whatever you want, but you need to get some, like my mom would say, like your backup plan. Like you guys know, I still keep my respiratory license up to date. Like I still do all the training online and I pay for it and all this shit because it's my backup plan. And it is. I mean, it wasn't I don't think she did any wrong by insisting I had some sort of like backup plan. However, people that like professional cosmetologists and stuff make fucking bank if they want to. Like AJ actually goes to Fashion Week and like does models, makeup, and hair and stuff. It's amazing. From little old Cato Falls. He's done very well for himself. I'm very proud of him. Him and his husband actually just adopted a baby last year or the year before last year from China. She's so precious. It's so beautiful to see their family bloom. He was nuts. And on Fridays, he didn't feel like teaching, so he handed out Tales from the Crypt comics. Oh my God, that'd be amazing. I want that. Hi, Oe, how are you? Mine was not nice. I mean, I just basically started ignoring him because he was just like, imagine like a mildly more overweight Ben Stein kind of creature teaching physics who straight up is like, you're going to fail my class. I was like, okay, I'm going to check out and I'm just going to teach myself with the book and I'm going to go to tutoring hours. Bye. Is it the dog? I know. Did Zach take a break? Zach! Will you let him out? Sometimes he doesn't. In case Lil needs to pee, just because she's being a little needy. Dude, your guys' makeup looked fucking dope. I love when people are willing to let me do their makeup, though. I feel like my little sister, Sarah, if she's still here, I'm calling her out. She will not let me do her makeup to this day because she thinks I'll make her look crazy because I do my own crazy. But on other people, I don't do it crazy. I'll do whatever you want. Like, in reality, I just want you to be feel beautiful. Like, I would never, but she does not fucking trust me. Won't let me touch her face. I love doing other people's makeup, though, when they just give me free reign. It's like a canvas with texture. Another friend said, most people think it's all chemicals giving you a reaction. In reality, it's mostly paperwork and staring at a failed experiment. This charred pile of brown sludge thinking, you were really expensive. I cannot do this again without another grant. I don't want to do that. Or what if I was the one responsible? Like, if I was, obviously new grad, I'd be lower on the team, probably doing something for a big chemist. What if I was the one responsible for the goop that was $1 billion? And he just, like, looked at me like, well, like, I could not. So instead, I went into respiratory therapy where death could be on my hands instead. What's wrong with me? Oh, he does beautiful. He's won awards for hair he does now. Oh yeah, he went to school. He went to Gene Juarez in Seattle. I think they're like a big hair school. I think they're like kind of renowned. I don't know. But I think so. And then, worked forever at different salons and big high-end salons up in Seattle. Like he's very he likes that high-end kind of clientele, where they want the spa treatment, not just getting your hair cut, which I think is awesome because he's got a great personality for it. Hello, Slurm Love. How are you today? Oh, Squeaky. I love it. It's kind of like soothing. Honestly, like if you guys ever get to do someone's makeup, if you like to do makeup and you get to do someone's makeup, but you're kind of like, do I just stare into their eyes? Best thing to do is lay them back in your fucking computer chair and have them close their eyes. First off, it relaxes all the face muscles. So you have literally like a blank canvas to work on perfectly. And it is so relaxing for the person. It's like getting your hair washed at the hair salon or something, like that position, like just relaxed, recline back and stand over them and do the makeup. Then you're not just staring into someone's eyes the whole time. Because I know a lot of people are very anxious about eye contact. I am not someone like that. Like I'm kind of a freaky eye contact person. I know. I probably have made so many people uncomfortable. But I seek facial cues for the conversation we're having. I need it, so that's why I do it. It's not to be creepy. I mean, Lizzie, obviously. I feel like that would happen far before I got you in a makeup chair. You can't use your Prime sub on mobile? Isn't there a link for it or something to use it? I didn't know you still couldn't do that. That's so stupid. Sure, why not? But to me, eye contact's not freaky. To me, if we're having a one-on-one conversation and you won't look in my eyes, that to me is weird. I'm like, where's your brain and why are your eyes everywhere but my face? But I learned, a lot of people, their parents or just domineering adults in their life used eye contact kind of as an intimidation method. And I completely sympathize. Like, I completely get that. I in no way am using eye contact to intimidate people. I use it to communicate effectively and to show I'm paying attention. Really, it's like a respect thing, I think. For me, personally, everything's very personal, obviously. Oh, you did? Ooh, Rod, my phone's about to die, dude. Where did I leave it? I gotta go. Stop. I love her. You guys know this. But we have to have boundaries. You know what I'm saying? Ugh. Really, Lizzie? I think when I was a kid, this is actually I think you might have heard this story. It's interesting to me because I didn't hear about it until way later in life. When I was diagnosed ADHD in college, I called my mom and told her about it and everything, and she was like, we looked up like a lot of information on ADHD together and learned about it and stuff, and she was like, "So this is very interesting." And I was like, "What's very interesting?" And she goes, "So when you were a kid, you had like I couldn't get you to participate with me visually, like look at me or talk to me or like respond unless I like put my hand on your arm or held your hand or played with your hair or something like that." She was like, even when I was little and she would read me a book in bed, like we had to be touching or she had to give me something to play with my hands. Otherwise, I couldn't connect. Like I would just space off and she'd be like, "What did I just say?" And I'd be like, "Oh, what? You're in the room still?" When I was like 3 or 4, this was happening. But that I don't even think ADHD really was a thing back then, if anything, in the early or late 80s. I don't know. But it was when she told me that I was like, I'm still that way. Stop it. It's interesting, because parents they're gonna see the behaviors before anyone. Like most parents that are around their kids are so fucking in tune to their child that anything that's like that, they're gonna be like, interesting. Like one of those static balls, where you touch it and suddenly a pink static like arm reaches out to the glass. Like that's what I was. I had to have a touch to get my listening cues on, I guess. And to this day, I can't listen to a lecture and just absorb. I must participate in a conversation to absorb. Thank you, Mayo. I spent stupid amount of time on it today, which is why it's only on one side. Like, I literally just said fuck that and put some mascara on. So Sammy says you can use your Prime sub on mobile. I do it every month. You just have to start as if you're paying for a sub, and then the option shows up. So, like, no pressure, but try it out if you want. Mm-hmm. Lizzie, for me, my fidget toys are like lighters, a beverage, my bong, my fingernails. That's why I paint them constantly, because if I don't, I'll just pick them off like this. Like, I just sit here and pick ridges until I don't have a fingernail anymore. It's terrible. I will, like, I remember when I was a kid, I would paint my nails, and then if someone made me, like, go to a movie, like a movie theater where I had to sit still for 2.5 hours, by the end of the movie, there would be a pile of nail polish at my feet, and I would have no nail polish on, and I had no conscious, like, awareness I was doing this, but it's that you are forced to sit in the dark, not speak. You can't do it. I mean, there was no cell phones back then, but you can't literally do anything for 2 hours. Have you ever perfectly described hell? That might be it for me. And like, I'm one of those people that I can listen to you and stare at my phone. And I try not to open my phone in conversations with people. But sometimes it's like, how do you tell someone, like, I really want to participate in this conversation, but I physically can't unless I'm bouncing this basketball? Don't take this as me being bored, please. Like, they're going to be like, you're bored. Everybody's going to think you're bored. So you just have to, like, struggle it. Oh, I'm still listening. Oh, that cloud looks like a dick. What? Your grandma did what? A dick? You know, like, it's just, brains are so interesting, aren't they? Fascinating creatures. Ugh, creepy. You know, if you put a tinfoil and a plasma ball and drag a needle across it, you can drag an arc of electricity outside the ball. That's pretty cool. Would it, like, shock you if you touched it? Or is it a controlled flow, I guess? Maybe if you weren't grounded. Apparently my Prime sub's available on April 8th. Dude, Slurm, this happens to Viata, I swear to fuck, every month. Like, every month, it, like, kicks in for some reason late in the day. It's so weird. I have no idea why, but I swear to fuck, every month, Viata's like, oh, today's my resub day. Guess I'll wait till after stream. Every month. It's so weird. I don't know the logic behind it. I apologize. I wish I could fix it. It's so bizarre. I don't know why. I can't just listen. I have to participate. Don't call me out like that. I mean, that's literally why I went into the physical sciences. Most areas of study I knew were going to be like hours of listening or hours of silent reading and just being expected to retain information and then regurgitate it in the form of an essay in a different way than the person in the book wrote it. I looked at all those and I was like, there's no way. And even if I can, like, you know, Adderall my way through it, I'm going to be miserable the rest of my life, because usually what you do in college is kind of mirroring what you're going to do later in life to a lesser extent or to a greater extent in the terms of chemistry, but you know what I mean? I just couldn't. I knew I needed, and that's why Excel and the biology shit drove me crazy, because the biggest difference between chemistry and biology is in biology, it's 90% observing and recording. Observing and recording. Just observe and record it. Whereas chemistry, it's like, well, the math says this will happen, so now let's see if it happens. And then you end up with that black ball of goo. And you're like, you know, math was wrong. But at least you get to do something physical, which is so much better for me, like my brain. The fuck is happening? Slurm, it worked! What? Slurm with the resub, bitch!
Slurm's a witch, so confirmed. Do not burn, pro witch.
Fuck yeah. And Slath.
My love.
Oh my god, you're wreck? No shit. Oh my god. Slath just said New Mexico went recreational on Friday. Recreational weed, if you're wondering. We also opened up our third store. When I started, we had one store open 2 days a week. Dude, I remember you showing me the picture of the first store before it ever opened. I don't know if you were already working there. Maybe it was a past picture, but you showed me the place, like, when it was nothing. It's fucking awesome, dude. I'm so excited for you. How is the difference between medical and recreational for stores? Sometimes, I think because Bezos, maybe it's the unionization. I learned how to speed read to get through psychology reading. I've always been a really fast reader. It's honestly a trait I don't enjoy because sometimes I skim and I don't mean to. Top tier fidget toys? Oh man. I have one that I love. I'm trying to think where it is. It's basically a cube. Uh Man, I have two of them. One of them's in my car. I shit you not. So I've always driven a stick, but when I got my first respiratory job, I was going to be commuting from Bellingham, Washington to Seattle, which is not that it's like 30 miles, but it's about a 2 hour drive to and from. So it was like 4 hours of commuting day. So I got myself a little automatic because a clutch in 2 hours of Seattle traffic, like I'd either lose a foot or I'd have calves that were just unreasonably large. And part of the reason I drive a stick is because of this ADHD. It gives me something to do while I'm driving, something to think about, shifting, versus just basically autopiloting a car. Like I literally, when I had this automatic, like there were days when I would like black out the entire drive to work. I would just be at work suddenly and be like, I don't remember the drive. I need a stick. But I got this little fidget toy and it's a cube, and every side of the cube, like a dice, every side of the cube has a different little clicky on it, and they all have different tactile sensations. So like one of them's a light switch, but it's like, it doesn't stick off very far. It's a very low light switch, and it's like a dull thunk clicking. And then one of them is like, it looks like a dice, like a number six, and each of the little circles you can click down, and that's more of a sharp clicking, less of the dull thunk. It's kind of like the differences between keys on a keyboard, on mechanical keyboards. If you've ever fucked around with like, bronze versus silvers versus the clacky clacks. It's kind of that, the different feels of them all. But I could literally be driving to work and just have this cube in my hand and just click the buttons. And it was enough to keep my eyes on the road and keep me like focused to remember the fucking drive to work. I'll try to find one on my break. I know I have one somewhere. They're great though. I personally like them. I couldn't, like a fidget spinner or something like that. It's not enough for me. I don't like it. Like what? You think that's really gonna occupy my mind? Bitch. Nah, take your joy. Oh, Emma.
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
Oh, that was the second store? Oh, sick. Okay. That's the one that's like on the hill. We have to keep 20% of our product for medical. Is it like financially gonna dig into you guys or something though? I just hope not. Fidget Cube, I have one, has many options. Is that what it's literally called? I think mine were both gifts to me because I've never been able to admit that I have a problem, but everyone around me is like, hey, maybe you would like this little fidgety cube. And I'm like, this is stupid. Plays with it every day, 4 hours in the car. I actually broke one. Like one of the buttons broke because I played with it too much. I'm Googling fidget cube. Bitch. Bitch. Get out of here. Stop it. Websites and all their coupon pop-ups these days, man, they're bad. Your 15% off of my $1,000 purchase is not gonna make me click your shit, so stop it. This is the fidget cube. I'm not even shitting. This is the exact one I have. I have two. Mine's different colors. I'm sure lots of brands make them. This one looks really good, though, honestly. I'm just gonna throw the link in chat. It's called Ansi Labs Fidget Cube. But that is my personal favorite because you have options. I can't just have one click forever. I need, eventually I don't want to play with the light switch. Eventually I want a different click. If you know, you know. Fox, how are you, love? Oh, new Vampire the Masquerade game. I got an email about it. What kind of game is it, though? Because I don't want to get my hopes up. Like, the last one that came out ended up being, like, some battle royale that was canceled. I want a good vampire game. Please. I don't want to get my hopes up about it. I also love, there's these toys. I can't remember what they're called. But I have a lot of them. Hold on. Where are they? Where did I put them? Not something you could fidget with in the car. But it's... hold on. I'm going to write it down to remember to grab one on my break. I have a lot of them because I like to buy them and then give them to people for gifts because people are like, this is such a stupid thing, but they play with it literally every day all the time. And they're like, wow, I really like this stupid thing you bought me. I'm like, yeah, fuck yourself. Everybody loves a fidget toy. You don't need ADHD to enjoy a fidget toy. Cheers. Do I sell a bowl? I do. Let us cheers. Again, no pressure. This is not a fucking like gatekeeping community of pot smokers. Some of us smoke. Some of us just hang around to laugh at the smokes. By the way, anyone in Zeke's stream, was it yesterday or the day before when I was like insanely high and he made me come on camera? I do apologize for anything I said out loud. I don't barely remember it. Cheers. It's like, Wills, that was me too. Like usually you got a coupon in the like paper or in your email and you were like, oh, that'll make me go to the website. But now it's like every website I go to, I mean, every fucking one, the website loads and I go to click the thing on it I want to look at. And then suddenly something comes up and it's like, spin the wheel to win 10% off a monitor. Bitch, that's $6. $6 is not worth my time to spin your fucking wheel. Bye. $6 at best, by the way. Nah. I'm good. Stop at websites. Someone has to be clicking them, though. Like, that's all I can come up with. Why would you keep repeating such a stupid experiment if no one's clicking them? Someone's doing it. Stop it, you someone. If I cape my cheers? What do you mean cape it? Entertaining? I mean, that's good. No, what's stray? Oh my god, this, look at, isn't it cute? It's my favorite. I've had it actually almost a year now. No, a year. April. Yeah, I got it last year during April. I fucking love this bong. Everything I want in a bong is in this, and it's cute. It's like an unlicensed Yoshi egg, and the bubbler is like a little mushroom. It's from Hemper. I have a discount code, ClassHole, one word, if you'd like to shop there, but it's like, you know, stoner shit. And they have a small version of this, but it's my favorite that I've gotten, and I've gotten many. I have a lot of bongs from them behind me. It's my favorite, man. I can't believe Easter's almost here. That's crazy. Vape. Yes, it counts if you vape your cheers. Absolutely. I mean, honestly, like, you don't even need to cheers with weed. That's why I always say, like, water is great. Coffee is great. Like, I don't want anyone to think they can't participate in cheers just because they don't smoke, you know? Cheers is whatever gets you through the day. It's like your joy. But don't, like, take Lexapro every time I say cheers. That would be a bad plan. You might stop breathing. Don't. Don't do that. I saw one of my mystery tarantulas the other day, my dudes. Oh my god, I almost forgot to tell you guys the story. It's not much of a story. So on Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday. Wednesday night, I went to the pet store to get rats and stuff for all my animals and bugs and, you know, load up for the month. And so I come home and what I do is so, long story short, I have a ball python, and if you own snakes, I don't even need to say anymore. You already know what I'm going to say. What am I going to say? They don't eat. Ball pythons, while being a very docile, great first pet snake, as everyone says, they are queens of starvation. Mine's gone a year without eating. They just will stop eating because they don't like the smell of the mice you're getting them, or they don't like the rats you're getting them now, or it's not the right temperature or what. I mean, literally, you could look it up forever online. Like, there are some people who, like, have a special mouse water that they create out of the bedding of mice they raise just to get this shitty, pissy bedding to soak the rats in to feed their snake, so their snake will just fuck. It's wild. They won't even eat live. Some ball pythons are just assholes. So mine is an asshole, and this place that I go to, they will do what they call oh my god, what do they call them? Like fresh killed rats, something like that. But basically, they raise rats in the pet store. It's like an exotic private owned store. I don't go to Petco or any of those bullshit places. Don't go there. Sorry, Petco. You know what's up. They raise rats to to sell for feeders and stuff. But they do this thing where they will pre-kill them for you. They have some sort of mechanism that like crushes their head instantly, gives them a very instant death. I mean, it's literally they go in the back and in seconds I've got 4 rats with bloody faces in my hand. It's crazy, but it's very, very fast. I've made sure it's humane because it freaks me out. But she will eat them. It's the only thing I've gotten her to eat like regularly in a very long time. I don't even know how old she is now. Since I moved to Baltimore, the first year moved to Baltimore is when I got her. And so I went to the vet store and got rats and shit. And I go to feed Midna. All my other snakes will eat anything. I have one Woma python, Central Australia native. I have two BCs. They used to be called BCIs, but I guess now they're just boa constrictors. No more imperator on them. And I have one ball python. And so my other three will literally, they're so food like driven, they'll eat themselves. Case in point. So what happens is when you get these pre-killed rats, they use some sort of vice or whatever to crush their heads to give them an instant kill, so their faces are all bloody. They don't look crushed, by the way. I mean, it's not like I'm getting like masticated rats. They just look like rats with bloody faces. Like that's it. They're dead, obviously, not twitching or anything. It's not weird. I couldn't do it if they did. They're just warm. That's the weirdest part. And so what happens, they've got blood on their face. So when I give the rat to the snake, if the snakes are coiled up, sometimes a little blood gets on their body or something when I'm trying to get the rat to them. But never has this happened to me. Midna bit herself, like on her own middle, and not Midna, Cersei, and tried to literally, like she couldn't. There's no fucking way. But she got her entire mouth, like, on the middle of her body and would not let go. Did not have the rat, mind you.
Welcome to the classroom.
It was not a fun time. And so I'm sitting there thinking, like, my snakes have never even bitten me before. I've never been bitten by any of my snakes ever. I keep them well fed and I don't fuck with them. Like, I don't, come surprise them and just try to pick them up being like a dick. I've never even been bit by my snakes. So I've never. Chachi, bitch, I love you.
All my love for you, Chachi. This bowl goes for you and Jake.
I just packed a beautiful bowl and I put a dab of Cherry Noir number 21 on it. But so if you've ever been bit by a snake, there are many ways that are safe to get your snake off of you without harming your snake. Because usually there is no snake in the world that is going to try to eat a human. There's no recorded anaconda deaths. There's one that I think it's the reticulated python, like can eat people, but I don't know if we have any recorded human eatings. I don't know. There's a few snakes in the world that are big enough to eat a person, but they're not even venomous. Most venomous snakes are pretty small, and they know that we are too big to eat, and venom is like pricey, metabolically speaking, to make. So they only bite us out of fear. So if a non-venomous python bites, it's usually because they missed the food or thought you were food. And so what happens is their jaws don't actually break apart in the front or like unhinge right here, which is what a lot of people think. Like they're like, oh, their jaws unhinge. It's more like a uterus-born human's pelvis. We've talked about childbirth and how the front of the pelvis is like soft and gushy, so it can like bust open to squish out a fetus and then go back together. Same with a snake's lower jaw. So it doesn't unhinge right here. It kind of unhinges right here and starts to separate. And the reason I tell you this is because if you just like stuck something into your snake's mouth to pry it off of your hand, you could literally snap their jaw in half because it's broken open. Like there's no protective, tension there to protect their very, very fine, tiny little bones. And so, but I've never been bit by my snake before, so I've never like had to Google it before. I've just seen people talk about it. And so I was sitting there just watching her, and she just was coiling. Like if you've ever watched like a movie where they have like snakes, coiling, undulating on themselves, she was doing that to herself because she was biting herself. She doesn't have fangs, mind you. Pythons don't have fangs. They have teeth like a fish has teeth, like just like sandpaper in their mouth just for like the grip, but they don't have anything that's going to sink into you. So I knew she couldn't like cause any real damage to herself, but she's obviously not having a good time. And then she stopped like undulating in circles and she had her mouth on her body and was just looking at me. She just stopped moving, totally still latched on, just looking at me. And I was like, all right. And I got that. This is my misting bottle that I use for my snakes, for all my animals. And if you spin the little nozzle all the way to the right, it will just spray a straight stream of water, which I fucking never do, because why would you do that to an animal? But I did it to her in her mouth. So I could see there was like a crack of her jaw between her body and her mouth that I could spray it into. And I just sat there and lightly, I wasn't like pressure washing my snake. That's cruel. Lightly just trickling water into her mouth until she let go of herself. It worked. I don't know, man. I felt like a wizard. I don't even know if that's an official way to do it, but I figured like if her mouth's full of water, she won't be able to breathe. She'll freak out and let go of herself. And she did let go of herself. I felt pretty proud of myself. And then she got a rat and she was fine. But what? They're so dumb. It's amazing to me that they can exist in the wild. Central Australia, like we're talking the outback where it gets like 120 degrees and there isn't water. That's where the snake is native. And the intelligence level is just like not up there, you know what I'm saying? But I was worried for a minute. I was like, "Fuck, what am I going to do?" Like I knew she couldn't swallow herself. She literally like if you look at Woma pythons, their heads are much smaller. Most pythons, their heads are really small and the rest of their body is like meh, like a slug. Because they tend to be a little slow and they're a little chunky and whatever. And so I knew there's no fucking way. Like she literally like bit just straight up the fattest part of her body and was just sitting there clinging to it. But I didn't want her to like stay that way forever. Like what if her teeth got stuck in her scales or something? I don't fucking know. I don't know what happens. But I've seen some snakes like corn snakes and king snakes will literally start to swallow themselves by the tail and create like a literal Ouroboros and you have to like it's horrible. Most of the time they don't survive. Uh, but yeah, I did that the other that was my adventure Wednesday night. It was so weird. Normal I've never had anything that weird happen, I guess. Where my snake just fucking bites itself and sits there and stares at me with those little lizard eyes. And that's the other thing, like Woma, WOMA is how you say the word. Woma pythons they're just kind of different than any other snake in the world in that they have a very weird looking head and face. They look like a lizard. Like they have a very lizard looking head. They don't look like a ball python. They kind of have that puppy dog like kind of python looking face. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. But Woma pythons, they just have these beady black eyes and two little black like Groucho Mark spots right here and a lizard face. Like they look like a lizard. They don't have heat pits. So if you look at most snakes, they have little holes going along their mouth, along their jaw, and those are holes into their mouth, and that's literally how they sense the heat of their prey. So like in a colder environment at night, they can sense a mouse going by because of the heat. But because these guys live in arguably one of the hottest environments in the world, you can see how heat pits probably wouldn't be much of an advantage because everything's hot. Like when the ground is hotter than your prey's internal temperature, it probably doesn't help. So they don't have them. So they just look real weird. So seeing like it looked like a lizard was like, being a dumbass on my snake. It was a very strange evening. I'm just glad I got her off. Not in the weird way. Got her off of herself. Memnock shed. Oh my god. And she just shed too. Midna just shed. So like her skin's all pretty or I mean Cersei. I keep saying Midna. It's Cersei. Her skin is so pretty and shiny right now. And I'm like, I need to check her. I've been leaving her alone because usually when you feed your snakes, you want to leave them alone a couple days so they can digest. Because some bigger pythons and stuff, it takes them a long time to digest, which is why you really only feed your snake like once a week, sometimes once every 2 weeks, depending on how old they are. And if you fuck with them when they're still digesting, they'll just throw it up. Like they'll just throw up a half digested rat and look at you like, go fuck yourself, you did this. Because you can't escape prey. You can't escape a predator if you're full. Like imagine Thanksgiving dinner and then running from someone. Basically, you'd throw up too. Let's cheers. Yes. I packed a bowl and then I had to finish my thought though. You guys know it's terrible. The ADHD is strong with this one. If I didn't finish the story, I would have completely had no idea what I was talking about anymore. Ate like twice a year. Oh my god. She's so inconsistent. Like sometimes she'll eat for months. Like she'll just eat whenever I offer her food and she's great, and then she'll go 6 months without anything. And I'm like, what the fuck is your problem? And she's older. I got her when I moved to Baltimore. I don't even know how many years ago that was. 2014, 2013. She's a decent aged by ball python. We're not talking a baby. Fuck. It's irritating. Especially like she was my first snake ever, as is most people's first snake, because everyone's like, oh, they're so docile, get one. And I was like, okay, so all snakes are gonna be this difficult. And then I get my other snakes and I'm like, they'll eat a log if I offered it. Like any other snake will literally eat fucking anything at any temperature. Like I'm so used to midnight, like I'd have to like temperature proof the water and then soak the rat in the temperature proofed water. And It's just fucking, it's stupid. The things I do for my animals. But some sick part of me must enjoy it, right? Cheers to Jake and Chachi today, right now. Oh my god, what? Oh my god. So Chachi, do you get like back pay? Or do you get any kind of reparations for that? 7 years? Jesus fuck. I mean, what? What did they think you were doing for 7 years? Not being disabled? Like, is it a button that we turn on and off? The fuck? You know what I'm saying? I'm so excited for you, but I feel like you owe a little. You will. Oh, thank fuck. I mean, I wasn't gonna say this if you didn't, because I didn't want to make you feel bad about it. But this happened to Eliza. Y'all know my girl E Cook from chat, Eliza, our lovely community manager. She is working right now. But she's blind. Like actually clinically blind. Artistic Gypsy, my love, how are you? Thank you. I spent way too much time, so I just said fuck it on the other eye. But this eye looks real good. Basic bitch. What the fuck happened? See, I forgot what I was saying. God damn it. Why am I like this? Oh, Eliza. So she's clinically blind. She can see, but it's basically like shadows and light, you know? She is not, when she does those eye tests, she's not legally allowed to drive. Like she's legally blind enough that she's not allowed to have a license anymore. And I can't remember how long it went. It was like 5 years trying to get disability for this because she got the diagnosis and was like, oh my God, I can't drive, which means it's going to be very difficult for me to get a job. And for 5 years, they kept arguing her doctor's like medical records saying she's blind. She got, thank fuck, back pay. I'm pretty sure she's gotten it by now, or they're giving it to her in installments. It was because it was a lot. Oh, thank you, Eliza. So it's 2,800 and 2,1200 vision. If those numbers mean things to you guys. I don't have bad enough vision to know like but I'm assuming because 2020 is perfect, right? So the 2020 versus a 2,1200, you guys can see our problem. Took about a year and a half trying to convince me I wasn't blind. My fuck. But you did get the back pay on it. Did you get it like in installments or did you get it in one thing? I couldn't remember that part. No, she looks I mean, she wears glasses and functions. She just like, you would just assume she had bad eyesight. She'd be like, "What does that say? I can't read that far away." Or like the things that give it away is like Eliza's phone. Like if you saw Eliza's phone and the size of the text, I can't even give you an example of how large it is. It's asinine. Those are the things that you're like, "Oh, okay, so something's going on." But no, you have no idea. Like, I wish her eyes were sunken in. That'd be pretty fucking cool. What y'all can see at 800 or 1,200 feet. Oh, so that's what it is. At 1,200 feet away, I need to be 20 feet away. Wow, I had no idea that's exactly what it means. Today I learned 2 payments came in with half the money each. Awesome. Did you hear Chachi just got her disability acknowledged finally after 7 years? And she will hopefully, she thinks she's going to get the back pay. Thank fuck. They just want me to get into work and then spew out children, which is insane. What, I mean, you're literally fighting to say like, "Hey, I'm having a really hard time taking care of myself. Can I get some help?" And they're like, "Well, maybe if you made more life, you'd be better off." Wait, did you miss the part where I can't figure out my own shit? But you want me to make another? Okay. No, Eliza, I know you work on Fridays, so I figured you'd be like out and about, but I knew most of your business with the getting back paid because I just remember praying like fucking slaughtering virgins to it. I've been trained since 2012 after getting my SSI taken from me because an ex burnt papers I was sent. What? Um, do we need to hunt? No, dude, I actually Man, I wish I would have done this eye first. I did this eye, and it took so fucking long. I just said fuck it and did nothing to the other side of my face. But unfortunately, my chat's over here. But what I did was I literally stuck with eyelash glue little stars all over my face, and then I sat here and powdered in the rainbow, and then I picked all the stars off. It was so way too long. It was dumb. Why did I do this? So I gave up. Can you see it though, Anna? I don't know. I hope so. Can you hear me? If I put my throat in, isn't that weird? You can hear me if I put my throat up to it, because it's directional. Smoking causes cancer. Sorry. Trachs are no joke. Shit is nasty. It does look really cool. It just took, I mean, it was just fucking dumb amount of time.
Welcome to the classroom.
Oh, Chachi, I'm so happy for you. Wow, sorry about the burps. I was supposed to talk to a pro bono lawyer today about suing the 3 of the people who ruined my life. Oh God, good luck, honey. Seriously, but make sure, just like now that you've gotten over the point, like you're being acknowledged, like take it slow. Don't feel like you need to rush into anything else right away. Like you've got lots of time. Take it slow. Take a minute to just enjoy what you've got right now. I think that's really important. Like a lawyer, nothing against lawyers, but they might want you to like ride the wave, like get right into the next thing, like let's go, let's go, let's go. And it's like, you know what? This was a huge step, like 7 years in the making of getting acknowledged. It's good to take a breath and enjoy that and acknowledge that that's a big accomplishment and you get to just feel that. You get to kind of bask in it for a bit. Uh, you have kids, have tons of tax breaks and credits and benefits. No kids, fuck you, pay me. I mean, I think people with kids should absolutely get tax credits and like childcare just given to them. But I also don't think I should be punished for not having kids because there's a lot of people who just can't have kids. Like mine's a choice, but a lot of people just physically can't have kids, and that it's not very fair. But not that I want to take anything away from people with kids. I think they should get much more, as I'm sure most of you do too. How the fuck are you, Lord Freetus? Thank you for the resub. I think I talked over it, acknowledged it, and then my brain went ADHD. But I love you and I see you. Thank you for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it anus swings. I appreciate you. Everything I have is on blue light filter. Like blue light is the bane. That's what I learned a lot about that when I had that ring light that was giving me migraines after stream. I learned a lot about that. Is my audio weird? Is it weird? Oh. How about now? I was probably fucking with it. I just get way too up on my mic, man. It's weird. I have night mode on my monitors too. Blue light's bad. And every time I get up on like if I have to go use Zach's computer for some reason, it's like I'm staring into like blue Christmas lights. It's so crazy because I have it off of all my shit now. Chachi, my heart. The only thing that really gives me peace if I think about Millie is that like it's kind of like a breakup in that when you're in that sad moment, all you think about is the best things that you miss. But like the last like 4 years of Millie's life were not life for her. Like they weren't a dog's life. And I think she deserved a dog's life, you know? Like if I had 3 genie wishes, one of them would be to keep Millie alive until I die and then we die together peacefully in bed. But like at the perfect age, like at 5 or 6 or something like that, where like nothing, like she was just like the epitome of health. If I would have kept her more like when she was old like that, I feel like it just would have been like a crime on my part to do such a terrible thing to my best friend, you know? Some unwritten rules of CK chat. I watched an episode of Grey's Anatomy while watching the stream. Oh my god, what episode? Was it episode 1 where she puts the bell of the stethoscope down wrong on someone's back? I'm not bitter. Oh, Chachi, your leg, my heart for you. I'm so happy for you right now. Is audio better? I got off the mics. I mean, I got away from it, so it should be better. Dude, that's what I feel like when people say Zeke. I'm like, who the fuck is Zeke? How do you like me now? Now that I'm on my way. Isn't it I'm crazy? I know country. It's fine. Night mode's the shit. Night mode and I have dark reader on my on my browser. I'm very much into it. Like Eliza set me up on a lot of that stuff. She came to visit my apartment or when I was living with Brian, I think for the first time and helped me. Like I just didn't even know you could get into settings like that on a monitor. I was like, I just can't look at monitors that long. They hurt my eyes. And once you find out like all these color settings you can fucking do for a monitor, it's amazing. And then when you end up on someone's stock computer, you're like, what's happening? Why does it hurt? Oh, it was the most current one? Boo. It was boring? Really? Boo. Boo. I have PIP, which is notorious in the UK for being a disability benefit that's hard to get. Disabled people die as a result from how bad the process is. Like, to get into it, but not once you're in it. Mine expires this year and I have to reapply? Oh, God, honey. And that's the only one that's, like, worth a shit? That seems, like, icky. Why is this a thing? Same, Chachi, same. It's the worst. It's like they have the best. I mean, no dog deserves it, honestly. Like dog, if I could give the rest of my years to the dogs, I would. Like just take them. You deserve them. You're too pure for this world. I totally feel that. I tried to adopt dogs. They won't let you adopt a dog unless you're a billionaire with like a 10-foot stone fence. Mayo, it's been good. I feel like a little guilty. I did not realize when I started doing this morning that it would take as long as it did. It just was not worth it. It's cool, but not worth it. Waiting for it can kill people. Getting kicked off. Wait. People get kicked off of it at any time, even if they're literally dying. What? Huh. The fuck? So, that's terrible. I don't know what to say. That's just terrible. I'm so sorry. I mean, it's just terrible. There's so much eugenics ingrained in our society, but also everyone must have children to get at all helped by society. I've thought about this so many times, and I don't mean to be offensive to people with children. I don't have kids, so if I say anything that's totally off base, shout it. Like, tell me to fuck off, please. I invite it. I in no way will be offended. Um, but the drive to have kids is weird because we have too many people, like way too many fucking human beings on the earth. So many. I mean, we can barely feed half of them. I think the first year of COVID, our birth rate finally, in the US at least, fell below our death rate for the first time in over 50 years. Like, we weren't dying as fast as we were replacing people faster than we were dying. And that finally flipped a little, I think. They fuck over people with kids too, really? See, I don't have kids. That's why I don't want to be offensive. I just speak to like personal experience on everything. I don't have them. But good on you that have them. Like, please have children so I don't have to have them. Like, the species does have to continue. But I feel like some people, I don't know. I feel like having kids isn't really taken very seriously by many. Most people are like actually, talk to their partner about it or something. I don't know. Or co-parent. I don't think you have to be together to be great parents to a kid in any way, shape, or form. Actually, I think it's better to be separated from your partner and have children than it is to like just have a disgustingly fucking like unhealthy relationship persistently in front of your child because that does not show your child what love is in any way, shape, or form. Like co-parenting, I think really, I mean that shows more loving than like together people. The effort into it, Jesus fuck, it's dehumanizing and disgusting process. Yeah, I mean that's disgusting. I, I was told I couldn't be ill because my nails were painted. What? Who are these people? This is like an official thing. We have too many people, and realistically speaking, by 2100, we'll have enough carbon to actually literally impair human cognition. I was reading something the other day, and we have, oh god, I'm gonna say it wrong. I want to say we have over 200 million pounds currently, like today, of CO2 in our atmosphere. And I mean, in weight, like actual physical weight, like pounds of weight of CO2, like right now. It's wild. That moment you walk over your 7th month. Oh my God, was that our first word ever? Your 7th month? Wait, Hikaru, was that the first time they ever said hi? Or like, I don't know kids and when they speak or anything. When my sister got her kid, I was like, ah, finally, I can get a get out of jail free card. Oh my God, Chachi. My sister and I like have this contention. We've had it our whole lives. Neither of us have children. Neither of us have ever like been the type of people to be like, yeah, I'm gonna have babies and get married. Like we're just kind of like, I'm gonna be a successful person. And like if I find someone who's fun to fuck, cool. That's kind of my sister and I both. And we are the only two biological children of my mom. And I think she's just pissed. Like, because we're both just, you're gonna do it first. No, you're gonna do it first. Get away from me. I'm gonna take 3 birth control tonight. She has like a fucking IUD now, so nothing's getting her. Dude, Mr. Fox, all the bullshit about NFTs, like, I just can't with it. It's gross. Lizzie, I love you. Be safe. Don't let weirdos touch you. For going out, what? Chachi, that's crazy. What? First off, how did they know? And why wouldn't you encourage someone to go on a hike? That's very healthy. Kevin Smith is releasing his next movie as an NFT. What? Okay, I think it's a really good time to take a break because nothing makes sense and the world is confusing to me right now. So I'm just gonna go scream into a pillow for approximately 5 to 7 minutes. I encourage you to stand up, stretch your body, get some water, load a bowl, and I welcome back. Okay. So I got the fidget toy thing. Bangs are the worst. Who does this? Urge to shave my head is high. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. It's fine. What up, Knives? Welcome back. How are you doing? Ugh, it's probably a bad question. What's your favorite snake? I mean, it's the worst. I think it's the worst everywhere. I don't think anyone really has figured out like a great healthcare system yet. Everybody kind of wants to think they do, but they're not great. Completely fine. Really, no pain or anything. Good. Rip Rooster. I mean, not like currently, but I took piano lessons for about 8 years, and I am classically trained in opera singing. And I have a guitar that I can roughly play some songs on. Like, I fuck around. I can read music. Let's put it that way. It's really hard for me to sit and play an instrument alone. It's like not enough stimulation anymore. I gotta have people around me. It sucks. But I have a pretty nice keyboard and a guitar I just haven't fucked with in a really long time. I really should. A little ashamed. I've let it die. But I kind of resented it a lot. It was like my mom was very insistent we played instruments because it is good for your brain. But because of that, it was like something I had to do. It wasn't a choice. I was like, I don't wanna. He doesn't know how to read music at all. Wow. I mean, a lot of people do that. Honestly, there were a lot of things that I kind of cheated on in piano where I would memorize them by ear because some of the music is just so chaotic that I don't know how anyone's just playing from reading it. Like at a certain time, you're getting muscle memory and memorizing it. Dude, there are songs that haunt me. Toccata in D minor. Toccata. There are Moonlight Sonata. There are certain songs that to this day, like Moonlight Sonata is Stairway to Heaven to guitars. to, you know, Stairway to Heaven to guitars is Moonlight Sonata to pianos. Like, stop it. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Stop it. I can't with it. There are certain things, but yeah, I did play I played clarinet for a long time. Band. I was in band in school. I was a big nerd. Back when I had a kidney stone, one doctor only offered me a morphine injection. Like one. It doesn't work that way. Blood testis, thank you. I made fresh coffee. It's very hot and I want to drink it. Give it to me. It's too hot. Woodwinds. The smell of a moist old reed haunts me to this day. I actually played clarinet. I was first chair for years. And then someone challenged me for first chair. And I didn't give a fuck about it. Like, I'm not a I'm going to challenge you kind of person. I was just put in it. And no one challenged me for years. Finally, someone challenged me. And I was like, I don't really want to do it. And I just quit band. I didn't feel like recording myself doing some scale on a fucking tape to stay in a chair or whatever. And I like had to. You couldn't just give it up. He was like, no, you have to put effort in. I was like, I'm done. Because I was already playing piano and doing opera on the side outside of school. I was like, I don't need this. My mom won't care if I'm in band or not. End of To the Moon game. Ooh. Do you know the name of the song? Sax. They tried to get me to play sax, but I stayed. There were fewer clarinets, which was weird, but they wanted more saxes for some reason. I was like, no, I'm good. Saxes are really cool though. I wish I would have gone with sax. I feel like clarinet's one of those instruments that unless you're phenomenal at it, like in a jazz sense, they don't sound good alone. You know, until it's kind of like a violin. Like a violin, you got to get kind of good at it before it ever starts sounding good. Before that point, it's just like through your reed. It's the nightmares. The nightmares. The nightmares. Everyone wants more sax. I mean, everybody. If like a modern song comes out and there's a fucking sexual sax solo in the middle, I will dry hump it. Eliza, welcome to the land of freedom. We were all talking about all the horrible instruments we played as children. As you know, I was a clarinet kid. Morphine injections work wonders on me. In fact, I'll get the adrenaline to run a marathon just upon seeing it. But like long term with a kidney stone, like a morphine's pretty fast acting. That shit would be out of your body within 24 hours, even an injection. Like you'd be in pain again, I would think. With trombone, I love brass instruments. Honestly, the only reason I got stuck with clarinet, was because when I was in elementary school, when they like started, you know, getting kids into band for middle school and high school and whatever, you had to be able to come like an hour before school started. So you had to have parents that could drive you to school. And my mom was a respiratory therapist. So 3 days out of the week, she had to be at work way earlier than school even started for me. The only day of the week she could get off was clarinet day. Or it was like clarinets and flutes. I did not want to play a flute. Shit looked weird. I was like, there's not even an opening at the end. What's happening? So, of course, I went with the stinky reed one. Why am I like this? I wanted to play drums. Pretty positive my mom was really happy I did not get to play drums. Bad sax sounds like thunk. I mean, that's a clarinet, dude. Just like squeaks and squeals. That's one of the reasons I liked piano is, you know, unless you're throwing bad chords on the piano on purpose, it's kind of hard to make it sound really fuck terrible. Whereas you just have your lips the wrong way and you hit the reed the wrong way on a clarinet and it's like a record scratch. It's terrible. I wish I picked flute, such a lighter instrument. I didn't want to do flute simply because every girl in my class wanted to do flute. That was it. Like literally, this was when I was really little, so we were still in the Seattle area, so big school. And every single female in my grade wanted to play flute because it was like feminine or some shit. And they all had like piccolos and shit. And I was like, nah. And me and my friend Liz did clarinet to be like, fuck the man. I was in 4th grade and I was fucking the man already. But it was a phase. You were the only girl in brass. Our brass section was pretty diverse, actually, which was cool. I was jealous. I always wanted to do brass instruments. I thought they were so much more fun. The taste of new reed was great. Do you vividly remember the taste of a stank reed? That's what I remember. Like that bitter. Whatever. I don't even know. It's like old spit. Ugh. It's the worst. If you played a reed instrument, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Essentially, if you play a reed instrument, it means that you literally have to like stick a specially crafted piece of reed into the lip, like the head of the instrument where you put your mouth, and it helps create the sound. It creates the vibration between your lips that blow air into it, blah, blah, blah. And you have to like, when you get a new one, you got to like suck on it and make it all soft, and then you squish it in and tie it on, whatever. But you just leave it in there all wet with your spit. Like at the end of practice, you like take the head off and blow your spit out of it, but you don't take the reed out. No one does. Don't pretend you did. Nobody does. So it just like festers. And eventually you open up your case one day and there's that smell. And you're like, I shouldn't put my mouth on that. Probably gonna, but I shouldn't. And you do it anyways. It's a bad time. Don't do that. Reed instruments are gross. The VA for Bob in Bob's Burgers in Archer hired an entire jazz band to make music, and he played the piano without knowing how to play piano. The fuck? That's amazing, though. That's just talent. They wanted me to march around in 110-degree weather and hold this hot brass instrument. We didn't have a marching band, thank fuck. Like this one time at band camp, dude, with a clarinet, I would have ended up in the ER, let's be honest. Both ends are a danger zone. In middle school, my school's band teachers started asking kids what they wanted to play. It went alphabetical, so by the time it got to me, there were too many percussions, so I had to take the sax. That's kind of shitty. That's not very fair. I mean, not that life is fair, but that's a little shitty. Nasty old reed, dude. It's the worst. The worst. I think I changed mine too often, honestly, because you know the sound when you had a new reed. Like they're usually really, really hard. And it's usually like this high, you're much more likely to get a squeal coming out of your instrument, whatever it is, with a new reed. Ugh, but I would change it too often because that smell, the idea of it. Ugh. I imagine flutes probably fill up with spit too, though. Around grade 6 or 7, the music teacher signed me up for the choir with no input from me. Oh, nice. But I didn't pursue singing ever since I tried to sing a note. I physically couldn't. And the teacher told me she seemed happy about the energy I put into it. I had, my opera teacher, coach, she was just a lady that did it out of her house. But she made me feel so shitty when I was younger. I still went and got lessons from her, which was crazy. But something really similar happened to me. So you guys know I have like a gravel to my voice, naturally. I have a range I can sing in, and it's kind of ish. I just have that. I've had that my whole life since I was a child. Like, it's nothing I've done to myself or anything. It's not from smoking pot. I just have a rough voice. And when I was taking opera, I think it was like the 3rd time I ever went to see this woman for opera lessons. And I literally only started going because like one of my friends started going, a girlfriend of mine in elementary school. And I was like, all my aunts can sing opera. Like, they all sing it like really well. And I was like, okay, I've got to have something in me that can sing. So why not? I'll try it. And like the 3rd time ever going, I was doing a scale and she just stopped me and she goes, do you have like a persistent infection in your throat or maybe like tonsillitis? And I was like, what? And she's like, she said something along the lines of your gravel of your voice is kind of just ruining everything. And I was like, what does that mean? I'm 10. And like my mom wasn't there, like no one there to like, how dare you? So I just sit there and took it. Like she was basically telling me like, you can't sing, you'll never be able to sing. But I never told my mom and she just kept taking me and I was fine. It was just, I was dehydrated or something. I don't know. I have gravel. Some people are gravelly. Fucking Adele has gravel to her voice. Go fuck yourself. Doesn't mean you can't sing. Rafferty's Baker Street out of my head, but it's a good earworm to have. Wait, I don't even know that one. I wish we could listen to music on stream. I'm not. I wish. Is anyone going to PAX East? Eliza's asking again. I played the recorder when I was younger because it was the only thing my family could afford. It was fun though. I never got one. I feel like my school might have provided them. We didn't have to. I never got like personally had one. Yeah, the possibly moldy, rank, slightly wavy. You're like that discoloration's definitely not mold. Oh, smell. It's mold. Yeah, those days. Those are the best. I bought myself a guitar years ago because it was like a used one for a stupid good price, and I don't know why, but I can't trust myself. I string instruments are hard. That's all I'm gonna say. I've played a fair amount of instruments and can read music, and string instruments boggle my mind. Janis Joplin, thank you. Why won't we just do it in the road? I can't sing like her, but she had an amazing voice. This pack's gonna be pure business. I think most people just don't. From what I get overall, Eliza, is it's like a distrust of humans in general. Like most people are just like, y'all don't wash your fucking hands. It's the fretboard, but also like for me, the fretboard's easy. Like I'm pretty good at at this point. I've been teaching myself for a couple years, just nothing major, nothing consistent. I am in no way good. But for me it's hitting the right spot on my fingertip on the strings. That for me, like I don't know if it's just me, but I have this thing where like by itself, I literally cannot bend that second joint until these fingers go down. And so when it's like just something like that, that finger's a flop nozzle. It just like is double jointed and flops over, and I can't hit just one string with it. That's the biggest struggle for me in terms of guitar at the current time. Is I have double jointed fingies, and they are not like I don't like literally put your finger down and now try to bend that first knuckle by itself. Who can do that? I'm flexing it. I'm telling you. Like, what the fuck? So that's I mean, if you have advice on how to make my finger firmer, stiffer, that'd be great. Oh my god, is it 420? Cheers. I don't have my clock up. Fuck. I have a bowl though. Cheers, everybody. Happy 420. Thank you. I spent an embarrassing amount of time on it, but it looks nice. It's okay. Not worth the time. Where the fuck's my lighter? In my pocket. I got it. This is my bean. Practice, this is true, but it's like I don't think I have the ligament or the muscle to practice to get that. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I've never seen anyone who has this problem. Like, I've Googled it, and everyone's like, you just put your fingertip on the string. And I'm like, yeah, but what if your fingertip does that when you do it? And you can't. Oh my god, one of my dogs farted, and it's so bad. Smoke quick. It's Lilith. She's under my desk. She smells so fucking rank. Why do you smell like you're dying on the inside? I'm unhappy. Cheers. I don't want to inhale because I know it's going to be her fart air. It's so bad. Oh, cheers. Logi, that's kind of how I feel. PAX is not my favorite con by any means. I've always like the first PAX I ever went to was an experience to say the least. I went to PAX East, was my first one, and you see all those enormous displays, you know, the ARC display and shit like that. And it's kind of like a mini theme park. But after that, like every single year I've gone since then, they're the exact same displays, exact same ARC dinosaur, like everything's the exact same. And it feels to me personally, just personal, that PAX is much more geared towards just industry and like fans of games, like major fans that are willing to stand 6 hours in a line to try out a new game. And I'm never going to do that. I don't touch the games because that's how you get PAX Pox. Every fucking year it happens. And like honestly, not many Twitch people go in terms of like the scale of it. PAX is huge and it's sardine like in terms of how many people are normally there outside of COVID. Whereas when you go to TwitchCon, it's like everyone there gets it. It's not like you're going to end up talking to some dev who, I'm not being ageist, but an older dev who still at this point is rejecting Twitch as an idea. They're like, oh, we haven't dipped into that. It's like, I'm not here to convince anyone to look at Twitch or be on Twitch. You asked what I do for a living. This is what I do for a living. Can I try your game? Versus TwitchCon, it's just like everybody gets it. It's like the one place in the world I don't have to struggle bust through explaining what I do every day. You know what I mean? And everyone there's your friend. Like you just feel like that sense of community. She is Queen of the Underground. Stop it, Lil. Your farts are disgusting. She's laying on my foot. Ugh, her farts are so bad. Just her, though, man. Death farts. I think she just farted again. I'm unhappy. I don't have, like, any spray near me. Normally, I have, like, a room spray or something. I don't have anything near me to save me. Save me from this hellscape that is Lilith's asshole. So bad. Oh, take my mind off of it. I'm not smelling anything. You think so? Daydreaming, this is the thing. Like, our dogs, same parents, same litter. They eat the exact same food every day. But only Lilith smells like she's dying on the inside. It's amazing. Seriously. I've been a music teacher and had kids who did not think they could learn any music because they've been told they're tone deaf. Stop it. That's heartbreaking to me. Let me finish this. Anyone can learn most things as long as you have someone who supports you and anyone teaching to accommodate what you need and not what you want. Exactly. 100% agree with you. This is how I feel when people tell me I can't draw or I can't do art. I get really upset about it because it's like implying we were people that paint. I'm not saying I'm like some fantastic artist, but it's like implying I was born with it or something. When in fact, I enjoy the activity, so I do it every single day, which some people might call practice. Like 34 years of daily practice. I think anybody, if you enjoy what you're doing, like it's technically practice for anything, you can get into anything. I think the same. Outside of like obviously I've got some sort of physical manifestation here that's limiting some guitar playing. I need to work around this little stupid flicky ring finger joint of mine, but if I can get around that, like I can read music. I can actually like I've like made up my own ways to put my fingers down on some chords because of this stupid finger. But, if anybody saw me do that, they'd be like, "Oh my fuck." Nitrate gloves. It's probably smart. I have a litter box not far from my desk, and my cats have eaten something so horrible. Oh god, I'm so sorry. It's the worst, dude. It's like you just know when it's happening. Bernie, Lilith fucking farted. She's under my desk, and it just is like a dying creature. If you can't rob that bank, watch me. I mean, I feel like a lot of people do that to themselves, though. You know what I mean? Like, no, I don't think anyone's going to come at another person and be like, you can't do art. Like, people just do it on themselves. Like, I can't draw. I just can't do that. Because the first time they tried it, like, wasn't great. It's like, let me pull out my drawings from when I was 3 years old. I promise you they weren't top notch. Like, and art is highly subjective. So the product can be a horrific piece of garbage to you and someone's going to pay $200 for it or $2,000 for it. Art is art. If you enjoy creating, making, just fucking do it. Get can or can't even out of the fucking equation. Does it really, Fax? Do you play guitar? How do you get it to curl? How do you get it to go down without putting your other ones down? Oh my god, if I had peppermint oil, I'd just sprinkle it on our beehole. Said that he actually felt kind of insulted whenever someone said he was gifted because it took away from all the work he put into getting good at it. I never thought of it that way, but because It's still hard for me to think of it that way, honestly, simply because, and this is just me personally, I don't think of drawing as like practice or work. I like obsess about the moment that I get to sit down with my iPad or like sit down and paint. Like that is such a cathartic, like therapeutic, wonderful activity for me to do. I look forward to it. And by doing it over and over, you just like get better at it. So it's arguably work and practice, but it's only really work if you don't like it. If you like hate what you're doing. But you're going to hate doing it when you're good at it too. It doesn't get enjoyable someday. It's the same shit you're doing. You just kind of get faster, I think. Right? Maybe? I don't know. Everyone wants to be a savant. Well, I think we're a very instantaneous society. You know, it's like instant gratification. Very much so. I think that's a lot of the reason why it's harder for people to get into reading these days, because you could sit down for 2 hours and essentially get the same information out of a movie, or you could spend 3 days diving into a book. It's work unless you enjoy the activity, you know? To me, it's not work to read a book. I fucking get horny about it, but I enjoy it. Mentally, like it gives me my dopes and my Sarahs or whatever they are. You know what I'm saying? I think it's really like we're driven to do the thing that gives us the outcome worth it in our own minds, you know? A natural aptitude for something, I can see some measure of success. I'll give up banging my head against a brick wall with all time and effort and money for stuff that requires consuming materials just to reach the level of almost competent. I don't think anyone ever thinks they're like a master though, or like real good. I don't know. Like, how do you have a natural aptitude? How would you even know? Who's there to judge it? Like, how would I judge it? I hate everything I make. But I've sold a lot of paintings. Like, arguably, they're likable, but I don't like them. Not judging, seriously asking. I don't know. Brains are weird. I always think about that. Like, how do you judge an aptitude for something? Like, is it because when you tried doing it, you enjoyed it? You enjoyed doing it? Or when you tried doing it, you were like, this seems tedious and messy and I'm not into it. And what I came out with didn't really please me. So all over, it's just not a great situation. Like, I'm not going to do that anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've had that, like, I'm trying to think. I've fucked with clay sculpting. It's not that I can't. It's that I don't like it. I hated it. I had to do it in high school, like throw a pot, and we had to do free form clay shit and like cook it in a kiln and stuff. And like all the nasty, disgusting, gushy mess up to like this kind of semi like a pot. I was like, I don't like it. It's not that I can't do it, but I don't like it. I don't want to do it. I didn't have any pleasure in it at all. I don't. Not my thing. I tried, but not my thing. That's Gypsy. That's how I feel like if I don't know. I don't know though if I've ever had an emotional response to any of my art. Really. I don't know. That's a good question. Oh, Taz, dude. Right, what was it for me? I mean, to this day, faces. I hate painting or drawing faces. Unless it's just a portrait. Just a portrait, I'm decent. But if I have to like do a full figure with an expression face, a face with expression or something on it, I swear to fuck, if you guys ever see me post art, which I very rarely do because I'm pretty shy about what I make, if there's a face, there were at least 77 layers involved in repainting that face. Because they're just, I think it's because our brains highly know what a face looks like. Like, we are so apt at saying, that's a face. That's a face. Like, we see faces and things that aren't faces, you know, like tree bark and shit like that. That my brain cannot accept it unless it's perfect. It's obsessive. Faces suck. I really avoid them. Unless it's just a portrait. Like, I did a portrait of PB and a couple other people in the table story world. Like, those don't fuck me up as much. I don't know why. Maybe because I can focus more on the detail of that and I don't have to think about the sinew of the whole body pulling in a direction with the face or whatever. I mean, Howie, the thing for me, and I've heard this from other artists as well, is like with any project, like if you're making anything, you're like literally anything, you're typing code, if you're making a dresser, painting a painting, you're going to have bumps along the way, right? You're going to like have nicks and bumps where you have to repaint someone's face 25 times or something like that, you know, tear out some nails and re-drill holes because you measured wrong. And for me personally, and I've heard this from a couple other people, I can't not see those ever again. Like, I could never hang my own painting on the wall because I don't see the forest for the trees. I see that fucked up tree in the middle, the one that I spent 6 hours on. You know what I'm saying? And I can't for years. I mean, I still have my mom has art from like my college days and shit. And I look at it and I'm like, I can remember that. Like, I can't. You just get so hyper focused on them. I can't not look at them. But then if I never told you about any of my struggles with a painting and I just showed you one of my paintings and someone loves it, I will not point those things out to them. They don't see them. They have no idea what happened. It doesn't matter to them, so it's not important. But I cannot stop seeing them. And when I see them, I'm immediately back in the moment of the frustration of it. Even though I said I did a good job on my car installs, I still think I did a bad job. Stop it. It's so beautiful. I still can't believe you did it on your own. Do you know how many people? I mean, I would argue to say almost everyone here, we would just pay someone else to do something like that. That's insane. Oh, drawing human anatomy with charcoal. Stop. Did you guys have live model days where it was just fucking like that thin? Oh, I can't even remember the charcoal types because I hate charcoal. It's messy. The thin, like, it's like a noodle of charcoal. And you had to like just draw bizarre naked people that got paid to stand there for a couple hours. Our model, I mean, I swear to fuck, I don't know if it was just my class. We always had this dude who was just like a dude who was like 84. He had a cane and could barely walk. He'd get buck ass naked and bend over on a stage, and we'd have to sketch him in charcoal. He was the nicest dude, but I mean, I was 18 at the time. I was in college, so I was not brave.
Orgy! Yay! Blood orgy!
My heart stopped. I wasn't brave enough to ask him, like, so what drives you to show us your ball sack every day? But he was a very nice person. KPP. Katie Peters plays. Hail Breb, motherfuckers. Guys, I would like you to meet one of my favorite humans in the whole world. Katie Peters plays. Another one of the great Katies, of course. You guys know I've never met one I don't like. That's true to this day. I've heard there's some out there. I'm convinced they're not real, though. Katie's amazing. Her community's amazing. And if you love a role play and table story specifically, she not only has starred in some shows, she fucking GMs, DMs, storytells, whatever you want to call it. How are you, love? I love your shark so much. Dude, I've been on such a shark kick ever since I learned that one fact. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my stream. My name's ClassyKatie. It's fucktabulous to meet you. I appreciate you joining my family today. So a while back, I learned that the sharks as a species are quite literally older than trees as a species, like on our planet. So we went and rated KPP with this wonderful message of sharks are older than trees. And ever since that, I can't. Thank you for those biddies, you silly love. I can't stop learning about sharks now. Like, this is my new thing. I'm literally painting a picture of a hammerhead shark right now because hammerheads scare me the most. And this is how I get over fears. Mayo gifted a sub to KPP. Mayo, you silly fuck. I appreciate you. KPP, you know what's up. Consensuality and all the good things. What's up, everyone? Do you like it? Thank you. I spent way too much time on that today. So when I was done with this side, I said, absolutely not. I'd like to stream in the next 24 hours. So we went real basic on the other side. But I think it comes up pretty cool. I hope you guys can see it's actually stars. KPP is amazing. It's okay. I mean, honestly, very rarely in my life have I ever actually gone by Katie. So don't worry about it. CK, Kate, the Katester. Totally fine. Katie goes by KPP, to be honest. Very few people actually get their name these days. Thank you. I tried. I thought it was kind of cool. I got inspired by something I saw on like Instagram or something last night. So of course I dreamt about it, woke up thinking about it, had to do it. It's the Katie Cop Hoplopolis. It's true. It's real. May I ask why specifically hammerheads? Because they, as far as I've read, they're the largest shark that hunts in a pack and like moves as a school, which is a horrific fear to me. To me, like one singular shark that is very scary, I respect. Not gonna go fuck with a fucking great white or something. I'm not gonna go out there and do this. As someone recently, I saw on the news like some kid was swam out to poke a white shark, a great white, like in the water. Please don't do this. The pack of the malicious hammerheads with their little is a terrifying idea to me as a very fleshy, soft creature that doesn't breathe underwater. But I haven't got through all the sharks yet, to be honest. Like there's so many. That's the other thing. I had no idea. I knew there was a good amount. I had no clue. I mean, no clue. Hundreds of sharks. Hundreds. Did you know that in Colorado, they're trying to reintroduce a prehistoric shark to our lakes, of which I haven't seen. I don't know where this water body is, but what? It's crazy. Sharks. They're fish. Reet Mirabla? Come on now. Their heart doesn't beat unless they move. Wild. Sharks. I'm telling you guys, like, you just like go on YouTube and type in sharks. It's really cool. They're really cool. Scary as hell. Like, the more I learn about them, the more I fear them, but also so much respect. Like, they are prehistoric beings of the ocean who are carnivorous, which is a pretty when the big fleshy things on the land are like overfishing, you still survive and thrive. It's pretty wild. Wild. And yet a dolphin can like headbutt you to death. So many crazy things. Pack sharks, big pack sharks. Do they strike each other with their heads? I haven't got there yet. What? Do they actually do that? Oh, that's terrifying. Oh my god.
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
Joy is either your meds if you're bipolar like I am. Whatever gets you through the day. Could be a delicious cup of coffee. King's Coast. I forgot what it is already. Mezcal. Nope. It's my favorite roast so far. I just forget the fucking name of it every day. It's so good. Not sponsored, just really good coffee. KPP loves coffee too. Another way you can tell someone's character. Good coffee lovers. No, I put it on my soundboard, Sex.
Did you take your
I
joy
just took
today?
control.
Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
I took control. Blue sharks and black white fin sharks run in huge gangs. Dude, I'm so excited to learn about more sharks. Seriously. I do this often with animals. Like, I'll find one that's mildly interesting, find one video on them, learn everything I possibly can about them. This might be why I own over 50 tarantulas currently. We won't go there right now. But yeah, amazing. Like, just this morning, actually, on Instagram, I saw, like, I followed the sharks tag. Of course I did. There's, like, this Greenland shark that can live, like, 600 years or something. Because it's so cold in the water and its metabolism's so low, but it's huge. Like, it's a huge aquatic creature. I can't remember if it's a carnivore or not, but what the fuck? Things we don't like, you always Jaws. We all grew up with Jaws. Jaws is the case in point of KPP's wonderful sharks of her channel. We like who didn't? And that is so not sharks in any way, shape, or form. Like it's nothing accurate. Which is comfort, but also they're everywhere. Like there are sharks everywhere. I have a personal shark story. I don't know if I've ever told this one to KPP. Probably not, because she's legit kind of afraid of sharks. So I don't try to give people fear. But I saw you said there's more people die from bees. So I was literally present for a shark death in Hawaii, which is wild. It doesn't happen often. However, I was on Maui, and apparently Maui is the island of sharks. They like it. I don't know. I don't even remember what kind of shark it was. I knew at the time, and I don't remember. It was Maui. So if you guys know, it was Maui. But if you go to Hawaii anywhere, I'm not rich. I was taken by a rich ex's mother, just FYI. It's very expensive to go to any of the islands, just a flight alone, Jesus Christ. But if you're ever fortunate enough to make it out there, in the way that in Florida, every 2 feet, there's a sign that says alligators don't go near the water, don't swim in the water, don't touch the water is death, poison, toxic, no, red flashing lights. In Hawaii, same thing, but it says the swimming hours for humans because after 5 p.m. or sunset is like high shark hunting time. And while being attacked is not likely, why would you fucking want to be out there while they're hunting? Like, don't do that. Let's not interrupt normal wildlife. And so I was on Hawaii because my boyfriend at the time's mother was getting married and she wanted to get married on Hawaii. So she flew all the kids out there and their spouses. And literally, we pull up to the beach that she's going to get married at. She's dressed, we've done her hair, she's wearing a goddamn flower crown. And all of a sudden, like right behind us, it's like 7 bright red Jeeps show up. You see a bright red helicopter go over our head. Apparently, this is like a response team in Hawaii to shark attacks. Everything's red and scary, and all these people run out on the beach that Vedette is supposed to be getting married on in like 10 minutes. We have the priest. It's comical now, but long story short, what ended up happening, we did not find out at the scene. We found out there was a shark attack. It was like 7 p.m., sunset time, like deep sunset time when you're not supposed to swim. There's signs everywhere that say don't swim past 5 p.m., blah, blah, blah. Some people can't read. It's fine. There was a shark attack and they were like, you cannot go on the beach right now. And she was like, we are absolutely going on the beach. I'm getting married right now, motherfucker. So we went like behind some giant boulder, but we could hear the helicopter in the back of this wedding. Like I was 5 feet from the ceremony because it was just the kids. Like we dressed up like in cute Hawaiian shit, but that was it. I couldn't hear the priest, one word he was saying because of the helicopter wind happening this whole time. It was fucking hilarious. But not because what happened was actually a nanny from Washington State, where I was living at the time, had her arm ripped off by a shark and died. Like right there. What the fuck? Like she was brought there by the family to watch the kids. Apparently went swimming by herself. Which is when I learned apparently most of the shark attacks in the world happen on Maui for some reason. Like it's just shallow enough or something. It's like their hunting grounds. But like what the fuck? It was way too close to home and real weird and I felt horrible. The wedding part was the funny part. Obviously death is never funny. That was a horrible horrible tragedy. But the way that, the wedding went down was like out of a movie. Dude, the shark was like, "Not today, bitch." I think they're still married to be honest. This also happened in Disney World. Gators, I mean, they're animals, right? There's a food chain going on. They're just animals. And we're like long pig, right? We're like a pig on its fucking hind legs most of the time. That's probably what we look like. I mean, this is the thing, facts. Like, I went swimming in the ocean. I've lived on water most of my life. I've gone swimming in the ocean a million times. I went snorkeling the whole time I was there. I don't know. It's pretty easy, like, not to go after 5 p.m. It's kind of chilly. Never saw a shark. I did have a sea turtle slap my ass though. You're not allowed to touch the sea turtles. Like it's like a $5,000 fine if anyone catches you poking one. But they don't tell you that the sea turtles just disregard your presence in any way, shape, or form and don't give a fuck. So they will just swim into you if you don't get out of their way because they're just kind of like floating. They come in to get cleaned by other fish or something. It's like a turtle spa, natural. It's weird. But I had one literally come at me and like whap, and I was like, "What the? Oh my god! An ancient dinosaur touched my booty. Now I'm immortal." That's the magic of glutes. The shark was armed. Oh my fuck! I don't know if they got her arm back. I mean, that's one of those things. Like, it feels so disrespectful to ask. Like she died. It's such a horrible tragedy, but I kind of want to know. Those sea turtles, dude, they just don't give a fuck, man. And I was in there like there's a popular place on Maui called Black Rock where you can snorkel and it's a natural reef and it's like right off the coast, like trying to think the distance, like 3 car lengths off the coast. And all of a sudden it's this beautiful reef with like every colorful fish you can fucking imagine in copious quantities. So everybody goes to Black Rock to snorkel. But if you go around swim around the bend from this Black Rock coral reef, it's a turtle spot. And there's no signs and no one tells you. And then you're spanked. It's crazy. But then I just got to float there and watch turtles get picked clean by fish, which was pretty mystical. Snorkeling is just where you float on the top, by the way. It's not like the diving shit. Dude, I don't even know which one it was. Out of all the turtles, which one do you think would spank a random white girl in Hawaii? I'm gonna go Leonardo. I mean, maybe because I was in their turtle cove. I mean, it's like agreed upon. Like, you're here, so you're gonna pick my face clean or get the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? I don't judge. I was in their territory. Like, I'm obviously don't have gill. I'm obviously don't have gills. English is a tough one today, isn't it, Katie? I don't have gills. Like, this isn't my natural habitat, so respect. I just floated back. But sometimes, like, the waves that are there are pretty hefty. Like, it's pretty windy, so you don't have a lot of control, which is how you kind of get pushed in. No touchy, but they can touch you. I don't even know. I don't know if I would get in trouble if someone saw them touch me. Maybe they'd be like, you were too close. But really, the current and the waves are so strong. One, blow up, and you're in the turtle. Like, you don't, I'm a person. Like, I don't have the webbies. I can't get that fast. Raph wouldn't care. Dude, Raph would probably be the one that would be like, fucking women. Fucking ruin the good times. Fuck. Such a fucking wet blanket. Least favorite. Hate me if you must. Wet blanket, though. People who take themselves too seriously drive me nuts. I can't take it. And Raph is like the epitome of. The epitome of, excuse me. I burped. Donnie just be high as fuck. Getting his like face picked by some fish. There's some crazy fish though. I remember one of the fish we saw a lot actually. It's apparently it's a school fish, like a fish that'll swim in schools. I only ever saw a couple at a time, but they're a unicorn. They look like a dory fish, but they're pure white and they have a unicorn horn. I can't remember what they're called. I looked it up at the time. I don't remember anymore. But you just see like 5 of them, and they are very not afraid of people that like come up to the surface and start picking at your feet and shit like you're a turtle. It's pretty cool. Raph hate fucking. Dude, he would like Raph absolutely washes his cum off of his hands with his own tears after he jerks off. That's all I'm saying. He strikes me as the self-loathing type, like heavily. He doesn't know how to express his inner emotions. Man. But like Splinter can say it, but you gotta show me that there's something deeper than just like a pissy turtle. You know what I'm saying? I know it's just a cartoon, but a lot of us took this cartoon very seriously. And all you showed me was like a pissy turtle. Like, give me a redeeming quality. You know what I'm saying? I gotta have something. Even Hannibal Lecter had like something that you liked. Whether it was like his straight lines or his, you know, knife skills, whatever. Oh my God, Donnie's bongs. Oh my fuck. Can you even imagine? But none of them would be finished. Like he would start a new one every day, never finish it. There'd just be a pile. Damn, damn, damn. I could see it. Dude, that guy has a show on Netflix now. The damn dude with the cheeseburger. He has like a fucking Netflix show. It's wild. It wasn't very good. Like, not my kind of thing. His energy's a little too high for me. But I love his damn, damn, damn memes. Those were funny. Damn, damn, damn. I can't even. What did he eat? A Five Guys burger for the first time? Was it Five Guys? Arguably, it is the best. I think it's the best burger. This is too expensive. You can't convince me that your burger is $15. Like, there's no fucking way. Solidarity in HD. Dude, same though. It's a rough life, man. I was saying this. Zach pulled me into his stream yesterday for some fucking reason. I don't remember. I was really high. Like, cramps. Just smoked myself stupid. I don't even remember. But we were talking about ADD, and I was like, sometimes I feel like I just walk in circles in my house, going through various rooms, wondering why did I get up in the first place? All day. It's constant. It's just like this cycle of where are we right now mentally? Why am I here? Suddenly I'm doing dishes. Like I just end up picking up a chore in the room that I end up in because I just don't fucking remember why I got up. It's weird. It is, and it's just because everything that you sensory-wise take in on your journey to the thing you originally thought of interrupts anything you were previously thinking of. So, like, if I get up and I want to get a book out of my bedroom because I forgot it there, but there's a sock in the hallway, like someone dropped a sock, I have to pick that sock up and put it in the dirty laundry or put it in the washer or something. And by the time I do that, I can't fucking remember what I was doing in the hall anymore. So I just end up doing some laundry. I have no clue. It's like it's maddening, but also most of the things I get up to do probably aren't that important anyways. So if it was important, like it'd probably come up again, I would hope. But yeah, I feel like like squirrel, like anything mentally. I mean, I can see a photo on the wall and it will completely interrupt what the fuck I was walking to doing because I'll start thinking about it or something. I can't not. It's like you can't turn off the intake. For me, at least. I don't know if it's that way for anybody else, but I can't stop the intake ever. So it's really hard to just think of a thing. Like one thing. I'm having trouble like explaining it. It's hard to put into words because I feel like I'm talking like I'm a bird or something. It's not that bad, but I mean it's like it's a non-voluntary thing. I'm not doing it on purpose by any means. It's just, you know, if I let myself relax for 1 second, it happens. So it's like either I have to be hyper vigilant and literally chant it like get the book in the bedroom, 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 get the book in the bedroom on my way to the bedroom. It's gone. It's just gone because I relaxed. Like it's the stupidest thing in the entire world, but literally I think that it's like if you think of it in terms of a muscle, it's because I decided to take a breather. Fuck me, right? $20 chicken and waffles? Ooh, yum. I feel like a lot more effort goes into making good fried chicken and waffles than it does a smash burger. Not that effort isn't put in, but like, how many guys can you eat in one sitting? How much time do they have? Burb is the word. Put a bird on it. And knives, that's it, exactly. But for me to focus on something, I literally have to like start singing about it or chant it, especially if it's numbers. Oh my fuck. I mean, thank God for copy paste and these like Authy apps. Just a 4 number. If you said something to me while I was chanting it in my head, I'd hit you or be like, shut the fuck up. 3796, 3796, 37. Don't look at me. 37. I forgot 379. Go fuck yourself. I'm never talking to you again. And I'd have to walk away and go find it again. Like, I can't. My brain, it fights. Like, it's not that I can't. My brain says no. But my body, you know what I'm saying? It's an internal fight, like, all day. Like, just do what I know you can do. And your brain's like, no. But, like, obviously I'm functioning. It's not so bad that I, like, don't manage to shower and brush my teeth. I'm sure some people it does, but I've learned to like trick myself. I've told you guys this. A lot of things because of this constant input. I was just talking about this the other day. We were talking about using sunscreen and someone in chat was like, I just cannot be bothered to remember. Like, how do you remember to put that into your routine? And I was like, because I didn't say the constant input, because I know I'm an out of sight, out of mind kind of person. Everything that I know I want to remind myself, I know I need to do, I know I need to think of, it has to be in my visual range where I will at one point scan it and notice it and see it. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. If it's in a drawer or a cupboard or I don't see it, it does not exist to me. It's like object permanence disappears unless it's something I use regularly. Like I'm opening the cupboard every day for some reason. It's gone. Like it has to be in my vision. Otherwise, who the fuck is it? Who does it belong to? What are you even talking about? What's your name? Who are we? You know what I mean? It's weird, but I do. I play tricks on myself all the time. Oh man, Jazz, 100% not. I mean, I still don't like saying my age because it's gross. I'm 34 and I do this every day, all the time, constantly. I chant things. I'll start singing about it, and people will be like, "The fuck is wrong with you?" I'm like, "I have to remember to take the trash out," because I won't unless it's a song. And then suddenly I'm like, "Why do I have this beat? Oh my god, trash!" I mean, it's like you can like I could personally, I could totally use ADHD as a crutch to just be a piece of shit and lay around and be like, I can't function. Or I can just play the game back on my own brain, which I choose to do because I have way too much energy just to lay around all day. I couldn't do it. I'd rip my hair out or something. Out of sight, out of mind. Oh, I mean, it's horrid. Horrid. I have 5 bags of flour, like bread flour, because every time I want to make a cake or something or cookies, I go buy another bag. Even though I have a cupboard directly next to the oven under which is all the baking goods, I don't remember to open it. I just go buy more flour. So now I have 5 bags of flour. Out of sight, out of mind. It's a painful thing, but I think it's just because I can't stop the visual and auditory intake of anything in my environment. So there's no like downtime to think of something not in my environment ever. And this is not something on purpose. It's just something that's how I function, you know? If you don't have downtime to like think of stuff not in your environment, you never will. And my brain never slows down, like just doesn't. I've never watched How I Met Your Mother actually, which is weird. I reject your attempts to store this information for the next minute. Be gone with you. Doesn't it feel like that? It literally feels like your brain's wringing you out like a sponge, like, not today, bitch. You thought you were going to remember that phone number for 5 seconds, but you don't. It's a fight. It's literally like someone asking you to flex a muscle you physically don't have. And you're like, no, but I can't. And they're like, just do it, pussy. And you're like, okay. I don't get it. I'm actually gonna go through a diagnosis process soon. Kind of have a feeling I have ADHD, but I want to make I want to make super sure. Does it like? Do you feel like it like impedes your everyday kind of life? Literally sings everything he does to remember it. Me. Very musical. I used to do it all the time in school too, like in college. It's how I remembered a lot. To this day, it's how I remember a lot of things is making little tunes for it and shit. Because there is something about music and memory. It sticks more for some reason. I don't know the specifics of it. I'm not a neuroscientist by any means, but I learned a little bit about it. And I remember they said that it was one of the tricks we learned in one of my psych classes. Is that's why we learn like commercial jingles real quick and they stick with us like forever. Brusha, 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 brush with new Ipana. Brusha, brusha, brusha. It's healthy for your teeth. Forever. Music makes it stick harder. I don't know why. Though it's interesting. Anxiety depression was the main issue, so I feel like all that's happening to me now was on the back burner. Well, you know what's interesting is not saying this applies to you in any means. I'm not a psychologist, but I mean, you might want to mention it to your doc. When I went and talked to mine, a big thing I learned about ADHD is depression and anxiety is oftentimes a huge result of ADHD. Like it is like the wound from the disease, kind of, or like the physical. It's more like the physical aspects, because a lot of people. I learned this really recently. It was really cool though. I listened to this really amazing psychologist, psychiatrist, whatever, talking about ADHD on YouTube, and she was saying that one thing's really interesting about ADHD is the traits expressed, like visually expressed, like when you look at someone and go, "Wow, that's an ADHD trait." In kids are often interpreted just differently by whoever the parents are or whatever the presumed gender of the child is or whatever they expect the child to do. Such as one of the number one, oh my God, Spaz, I just saw your resub. Bitch, thank you for the resub, lover. I might have talked over it. I don't know. I'm sorry. I turned it up. Um, the traits are often seen, they're just perceived differently. So, like, for instance, some people on the ADHD spectrum will be very, very physically hyperactive, but not have an outlet for it. And so they'll scream and they'll just run and throw pillows and make a really big mess. Whereas some people who just have ADHD will already be enrolled in sports. And so that physical aspect that's usually visual in a child with ADHD or a person with ADHD is already removed, and so anything left over is usually seen as something pleasing, like one trait that some people, it's a spectrum of ADHD. There's no longer ADD versus ADHD. ADHD as a whole is just a spectrum now, and you can be anywhere on that. But one characteristic thing on the spectrum is this black or white mentality that happens with people who suffer from ADHD untreated and don't know what's going on. Is either we are hyper vigilant in organization to the point where it's painful and we can't stop, or we're the complete opposite. Like there's a trail through the house, you know, like just wide enough for exactly how wide my hips are and probably not yours. Like it's one or the other. We either live in like this controlled chaos that we understand, but you will think is hoarding, or it's my rainbow bookshelf. But the rainbow bookshelf, I mean, who would complain if their 5-year-old like rainbowed their bookshelf? They'd be like, oh my gosh, they're artistic, cute. But if you have the opposite, and it's no fault of the child, it's no fault of the parents, it's just personality, that's seen as like, icky or deemed as a negative trait. You know what I mean? So that leads to like so many people just going years and years and years until you're like 25, like me, with no diagnosis and no idea why you're this way. And so if you think about it like a festering wound with an infection, you leave an infection and you don't treat it, it's going to lead to other things. So like when I was younger, I don't remember having like depression severely. I remember being very ADHD and just being made fun of. Like, you're always, oh, that's just Katie. She's just crazy. Like, she's just weird. She's the weird one. Like, she's just weird. It's fine. Just put up with her. Like, people make the jokes like they're trying to soften the situation for you when in fact you're taking all that in your entire life. Like, oh, that's how the world views me. Sick. And so if you think of it like a wound, all of that, like your surroundings, the people around you reacting to however you act, and just the internal stress of being an ADHD person, and you guys listen to me talk about the way I think all day, like some people it's 10 times worse, that can lead to just like literal physical exhaustion, which can lead to depression, fatigue, anxiety over just, you can't function because you can't stop your brain ever. Like she never shuts the fuck up. I need some duct tape right here. You know what I mean? But it sucks because it's no fault of anybody's. It's just like what you see versus what you don't see. It's like putting your kid in sports doesn't guarantee a well-behaved ADHD child, but chances are if you've got a child who is ADHD and has that pent up energy and putting that like allowing them to do an activity they want where they get to run that energy off. When I was a kid, I was in soccer. I fucking loved soccer, dude. It was literally just like spinning on a heel and running all day. It was the best. All my siblings did soccer. We have videos of my little sister running around as like a 5-year-old in her cute little bumblebee. I think she was like yellow and black or whatever their colors of their team. They were so cute. But that was probably another reason why it just wasn't seen because we didn't have that nervous energy of just like we haven't had an outlet yet. I always had something to do. Like I was doing soccer or riding horses or something. Soccer was the shit. I miss that. That was fun. To get up and do stuff and go do stuff, to me getting back here right now, it took 2.5 hours to bathe both dogs. Holy shit. I seem to be in a substantially different stream. Still a Katie, just like mildly different. Welcome, Banana. KPP rated us. We hung out. We learned about sharks for a bit. How are you, love? Excuse me. Hi, Tricky Queen. How are you, love? I feel like I went on a tangent. I apologize. I was a left forward. Simply, I think because I have really, really long legs and I'm left-handed. So they were like, that. I'm not fast. Like not a thin, usually the fast ones are really skinny. They can no wind resistant. I'm a little thicker, but I could kick a ball hard enough that no one would stand in front of it. Like girls would like part like the Red Sea. They were so afraid of it. Because the weight of my thigh alone, like gave the lever gave it some lift. You know what I'm saying? Mothman, welcome to my channel. Welcome to my stream. I love KPPP. KPPPPP. I love KPP. So if you do, we can be easy friends. She's wonderful. Seriously, I've heard tales told of cunty Katies, but I refuse to believe it. I don't say that just because I'm into my name. I actually think I have a really boring. It was like the top 5 names the year I was born. I was like a Jennifer of '88. You know what I'm saying? The Katie army was born. However, I've really never met a Katie that wasn't just like a really chill, easy person to be around. It's very bizarre. I hope I'm like that. I don't know for sure, but all the other Katies I've ever met, I'm just like, wow. I hope this is universal. Meow Wolf's amazing. Yes, I've been. Oh my god, it was so good. I have a Meow Wolf behind me. Oh, you can't see him. He's literally behind my rectum book. I have the little Meow Wolf, dude. It's amazing. You have to. If you haven't been, it's amazing. You went. Oh my god, dude. I literally, Banana, I'm sure you already guessed it. The moment I walked out, I said, I would live here though. Like, stick me up in that tree and I will stay. Instantaneously, I die for that art stuff. Oh my God. I just moved to Denver literally the weekend COVID shut down. What is that now? 2 years ago? Yeah? Time doesn't do the thing anymore. So I don't know. 2 years ago? And so I got to go to it like 6 months ago, and it's fucking amazing. If you are anywhere near a Meow Wolf, it is basically like an enormous warehouse, as big as like an IKEA warehouse, but inside is an art installation that is it's for adults. It's like, yeah, it's like a big toy for adults, like a big magical fairy artistic incredible toy for adults with rooms and secret rooms you go into and people like actors dressed as characters walking around. It's just I can't it's better than any theme park I've ever been to, and I've been to Disney World like 7 times. No hate on Disney World, it's better. Like there's more detail, more effort put in. Like it's so intense. It is so fucking cool. 100%. If you can go to a Meow Wolf. They are incredible. And I always see them on Groupon. I always see them on Groupon. So if you're worried about the prices, I can't remember what the tickets were. I have obviously it's been a while, but I know they're on Groupon all the time because I know we're all on a budget, right? Oh, it's incredible. It's so cool. It's very accessible. So if you're worried about like handicap accessible is the word they use. I don't like the word handicap. I don't think you're handicapped, but you know what I mean. If you're in a wheelchair, you use walking devices, it's completely accessible. So when I say like, oh, it's like a big toy you have to crawl around, absolutely not. Like it's a paved walkway, elevators to every floor. Like anyone can get around this entire thing. However, you have the choice to crawl through tiny tunnels and bowels of the tree instead. I'm sure it's built for children, but I'm a child. And until my body doesn't let me do it, I'm going to do it. I like to do it. They don't have food, which was a huge pro to me because that entire place just smelling like a meatball all day would be quite bizarre. It's an interactive art event. It's my first like thing like this I've ever been to in my entire life. So I still I like that wording better. I can never explain it. Like I've been to art installations and beautiful art. Like I used to go to back in the day when Bumper Shoot in Seattle was actually badass. They used to like make enormous like Burning Man style statues and you could put a wish in it and then they'd set them on fire at the end of the night. It was incredible. This is better. Like it's just because they have these actors, it's like so fucking immersive. Your immersion is quite never broken until you see like an emergency exit sign, which of course no shit, everyone needs those. It's never broken. Like it's just so cool. The one in Denver is 5 stories. Is it really? Jesus Christ. I climbed that. Wow. It's like Rick and Morty's interdimensional cable in person. Dude, it's so the theme of the one in Denver at least. I don't think they're all themed the same. But the theme of the one in Denver is like you're going into a spaceship that contains a tree that contains a world or something like that. I need to go again because I'm still completely lost. But that's like so as you go deeper into it, it like you might walk into the art installation and it feels like you're like in a grimy 80s movie where Ninja Turtles might pop out or like every 12-year-old knows karate and wears a headband and there's like steam coming out of pipes in the ceiling and it's legit. It's not by any means half-assed. Like I can't even tell you the things in there that are so well done. But then you go through a random door, like every door that you can open, you're allowed to go in. That's the rule. So if you touch a door and it's locked, that's probably a safety door. If it's
Go,
not locked,
Pikachu,
go.
come out. I'm gay.
Fohammer_419 tipped $5. I need to take off my condoms so I can eat my moist beef teeth and then attend the ritualistic penile degloving before we drop acid and go to the local Meow Wolf and make fun of Marjorie Taylor Greene on Twitter before she called the cops on us. You woo.
I like it all except the degloving. I have questions. Mostly why? What? I love you so much, Bo. Oh, it's if you have not been to a Meow Wolf and you can find one within driving distance, go right now. Oh, it is. I gotta like. It's one of those things. I don't honestly think I could have taken it all in one day. There's secret messages mirrored, written upside down in Latin on the floor sometimes in certain areas. There's so many little intricate secret shit everywhere. And it's so well done. I mean, there's not an inch of that place is not purposeful, if that makes sense. And it's huge. Like Banana was saying, it's fucking 5 stories. It's enormous. It's just and the art is phenomenal. Like, if you guys are a fan of any of the cool, like, cool, that's subjective. Trying to think of what the art style is called. It was kind of, to me, I associated with the 90s. But if you've ever seen the movie Mirror Mask, it's kind of like that kind of art style. It's like almost looks a little rough, a little unfinished, but fucking amazing at the same time. I don't know. I have no idea what you would call it. But it was very popular in the 90s. I don't know. I gotta think. Maybe I'll have to Google it or something. Reported a twat waffle? What twat waffle? I didn't know about a twat waffle. Are you stroking again? I always get worried when I see a message like that and then literally nothing, the entire chat up before it about what? Was there a waffle? Oh my god, Marjorie Taylor Greene. What a waste of air. Did you guys see that a senator a senator like made some fucking speech, I don't know, to the Senate and said that Trump took down Osama bin Laden? Did you see that? She made a whole fucking statement about how under the Trump whatever, we took down I know it was a really long time ago, but that's not how I remember it. I think she was a senator, wasn't it? I think that woman's a senator, though, or she's an acting senator or something. She's someone from the government. Forgive me if I'm totally wrong on the title. Like, I'm not good at that shit. But she's someone official. I just don't know who. Did you see that a rep got bit by a rabid fox in the U.S. Capitol grounds? Oh my god, that's terrifying. What were they doing with a fucking fox? Oh, she's a representative. Okay, cool. Thank you for correcting. I'm so bad with like the titles because they're all just like I feel like if we had like maybe a functioning government, I would pay attention to more in terms of how it functioned. You know what I'm saying? But like learning how the machine functions while it's broken visibly doesn't really make sense, right? What up, old style?
Hail the Dank Lord, motherfucker. How you doing?
How's life, honey boo? Oh my god, I can't with the moon. I mean the things, it's just can you define for me what a woman is? Yes. Define women? Sorry, I was trying to untuck my giant spirit cock to slap your stupid face with it. As a Canadian, it's super confusing. It's I mean, they built it that way. This is the craziest thing, Elle. I say it a lot. I probably sound like a broken record. This is just my personal view on it. The fact that we have like these amendments, which the definition of amendment is like to change for the better, to alter. We have amendments that we like hold like biblical scripture in our country. We've never amended them ever. And they were written by like prepubescent white dudes who were drunk womanizers, and none of them were older than like 26. Most of them were under the age of 20. Like, I don't like what? To me, and that's just me. But I look at that shit and I'm like, that looks dumb. Like that just that looks stupid. It looks real stupid. Who is this 4chan? I'm gonna get on that Googles. Oh, my spirit cock is, I mean, it's actually like, so I know a lot of people think I have 2 legs. So a long time ago, I was in a big horse accident and I ended up losing an entire leg. So I just stuff my cock into the other fucking legging leg, stick a shoe on, tuck my foreskin into like the laces so it doesn't come out while I'm walking. Bitch, no one knows. And my spirit cock is quite impressive to this day. I don't know if I've said it today, by the way, but transgender men are men, transgender women are women. They owe us nothing. I'm pertinent to the conversation. I just like to make points sometimes that need to be made. You know, what's up? Love is love. Be kind. The world is chaos. Innovator. You know what? I work with the tools I am given to the best of my ability. And if the world can't handle that, they can suck my spirit cock. Hi, Al. How are you, love? It's okay. I always assume, like, when I see someone just chatting, I assume I missed the high altogether because I go on tangents talking like an idiot and then I feel bad. I just assume it's totally fine. A reporter showed actual initiative and asked one of these jackasses to define a woman themselves. Oh my god, stop. Did they try? Of course it was the ability. Sorry about the accent. I can't not read it because this is the voice I hear. The ability to get pregnant and deliver a baby. So if a woman has a hysterectomy and can't have children, is she still a woman? Deer in headlights. Go fuck yourself. Can I get a hallelujah? I would pay to see faces like that, though. Like, that's the shit that gives me life, is when someone smacks someone with logic so hard that their dumb brain just goes into, like, "Meow." Being a woman is here. Being a woman has nothing to do with where I pee. Stop it. With you women. Fuck, I can't stand that shit. It is 4:20 for Central right now. Oh my god. 4:20. One. Shall we cheers? Let us. What is a female? A female? Can you tell me the definition for a female? Hold on, I've got it written on the base of my dick. I hate that shit. I'm so tired of hate, really, in general. Like, I'm very much a warrior for my friends. I hold very many people very dear to my heart who are part of the LGBTQ plus and trans community. And when I see these people, like, who know that they're being publicly heard by hundreds of thousands of people, they're going on a public, like, platform to say these horrible things that are direct, like, horrific attacks against innocent people I love, that are just like these horrible general statements. The fury. Wow, there's so much perfume in my hot boobs right now. So that's where it all went. Whoa. I could gas someone out in there. Shit makes me pissed. Because I'm just like, you know that, like, there was a mass genocide in a city in the Ukraine, right? But, like, you're gonna say horrible things about my friends? Okay. Pa-pa! Right in the trachea. Cheers. I don't condone violence. Well, the crayon, that's kind of like, I mean, from what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, what I understand of the turf crowd is basically that, but for females. Questionable in my opinion. Um, that, their whole stance is, you're not a part of the feminist movement because you haven't had your first blood. I don't know what it's not like macho. It's like elitist over arguably the grossest, most miserable thing that uterus born humans suffer most of their life. Pretty sure in no way, shape, or form does it define my womanhood or my humanity. It's just like something I'm waiting to die. It's just like, I don't, they must know what they say is hurtful, right? They must know. You have to, or at least afterwards, you must know. Or you're blind, or you have horse blinders on, or someone is like editing your Twitter. I just don't know. So it's hard for me to even conceptualize it because it's so, to me, and I am not trans. I just very much don't stand for hate. Purposeless hate is stupid to me. And why? And a lot of wonderful trans people who get attacked every day don't have a platform to speak for themselves. So fuck it, I will. Hi Berserker Rage, how are you, love? I consult Ben Shapiro for all my biology definitions. Oh fuck, that would make a proverb book in itself. That would be oh my god, Rod, thank you for gifting Berserker a sub in my channel. I'm sorry I went off on another tangent. I feel very passionate about this stuff. The sheer amount of just like blatant, super obvious hate that's just seething through our country and the world, really, on a grander scale for different reasons, this or that. It's nauseating to me. And it's like, I hope you guys make a conscious effort not to spread that bullshit. Like, when someone comes at you with nonsense that just doesn't matter and is just hateful, just like, do that like finger on the lips thing. Make sure your finger's kind of dirty first and be like, shh, I challenge you to be more interesting. Stop it. Just do it. Be more interesting. Learn about a shark. Stop worrying about other people's genitals or what happens between them and the people they love. Like, what a fucking weird thing to do. I've seen vids of people like Ben Shapiro try to correct themselves to be transphobic. Really? Or very obviously pausing to get pronouns for someone wrong. Probably because they're paid to. Holding racist and divisive individuals as to a logical standard is impossible since their deeply held beliefs aren't logical. They break down quickly. And that's why I've told you guys this a million times. I have a problem with the word believe or belief. The moment someone starts whipping that out when I'm just having a conversation, I feel like that's them indicating like that's where my learning stops. And if you're going to push this conversation beyond that point, like I'm not in it. Believe indicates like a period. I believe is period. You can't logic, argue, or like make sense of belief. Some people believe in a boogeyman or Santa. Like, belief is whatever the fuck you want it to be. So there's no going forward from believe. I don't know where to go from that point. Like, all right, that sounds permanent. Oh, dude, you should put that in our Discord, Meldon. If you're in Discord, no pressure if you're not. We love your passion, though. It's really important to talk about, and we love to hear it. I feel that way too, and I feel that way. Like same, like when I'm watching a streamer or anyone, and they're passionate, and I feel like it's kind of personal to them about something that's important that they're talking about. I feel like more connected to it, versus someone just. It's one like, ugh, what's that word? Signaling. It's like something signaling, virtue signaling. Like some people, they like I try not to. I don't like. I don't want to use like mean words. I try not to be gross, but you guys know what I mean. Like some people do nice things to brag about it, but that's just a terrible way to word it. But it, in a very broad sense. And some people you know, fucking feel shit, I guess. Some people believe the earth is flat and that there was a bubble around it that God pierced and popped and caused the flood because, he was pissed or something. I have no problem with belief. Belief and disbelief are natural states of humanity. I have a problem with the unfounded belief, faith-based belief, or blind belief in authority that's not examined. Yeah, that's kind of me too. It's like I have no problem if you're like, oh well, this is what I believe, but if that's used as a way to end the conversation or that's used as an argument, like for just, and I don't like to like argue, like fight with someone. I'm talking just like a pleasant argument, like just a pleasant conversation with someone where maybe you differ, but you're having a good conversation. And when I, lay out a point or a fact, and the answer is, well, I believe blah blah, or well, I believe blah 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 blah. It's okay. Where's the argument part? I like your belief is cool. Like, thank you for that extra bit of information. But where's the counter argument? Because I can't cite a belief or like fact check it. You know, it's like saying like, well, my favorite horse is an Arabian, and you being like, well, mine's a Pegasus, and I'd be like, what? You know what I'm saying? Hi, Iron. How are you? Virtue signaling. Yeah, that stuff. I don't know anyone personally that's ever done that. I'd slap him in the face, but I've heard of it. It's why the best tactic to take with them if you feel you must engage is to be derisively dismissive as possible, then block. I love blocking people on Twitter. It's a very powerful move. It's a very powerful move. Reminds me of a conversation I had with a platoon mate in 1988 when I was in the Army. He was from Myrtle Beach, SC, and we got on the subject of evolution. He said, I didn't come from no monkey. And that was the end of that conversation. Yeah, I wouldn't really know where to go with that one either. I mean, there are literal primates out there that make me uncomfortable to look at because their face is too human. I don't know, man. I mean, it's one thing if you're like, well, I just don't think evolution went that way. I'd be like, oh, cool. Like, where did you get that idea? I'd love to see that. Like, I love exploring new ideas. Nothing in science is set in stone. It's like what we think, and everything we've researched up to this point says this is what it is, but it could change anytime. Stuff changes in science. Like, we discover new fossils and new species and new shit. I mean, you guys know we discover new shit all the time. I'm open to new stuff, but you can't with a belief like I guess you would have to start with the first time mom and dad took you to church or whatever. I don't know. Look, I don't know where to go with that. Cuz I don't want to be offensive ever. Like I don't want to like it's one thing to like compare facts and like for me to say something and you be like, "Oh my god, there was a new study on that. Like check this out." But if I try to argue your belief, like that's kind of rude. It's offense like it's to me I'd be offended. And I assume someone else would be because I assume beliefs are pretty held kind of at your core. And so I feel like that's an end of the conversation. Like I don't want to say anything contradicting your belief because that's just mean. I might not believe in it, but that doesn't mean it's my right to like crush your fantasies about Pegasus Jesus or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's hard. A newbie, how are you, love? I'm good. Ooh, cheers. Should we cheers? It's great you believe this, but that's not what everyone subscribes to, and laws shouldn't be made on your belief. No, you can't dictate the way of life for a population of people that isn't 100% agreed on that way of life. You know, and they can't. You can't tell human beings, especially in America, because that's all I can speak to. I've seen it personally. You can't tell people to just move. Moving on average costs like $3,000. That's a lot of money, and that's in like a shitty part of town. Oh my god, I'd love to but then Pegasus Jesus would can you imagine a crucified pony? Like, hmm, I don't like when people hurt animals. Even if he comes back, I can't do it. Cheers, sorry. Exactly, Melvin, like, what if someone can't move because they can't afford car insurance or a car, and where they live is the last bus stop on the route to get to work. It's so unfair to ask that person to just move because they don't subscribe to your brand of Christianity, because we all have to agree there are too many at this point. Like, I get more sus of someone just coming at me and being like, "I'm Christian," because I'm like, is your building called the Vineyard or something like that? Do you speak in tongues? I get real weird. There's so many. Like, I feel like Christians, that one religion that for some reason any dude can just like pick some passages out of the Bible and start his own church based on them, i.e. West what is it? Wow. The West Baptist? The fuck was their names? I just totally blanked on their name. Thank God. Westboro, thank you. The Westboro Baptists. Were they Baptist? It doesn't matter. They're not Baptists. It's just like some dude who made all of his kids follow some fucking weird doctrine he made up. But does any other religion like allow that or do that? And they are tax exempt because they're Christian. And this is no hate on Christians, but like, I wouldn't want to be associated with that. And you're technically the same thing, same tax bracket. Ooh! They're just horrible human beings. I mean, he's a horrible human being who has brainwashed all of his very young children to grow up into horrible human beings. A couple of them broke free. But yeah, it's just like it's strange. I grew up Catholic, just another culty Christian branch. I'm not saying it's any better. They just have more money, so better publicity, I guess. But just as fucking weird. I mean, we went through weird shit. Hi, Odious. How are you, love? Did you really, Zoe? Shut the fuck up. Nah, did you see the Rainbow House, the Pride House? I do very much love the Pride House across the street, but I don't know how recently that's been there. I can't believe, oh my fuck. You know, a lot makes sense now about your tenacity and your womanhood. Seriously, like your strength makes sense. Having to just be in the vicinity of that amount of like seething hate and evil, Jesus God, it's either this or you became a supervillain, which still questionable. Zoe is a creature of metamorphosis. It's a dispart attorney who created a church to exploit First Amendment protections for money. He's gross. I still want to know why churches don't pay taxes, because seriously, technically, they don't have an income. I make big eyebrows at that. Meldon, thank you. Oh God. Indoctrination of kids ain't my fave thing. Kind of like feel like facts until they're old enough to decide if they want to believe in magic sky people. I kind of feel the same, because even though as an adult I chose to like say I'm not Catholic, I don't really believe in the Catholic God or the Catholic whatever of God. Always, I'm pretty sure until the day I die, in the back of my head is this nagging little voice that says, "You're going to go to hell that's real and you're a sinner." Like, it's because at such a young, like, fetal age, that shit was chanted at me. You can't shake it. It's like learning how to use a spoon. It's like those kind of weird shit. But when it's impaled in you, like, I can't, it will always be there. And, like, even my mother has told me, my mom she's not Catholic, she considers herself spiritual now, but she was raised by parochial school nuns and in the Catholic whatever, and I was baptized, and she said literally because I thought to myself, "It doesn't hurt anything, and what if?" Like, you cannot, and she was, like, in her 40s, like, you can't shake that shit. I don't know if but fair is not really the word, because I mean, if you're a God-fearing, like, Christian person, your child will pick up those things just by being around you, and I don't think that's bad. I don't think you should be hiding your faith and your love for God or your religion from your children, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have kids, but I have a lot of siblings, and I did a lot of child psychology classes, and I know that, like, monkey see, monkey do, and, if you're a genuinely religious person, you probably got some religious, like, shit in the house. I don't know, a crucifix or whatever Christianity branch you are. I think crucifixes is mostly. Wait, no, is crucifix is mostly just Catholic. That's the one with Jesus on it, like actually pinned up Jesus. Versus the cross is just a cross. That's what most people have up. Catholics love bloody shit. It's weird. But like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if I was a religious person, but I wanted to have kids, I wouldn't feel like I needed to hide all my religious iconography and like keep who I am away from my child so that they could choose their magic person. I would probably give them a choice, but they're gonna pick that up from me non-verbally in just what I do before they can even talk. Does that make sense? I feel like I'm talking in circles. You know what I mean? It's like totally inadvertent just by being around me and my partner if we were both religious and stuff like that. Like they'll just pick it up, but maybe not in like an indoctrinated kind of, way. Maybe it's different. I don't know. Catholics are the bloody crosses, Christians clean crosses. Thank you. Yep. I learned that ages ago and I couldn't remember it. Every church, or the church I was baptized in, has a 12-foot tall, fucking bloody, very emaciated Jesus on a cross. It's pretty gnarly. Ooh, you'd like this sorta. Sorta. We went to my favorite gluten-free bakery yesterday and we're grabbing a chicken pot pie. I love chicken pot pie. They had none out front. Grabbed me one in the back. Turns out it's a training pie from a new staff member. Oh, this staff member was formerly a doctor, suffered a brain injury, and is now doing part of a rehab occupational therapy in a bakery. Fuck off. That is amazing. So when she cracked the top crust of the pie, she took some spare dough and made little X's like stitches. My little surgical heart is so fucking warm right now. That is so cool. What an you have like the coolest pie. I hope you take a picture of it. Did you already eat it? If you didn't already eat it, you got to get a picture. That's pretty dope. Well, C-Town, and that's the thing. Like, what differentiates a cult from a church? Really? And that's no hate on churches. Really, I don't know. Never been an active part of either. Topeka, Kansas for 20 plus years. Oh my God. And drove by them on the bus every day from middle school through high school and saw them protest. That is fucking wild. Did you ever see anyone protesting back or anyone? Hi, Lance. How are you, love? That is so crazy. Odious, that's what I'm saying. Like, when I was in high school, I'd already pretty much, like, no one enjoys going to church. Like, the fuck? Unless you have a really cool church that sings and dances and is, like, awesome. Catholic does not. It's just, like, incense and sit and it's like learning how to suck a dick. Rap, like, sometimes, I guess. I don't know. You never stay on your knees that long. Anyways. Why am I like this? Shut up, Katie. When I was in high school, one of my good friends on my softball team, she was getting into church and she was like, Katie, I go to the coolest church. Like, please just come one day with me, please. And I was like, you know what? I haven't been to church in like 10 years or something since I was a little kid, since I did confirmation. So maybe not 10 years, like 6 years or whatever. And I was like, I'll give it a try. And I shit you not, from the moment we sat down and this priest started talking, all he was talking about was how he needed money for a new parking lot for the church. He talked about it for an hour and then we all left. And I think that's the day every ounce of like Christian faith left in me just fucking died. It fell out my ass and died in the pew. And I was just like, nah, man. Nah. These people got bills, man. They got fucking bills. And you chose this job. Don't you dare guilt them into money. You chose this life. Go be a Jesuit, for fuck. Cheers, hippie. Oh, hell yeah, Cocky. What strain are you smoking? When you're done cheersing, obviously, I will hit as well, but I want to know what your fluffy weed is. Did you see my fucking purple weed I posted on Twitch or on Twitter yesterday? So purple. And see, Meldon, I wish, like, for the life of me, I can't think of another place where you could, quote unquote, safely create that, but I agree. I know a lot of people who literally just still go to church because they like the community. The church is just like a facet of it. And I'm jealous. I'd love to have some fucking in-person community, like a human being to call and check up on me. Well, like, what the fuck? Like a person I'm not close to, like to have a community, I don't even know what that's like. And I came from a very small village like town. Shit's not real. But apparently it is somewhere. There's my lid. Sorry. Anyways. Oh, fuck, cocky, my bad. I don't think I have any super fluffy weed this time. I didn't show you guys my new weed, though. I did get a couple. I don't know if I got any super cool strains, but... the dab I was smoking earlier it's one of those schmancy, like, fucking ring cases. This is how dabs come in the legal market, my dudes. I'm telling you, it's ridiculous. It even has, like, a cute little, like, what does it say on it? The deets. It's how to dab. I'm not kidding you. This one is Percy Rosin Cherry. Percy Rosin is, like, the viscosity of the dab. It's just, like, the type, you know, there's, like, crumbles and wax and whatever. The strain is called Cherry Noir number 21, and it's 66.25% TH to the C. Ridiculous. Cute as fuck. But ridiculous. Woo! And then the other dab I got is called Honey Hiker by 1856 by 1856 concentrates. That's the name of the brand. It looks like a liquor bottle to me. I don't know. Crown Royal. And it's 66.4% TH to the C. No other real information whatsoever on it. Nope. If you want to know how shatter comes, in the legal ways, it's exactly the same. Come here. Your wax will come just folded up in a piece of wax paper like this. And then you, like, unfold it and break a chunk off, and then you just fold it back up and put it back. They're super cute, though. I like getting shatter when I can, if they have a nice strain of shatter, because I just think it's a lot less packaging waste. Instead of a ring box that presumably has a metal hinge inside and a magnet, which is definitely, you know, not recyclable. I'm filling up a lot of landfills, is what I'm saying. It doesn't need to come like this. It's cute, but that's a lot of trash. And this, you know, it's already flat. It's literally one layer of recycled plastic and then wax paper, and that's it. And I'm kind of a hippie. Like, if you've ever driven up and just, like, seen a landfill, that should have hit you somewhere deep in your heart. It's disorienting, the amount of garbage we create as human beings. I try to cut back. Nobody's perfect, but I try. I try. Oh my god. Okay. What else? So those are the two dabs I got. This is my cute little weed bag. If I go on car trips, this is what I travel with because it has a coated lock and it's smell proof. And some states think weed is like heroin. What am I thinking there? Okay. I got Alpha Runts. This one, I don't think it was fluffy. No, it's very white though. Like it's pale as hell. It's like like white crystals, I guess. White crystals versus more of like the orange stamens. Alpha Runts. And then I got Strawberry Cough and Grateful Dead. This is what I had from my last haul. I still had some. And then that blue ass weed that I put on my Twitter, I took extensive time taking a very nice picture for y'all because it was so pretty. Is this one? It's by Veritas. It's their 10-gram jar. I like these ones because it's instead of getting like one giant bud with a big old stem in the middle, it's a bunch of little buds with no stem. I don't know if it's better or worse, but it's way less work because stems can give you migraines. But look how fucking purple it is. I mean, the picture on my Twitter does it way more justice, but it is like stupid dark. Not just purple. That is dark purple. The strain is it's called Cherry Hills. Cherry Hills. And the parents, it's a hybrid. The parent strains are it's a Menage. Sick. It's Granddaddy Perps, Appalachia, and Cherry Pie. Sick. I like the small. I like the 10-gram jars of by Veritas. If you can get them, they're nice because you don't have to pick stems out. Any other information? Oh, the terpene profile. So this is apparently how it tastes. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is defined by these terpenes. So it's bisabolol. What a fun word to say. Caryophyllene and myrcene. I don't know what it even means, but if you're that nerdy, if C Nemo is here, he's that nerdy. He's in the biz. I don't know what that shit means though. I don't think it says anything else. Oh, it's Cherry Hills. Pairs well with golfing. I golf. Don't judge. I fucking hate that Trump golfs because that's all he talks about, and it makes me feel dirty for liking to golf. But golfing is really it feels great. You ever just want to like crush someone's skull with a bat? Go golfing. It's similar. Minus the skull or the bat. And quieter. Oh, yes, my sub bat. Aren't they fucking cute though? My friend Reese designed them years ago when I first got subbed. And when you first sub, it's like a cute little like a sprout. And then it slowly grows and then it turns into a polyp and then it changes colors. It was pretty cool. It was such a good idea. It was her idea too. Welcome back, CL. Ooh, why is your power? Ooh, do you have a storm or something? I watched Midnight Mass. It was amazing. You know, the most religious horror story I've ever seen was it called like Church Camp or Bible Camp or something like that? It's a documentary from the early 2000s. Still haunts me. I've only seen it once and it fucking haunts me. It haunts me. I love Cinderella strains. I so rarely see them though. Literally, I've only seen them once in Denver and it was at a different dispensary. I literally drove across town just to get it. It was like Cindy White or something like that, which is a mix between White, Chronic, and Cinderella, but it's so good. I love Cinderella strains. Dread Pirate, abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely. It's Faded Friday. It's time to relax and chill. Zen ourselves out. It's pretty fun. I mean, the like packaging is adorable. I reuse almost all of it heavily. Like most of all, like especially these things, these like containers, they're just plastic. They're like, let me see what it's a triangle with a 5 and a PP under it. I have no idea how many, like, I think the higher the number is the shittier plastic, which means like the higher the number, the less amount of times I can reuse this. So the 5 means don't reuse this plastic because the microplastics will start to leach into whatever you're putting in this. So these are really hard to reuse for anything you're going to consume. But what I do is I cut them up and paint them and use them for like tarantula hides or gecko homes and shit like that. Like I get real fucking crafty because the amount of plastic trash just sickens me. And I mean, there's no way to get around it. If you smoke weed, most weed, that's just how it comes these days. Or worse, like the packaging gets pretty fucking intense. Makeup does the sum. Makeup companies, they're getting a lot better about it, but for a while, their makeup companies, like you would try to buy a lipstick this big, and it would come in like a box like this big, and you were like, why? And it would have a book in it that was like the childhood story of the person who invented the color of the lipstick, and you were like, why? This is all going in the garbage. Like it just amasses to a lot. If you think about it on a grand scale, it's kind of sickening. Iron they did before COVID. COVID kind of fucked everything up. Some brands do. I have one. I don't have one right now. I have a ton of the jars though that I put tarantula skins in because I save them. I'm trying to think where one is. There's one brand I get. It's called I can't think of the brand. That's the problem. But the jars that you buy the weed in, it's like a smoothed cube, kind of literally the jar, and you just screw the top off. But the jar itself is actually porcelain glass. Like it's black and really opaque. So they're amazing for actually holding your weed. So if you buy weed in the shitty little plastic ones, I keep those and put weed in them. Or tarantula molds because it keeps them from getting really dry and brittle. They're good for like a shit ton of stuff because they're legit glass. Like you're gonna be fine reusing it for pretty much anything. And like literally, I have one actually. Where is it? I made a I've been building a couple new tarantula enclosures because a couple of my spiders are growing out of their current ones.
Blood orgy!
Jesus God on a fuck.
Yay! Blood orgy! Blood orgy! Yay!
Lena levels up, give Katie a heart attack. April 8th, 2022. How are you, love? Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. I'm building a tarantula enclosure right now, and I used one of those porcelain weed jars in the tarantula enclosure because they're waterproof. They're perfect for a tarantula home. They're so good. No, what you're. I'm just giving you a hard time. How are you, honey? It was just really quiet because I was like, you know, when I have to think of when I'm trying to remember something, I have to like space out at a wall and like blank my brain. It's stupid. I'm sure you've noticed. I restart a few times a day. How are you? How was your stream? Welcome, raiders. Ooh, small vent. Met another person who still thinks weed is a gateway drug. You just need to learn about the different types of drugs and what not to take. Man, it's real hard for me to take anyone serious that says that to me nowadays with legal, prolific alcohol. Sorry. I'm not against alcohol. However, whether we enjoy it or not, we can all acknowledge it's quite literally poison that we enjoy in various quantities to feel a little fucked up. But it causes cirrhosis of the liver. It causes things I won't describe because they're horrific. My dad died of it. Like my whole family's died of alcohol, like alcoholism, various things associated with alcoholism. Shit's like literal poison. And keep it in moderation, you're fine. Everybody can have an occasional drink. But unless we're gonna work alcohol into that discussion about how you think weed is a gateway drug, this conversation's done because I can already tell how far your education level's gone. It went as far as the Instagram post you saw about how weed is a gateway drug. So, bye. Everything in excess is not going to be good for you. Like, I'm not anti alcohol. I just can't stand how it's never a part of the discussion. Like, all of this weed shit, how half of the country still thinks weed is a felony and is Schedule 1 or whatever with heroin. But we're not going to talk about the fifths I can buy in massive quantities from Costco, take home, and just guzzle until I'm dead. Like, I could do it right now. I'm not going to. Just an FYI. Like in life right now. However, totally could. Then shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I ain't got time. I got way cooler people to talk to, like my chat. Heyo. For real. Ugh. We have to take a break, otherwise we're gonna get pre-rolls. We've been streaming almost 4 hours. However, knives. I don't know if I've ever told you this story, but I thought of a really like probably the birth of my loathing for mayonnaise. I thought of it the other night. I think it might be it because I was real young. It's like my earliest memory of not enjoying this until you have to go to AA if you can. I mean, that's the most horrible thing. I think most alcoholics still just die alcoholics with some like horrible alcohol related disease because they're ashamed or they don't have a support system or so on and so forth. In no way is it their fault. Addiction is addiction is addiction. It's just one for some reason is socially acceptable if you make it cute. Like if you're drinking a case of Bud every night, you're gross and you're trashy and you're an alcoholic. But if you have a couple glasses of scotch, you're classy. But when it's probably the exact same amount of alcohol at the end of the day, I don't know. Poison is poison, but one tastes nice, I guess, and is deemed like classy. Do people straight up eat mayo? Dude, my dad will like lick it off a knife. Ugh. I'll tell you that. Okay, let's take a quick break because otherwise I can't. Mayo is. I just. I need to take a break because Twitch lives off ads, as does every other fucking website in the entire world. And if I don't take a break every at least a couple hours and run one manually, Twitch will just do it over our conversation and you won't be able to hear me anymore. And I don't think that's fair. I don't think you should have to pay for this. Like, this is hanging out. This is a two-way street, motherfuckers. Very grateful for those that sub and choose to gift subs and stuff because obviously it keeps me going. But you shouldn't have to ever. So take a break, stand up and stretch your legs, get a water, pack a bowl, get a snack, whatever you want to do. And when I come back, I will tell you the story of probably the birth of my mayo disdain. Probably. It involved another ingredient, though, that I love. I don't know. We'll go there. I'll be right back. My dogs just shocked the fuck out of me. Why? I couldn't find my water. I found it. I ate an M&M. There goes my fast for the day. Fuck. Just kidding. Hydrate, everybody. It's important. Importante. Yeah, this one we're listening to right now, this is from Bastion. I play a lot of Supergiant music because A, I've played all of their games on my stream. Highly suggest them. They're incredible. And it's, you know, I can actually play it without getting my channel taken down. Dude, Transistor is one of my favorites. It's like, to me, the second most replayable of the Supergiant games. That song we're listening to right now, I'll give you the link. It's called Mother I'm Here / Setting Sail. Coming Home. It's like 2 songs meshed together and it's like an extended version, so I don't have to worry about it turning off or randomly going to something that is DMCA while I'm on break. But there's the link for you. Hello, Nicktastic. Happy Friday, love. How are you? Shall we cheers? Do I have a bowl? I'll finish the bowl. Shall we cheers? Oh, I forgot to show you guys these fidget things. My fuck. These are pretty cool. I have a whole box of them because I gift them to people because they're really fun to play with, but I'll show you what they do. They're infuriating, but super fun if you just don't know what to do with your hands while you're watching a movie or something. Yeah, yep, Transistor's the one where it's the girl Red and her lover's like in her sword, I think. Yeah. So it looks actually kind of exactly like my dab box, which is funny. You just shocked me again, bitch. Stop it. But it's like a puzzle box, so you gotta find out how to open it first. Hold on. It's a bloomin' bitch. Maybe. There we go. So it looks like that, and then you open it, and it looks like that. And it like rips apart, and you can make all sorts of shapes with it, but listen. You hear like the thick click. It's a very pleasing sound. But these are really fun to play with, and it like turns inside out, and you can make all sorts of weird shapes. That's the fancy way to say shapes, in case you're wondering. Shapes. Look, it's a box again. I love them. What do they call them? Shashibo? I guess it's called a Shashibo. Shashibo. Not sponsored, not an ad. I legitimately love to give these to people as gifts. They're super fun. And it's like, I don't know. It's kind of fun to watch someone actually start to interact with their gift immediately after you give it to them, and nobody can resist these. They just kind of clickety-clack forever. Oh, they're fun, Nick. I got them on Amazon. They're not that... I think they're like $5 a piece, maybe-ish. But I hope that click is coming in. Because it's satisfying when it clicks together. It's kind of a thick... It's not like a abrasive click. It's like kind of like a keyboard click. A little bit. Not quite. It's that thick. I don't know. They're pleasing. It pleases me. It very much gives me mucho. Look, it's fireworks on one side. Cool. They're very fun. Look at it as a dangler. What happened here? Nobody knows. When she got that extra piece of skin, you're just like. Anyways. Can you please put it back in a square? I wanted to with the other design on the outside. That's what I was going for. The fireworks, not the. But I made a worm instead. I planned nothing. Fiata! Oh my god. Fiata. Shall we? Ooh. Oh, thank you, Spiff. I spent an embarrassing amount of time on it this morning. I promise not to do this tomorrow. I made a worm on accident. I gotta fix it. Let's cheers. Where's my lighter? Stuff it. Pop it. Twist it. Burn it. Fuck it. Cheers, it. That was a shitty pull, so I'm gonna restuff it, but thank you for the resub, Fiona. I know. It is. It's 7 minutes till 4:20. Correct me if I'm wrong. I fixed my clock. I have just like a stupid little digital clock on my desk, but I'd be slow. I literally like glued all these little confetti stars to my face and then did makeup over it and then went through and meticulously picked them all off. That's what took so much fucking time. I used them like a stencil. It does look really cool, but too much time. Too much time. It's literally gonna, I'll probably cry washing it off because it took me that much time and be like, no. Mel.
Your Bezos bucks give me a zoner. And by that I mean it's a little sad and hairless.
I'll try to take better pictures after stream. I was kind of in a rush to stream because this took so long. I didn't take very many good pictures of it today, but I will try to remember after stream. I hope. Cross your dick. I gotta grind up new weed. What should I grind up? Let's go Alpha Runts. A Bazinga boner. Oh, Bazinga. I love Sheldon. I always felt so bad for him. Everyone was so mean. Speaking of Bezos bucks, great time to mention that my Bezos thong is on the other side of the room right now, I think, because I was cleaning, so unfortunately I can't get that. But if you have a Prime account on Amazon, this is me shilling, but not for me, it's for all of Twitch. You have a free sub, like if you just have a Prime account, you have a free sub to any Twitch streamer of your choice once a month, every month. You get to just put it on whoever the fuck you want. It's completely for free. It literally comes, it's like part of your subscription fee to Amazon Prime. You just have to link up your Twitch account and your Amazon account. And as much as I love Amazon, I know a lot of streamers who could use that $5 a lot more than Amazon. And like every time it's not used, like think about those billions and billions of $5 that are just like, people don't even know about them. I'm not saying you have to use it here. Just like pick someone. Go give it to a streamer. Anybody that has a subscription button, you could use it on. It's amazing. He doesn't have anything. What did he have? Now he's under my chair just staring at me like, I don't know what I did. I don't know. I vacuumed this morning, so hopefully it's a dog toy. Oh, it's a paper towel roll, like the inside of it. He loves them. He was probably gonna bury it. He's such a silly goose. Oh my god, it's almost 4:20. Katie, grind. This weed is very fluffy. Speaking of fluff weed, what did I grind up? It's Alpha Runts. It says it's 27.7 TH to the sizzle. And that's it. That's all we get. I'll show you what it looks like, though. If you have time. It's very green. It's very, like, mint green, I would say. As opposed to that other shit that was, like, fucking purple. It's green. Cute. Alpha runts. I've had runts before. It smells woodsy. Put pictures of Stitch Pine in your Discord. It's nearly... Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, fuck yes. Dude, and you get free games. Like, I haven't used it as much because, honestly, I usually already have the game, which is just a horrible habit of mine, honestly. However, you do get a shit ton of free games, and you get a, like, Prime on Twitch. Just do it to milk them, honestly, is at this point how I feel. Like, even if I don't have the game, like, I claim all the loot. I'm just like, I'm going to use you. Because I love Amazon, but it's pretty well known by now how they treat their warehouse workers and shit. It's pretty fucking terrible. A green run. Oh my god, Nick, I put I think I was like 2 or something because I don't remember the hospital visit, but I remember my mom being very upset with me and like shining a light up my nose. I put Barbie earrings up both nostrils because apparently in the 80s Barbies had removable stud earrings. And I thought, I'm gonna put that shit up my nose. I think Mismo, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if it's like all the warehouse or if it's just the one on Staten Island, or is it Long Island? I don't remember which one. I think it's Staten Island. And then a bunch are working on it, but I think they're like individual. Oh, did they have finger rings too? No shit. Oh. I'm ready for 420. It happened. Do I have time to put a dab on it? I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, those earrings. I mean, my mom said I had the Barbie less than a day, and the earrings were up my nose, so I don't know. I was never a doll person, though, when I was a kid. I used to just maim my dolls. It's 2 minutes. I'm gonna do it. It's gonna happen. My cat's favorite toy is old shoestrings. I mean, I feel that. We were just talking about this the other day. What was I was like, sometimes, how you could have every, like, toy in the world, but your cat just wants to play with a cardboard box. But I compared it to humans, and I can't remember what the comparison was. Something that's super entertaining to me, but dumb and maybe garbage. I don't fucking remember. Come here, you motherfucker. I was a horse girl. This is true. But it was because it was like a high energy thing, and I was very much like a kid. So I feel that was probably my inclination. That and like the whole like playing pretend but with a doll usually was weird to me. I was like, it's either pretend or it's not. You have it in your hand. It's not pretend anymore. In my childhood mind, I have the dab, by the way. Oh my god, it took me 2 minutes to talk and put a tiny piece of shatter on my bowl. That's just embarrassing. Cheers, everybody. This is the Mountain Times 420, if you're wondering. My 420. Cheers with either your hydration method, your beverage, your whatever. It doesn't have to be pot. But, Tamad, I feel like I saw a video where they did that to a cat. I don't remember it. Or did I make that up and someone just told me about it? I feel like I watched a YouTube video where they actually did it and the cat sat in the drawn-in circle or something. And I was like, holy crap, they fucking love square. It was a square, not a circle, excuse me. They love them. Are they? Okay, cool. Yeah, it's weird. Kel, does it feel nice, though? Like, to not be in a car seat? It sounds like I'm treating you like a child. You know what I mean? Does it feel nice? Do you feel like Do you feel guilty like you should be doing something? I got that for months after I got out of school. I was like, I can't enjoy a book. Oh wait, I don't have anything to do. I can enjoy a book. How do you enjoy a book? It's good to just bathe and relax once in a while. That's what they tell me. I don't know if it's real or not. Is it? I don't know. I'm incapable of relaxing until I'm asleep. And even then, I don't think it happens because I have a habit of clenching my jaw really hard. Oh, a nylon bag in my nose? Oh my god. A nylon bag? The fuck? Why did you have a nylon bag and how did you get the whole thing up your nose? What happened? Prime subscription costs $130 a month. If you use your free Twitch sub, that's $60. Redeem every free game and in-game item you can. Oh, that's really good, dude. I've never seen anyone do the math. That's actually amazing. It haunts me how many Prime subs are just not used, but essentially paid for because you subscribe to Prime no matter what. So, like, anything you don't take advantage of, they just keep the money, you know, technically. A year. Oh, a year. I knew it was a year. I meant to correct it when I said, did I say a year or a month? I apologize. It is a year. Yeah. Jesus Christ. My cats will sit on a piece of paper, so we have to watch when we put down a notebook. I've heard or I've read that that's why cats push items off of like tables and stuff because the table is the square. Like, and that's invading the square or like ruining it or something. I don't know, ruining their eye line. I don't remember. It was weird. It was like a documentary about like wild cats versus domestic cats and why their eyes are slits and why tigers have round pupils. There was very informative. Yeah, it's like cleaning your cave. It's like fuck that. My square. You know, like you put this here for me. Duh. You're not using it. Why are you upset about what I do with it? Cats are assholes, but they're beautiful assholes. I appreciate them. After last night, I had a woman rip into me for being 5 minutes late. I cannot fathom. I mean, I'm going to be real, and I'm sure a lot of you can identify. I cannot even imagine opening the door before at least 7 minutes has gone by that the delivery notification on my phone went through, just in case I see their car pull away, let alone, I mean, God forbid we make eye contact and I acknowledge the human being delivering my food. I tip enormously so that we can both acknowledge that I don't want to see a person. You're just going to leave it on my step. If it's lost, it's lost. Get the fuck out. Let alone, like, waiting at your window to berate an innocent delivery driver about the food you're too fucking lazy to cook for yourself. But obviously could afford because you could afford the takeout. Like, oh man, your self-control has got to be incredible. Oh my god, the Mayo story! It's not like an epic, super cool story. It's just gross. It's mostly just a fucking gross story. What is this fucking link? In my chat. Who is this? This is so violently funny. Can I get context before I, like, play it? Or is it funnier without it? Because I accept that. Some things are. I will... So, Mayo story real quick before we watch this. When oh man, young, like 10 or something, me and Katrina and Joshua and Sarah, I think Sarah was there, we would all go over to my Uncle Bob's because he was like the shitty dad who didn't give a fuck and didn't watch the kids. And we could stay up as late as we wanted, do whatever we wanted. And so we would stay up until like 5 o'clock in the morning sometimes, and we would all play Truth or Dare with each other. And it was horrible things we would do to each other. You guys know, I've told you the story of how Joshua almost inserted a pickle inside her ass before my mom opened the trailer door and said, girls, nothing in the orifices. As a general rule, we had to follow that forever. We did sick. I mean, girls are no better than boys. We're just less violent. We're disgusting. But my Katrina, motherfuck, rest in peace, love her to death, dared us all, knowing I had an aversion to mayo. I've never liked mayo. I don't like the concept of a wet sandwich. Like, wet bread to me is just fucking, why did you cook it in the first place? Suck on dough. Yuck. Can't do it. And she dared us all to take like a table, like, you know, those huge fucking like serving spoons, and scoop a scoop. Like, it had to be half mounded with mayonnaise and half mounded with margarine, like Country Homes margarine or something. Like, it was so much I could barely fit in my mouth, and we had to eat it. And I'm sweating thinking about it. I'm sorry. It's such a bad memory. And Katrina was the oldest, and she was really cool and very clever and the funniest of any of us. So, of course, you know, like, no one's going to bitch out on her dare. We'd never get to hang out till 5 a.m. again. Duh. If you have older siblings, you know what's up. And so, of course, we did it. And we all, I mean, we like fell. I think actually Joshua did end up slipping on her way to the kitchen sink to puke this fucking monstrosity up out of our mouths and or throats slash stomachs. Josh, I think, literally slid and like slammed her head into a cupboard, and me and Sarah were just like, it was it. If you've never had the pleasure of a margarine mayonnaise mixture coating the inside of your youthful mouth, it creates a film that doesn't go away for years. It's I can't compare it to anything. It's so bad. It was so fucking bad. It was I can't. I'd rather guzzle cum. I just cannot with it. It was so fucking bad. And the film it left in our mouth like made us, we were really young, we didn't really understand. We were just spitting for like an hour in the sink. Just kept like going and spitting over and over because we couldn't get the fuck out of our mouths. It was so bad. And from that day on, I just will not touch mayo now. I'm like, absolutely not. Go fuck yourself, you and your wet bread. Suck dough. I'm out. Bye. Are we cheersing? Militia. Oh my gosh. Sorry. I had to tell a story. I remembered. If it's toasted and like a hella thin layer, I understand and I totally get it. It's when it's not and it's like it oozes out the sides, or like if I can sense it, I get it. Like, I respect your use of mayo. Just get it the fuck away from my food. I love mustard and black licorice, not together, but two items that people are very polar about. I'm not out there like saying, oh, you have to have it smeared on the bread, otherwise it's not moist. No one's doing that with mustard. Why is it the egg vinegar oil whip? Insistence. Cheers. Love what you love. I'm just being a fucking dork. I don't like mayo. Just personal. Cheers. Want wet food? Eat some fucking soup. I agree, man. I'd rather a dry sandwich over a mayo-y sandwich. And that, it's that squishy, just nonsensical gelatin texture in my mouth. Fucking nah. That'll be a no from me, dog. But you can, I mean, don't yum Katie's yuck. You can yum my yuck. I mean, that way, if I ever get mayo in my house for some fucking horrible reason, I can ship it to you. See, Spiffy will take our mayo. I got no hate for other people liking it. I just don't like when people insist on it. There's a multitude of other things you can put on a sandwich. Aioli, for instance. Fantastic. Yeah, I think mayo is literally, it's like oil, like vegetable oil, and then raw eggs, and then they just whip it, like with beaters. And I think like for brands in America, especially like what is it, Miracle Whip, there's some vinegar, and that's what gives it like that fucking extra vile taste. Okay, then not aioli. It's not the one. It's the one that's got like it's like green. Maybe it's pesto I'm thinking of. Aioli might have been the wrong word. Because I actually don't hate aioli. There are some mayos out there that I've used as like tater tot dipping sauces that are not terrible in any way, shape, or form. It's when it just ruins my sandwich bread by making it wet and seriously soggy. I just am heartbroken. Why did you do such a thing? Which one is it that doesn't have the white base? It's not chimichurri. That goes on steak. Maybe it's pesto. I think it's an oil base. It's like a clear oil base, so it's got to be pesto, right? You want to know who eats Miracle Whip over mayonnaise? The bitch at the other end of the house. Now I truly understand when I eat black licorice and people go, ew, gross, why do you smell like death? I get it now. I get it. Like, it even has its special corner in the fridge, and I don't allow anything to be near it. I'm like, no, it might contaminate. I don't know if that's real or not. I just like to shame people that eat Miracle Whip. It's in the poison corner. I've never had Marmite, but I had, actually, my friend posted the video of me doing this very recently. It was, I want to say it was my first TwitchCon. I think it might have been my very, or not TwitchCon, excuse me, PAX East. One of the members of the community who was from Australia and played a lot of ESO came, and he brought Vegemite. Vegemite, right? Vegemite? I feel like I'm saying Vegemite. Vegemite. And we all tried it, but like he didn't inform us that the way that y'all fucking eat it out there in the AU is you like thinly spread it on toast with butter. He like gives me a spoon and a tiny jar of brown shit that smells like bouillon cube, and I was like, okay. I didn't eat that much. I literally like dipped the tip of the spoon in it, but far too much in one bite of nothing else in my mouth. It was like if a dirty foot was living inside of a dead whale's vagina in my mouth. There's a video of it on Twitter right now. That is not the way to eat that. And salt. Did I mention the salt? There's so much salt. It's so salty. Vegemite. Okay, Vegemite, not Vegemite. Thank you. Vegemite, yeah. Is that like comparable? That's what I thought, yeah. Marmite. Where is Marmite generally consumed, I should say? Hello, money. What's up, homie? I would love Vegemite. I'd eat Vegemite just for the name of it. Wait, I'm actually buying Marmite. Oh. Do you want to try it like the way dumb Americans try, or do you want to eat it the way they eat it? Because the way they eat it honestly seems acceptable. Because it really just, like, if you've ever tasted a bouillon cube, or, you know, there was a chunk of bouillon that didn't melt in the soup broth or whatever, it's just like that insanely strong, beefy, salty flavor. From what I understand, they like have a piece of toast and put butter on the toast and then thinly very like glaze the buttery toast with some of the Vegemite Marmite shit. So it just like adds a salty beefy flavor, which sure, it's like a chip, a crisp, if you will. A crisp. I would not eat it the way I did. It was bad. I did. Oh my god, that long fucking hair, man. So much maintenance on that dead. It was. I mean, like it's gross, but comparable. Having hair that long is similar to the ladies who grow their nails out and the people I should say, and let them spiral around into circles so they can't function anymore. It's the same thing. It's just like dead. I felt like I was dragging around a dead animal. I hated the shit. It was pretty, but that was it. I wish it was like something I could take off. Yeah, I would try it the way they eat it just simply because like it's so bad the way I did it. It's so strong. God, it's bad. Oh, Ziel, it's like it's so intense, man. So intense. But it's cultural, I get it. They probably think something we do is fucking weird. There's a place around here that does a hummus cream cheese sandwich, and it's epic. I'm a huge hummus fan. Hummus and I love what's it called? Baba ganoush. I fucking love it. I made it homemade one time, like roasted eggplants and shit. And I just would eat it with a spoon. It was hot. Like I just ate it with a spoon. It was so fucking good. If you've never made it from home, A, it's very easy. If you have a blender and access to an oven, super easy and holy shit balls. Also, it's hella low in calories. Like, aside from the olive oil you add, like eggplant's nothing. It's so Greg, right? Have you ever made it? It like altered my view of baba ganoush when I made it from home one day. I was just like, what the fuck though? What happened to the stuff that is not homemade? What happened to it? Why is it so not this? Oh no shit. Are you allergic to do you like tomatoes? Maybe it's nightshades. Dude, I don't know if you could see it. It's not very bright over there. I have an accidental giant potato growing in my living room right now. And it's a nightshade. So the leaves are really cool looking and it's like a vining plant. It looks really cool, but it eventually there's going to be a fucking potato, which is weird. Raw tomatoes, interesting. My mouth tingles not to nightshades but to grapefruit. I don't know what it is. Like I've never been a fan. Like who the fuck's like, "Yeah, grapefruit." But sometimes at the hospital you'd just be starving and there'd be fruit lying around. And I tried to eat a grapefruit one time and like my tongue felt tingly and numb and the roof of my mouth itched like crazy. And I mentioned it to my mom just off topic one day and she was like, "You know, your biological dad or your bio dad is what she calls him. We call him sperm donor. Your bio dad was allergic to grapefruit." I'm like, that might be something pertinent to pass on. Nothing serious. It's just itchy. Like, you know, when you can't stop tonguing the roof of your mouth, like, bummer, dude. I don't even what could you replace? I mean, it wouldn't even be it. I feel bad. I'm sorry I talked it up so much. For those allergic. If you're not allergic, give it a try. Even if you don't like eggplant. This is the thing. I don't like eggplant simply because the only way I'd ever had it is like people grilling it or something and it's that ultra mush in the middle. Again with the soft fucking baby food textures. I just am not a fan. And when you cook eggplant, it basically just like liquefies, unless you bread it or something like that. And so I've never liked eggplant ever. And then someone gave me baba ganoush. I didn't know what was in it, and I was like, "What the fuck is that?" And they're like, "It's eggplant and some other shit." And I was like, "Excuse me, no, it's not. I hate eggplant. You don't even know. It's just the way it's prepared." A what? It's a potato. Look at this. I don't know if you'll be able to see. It's on top. It's literally near the ceiling. Do you see next to the headphones that like bucket with all the vines coming out of it? Yeah. So, what happened? Hello, Miss Katie. Uh, I had some like fingerling potatoes that went that like went rooted and eyed all over and had some leaves on them. So I cut them up and I put them in with some of my potato bugs. I have a lot of like bins with like different species of bugs that I feed to all my tarantulas in them. And so when fruit or veggie goes bad, I clean it, make sure it's not like covered in pesticides or something, and I give it to them. Well, I cut up all these potatoes and then I put them in this bin that had some dirt in it and forgot. And when I emptied out something, I was like, "Oh, it's a bin of just dirt," and just kept pouring dirt in it. And so these chopped up potatoes that went to seed and like eyed have become 3-foot vines down my bookshelf. It wasn't down my bookshelf. I literally found that in my bookshelf where I was just keeping dirt that I use daily to like move shit. So I don't know. A couple of them are purple though. The vines are literally purple, so I think it was purple potatoes. I'm kind of excited. I look crammed. How so? I actually have a ton of room. Other than that little bitch back there. I really like my little corner. It feels very cozy, but doesn't feel like claustrophobic, which was a big thing for me. Like I could never be like right up against a wall. I did that for a bit when I was living in Maryland because I was streaming from a basement And basements are creepy, especially if they don't have windows. So I wanted to face the stairs coming down from the upside of the house because what if it's a monster? You don't know. I don't know. A ghost. Nobody knows. And so I had my back to a wall and I could barely scoop my chair out. That shit was in it's like most of the time it doesn't bother you, but when you're having a bad day, like suddenly you pick your chair up and throw it across the room. Like that kind of like just a little too cramped. The cam might make it look smaller, but I actually have a ton of room. It's quite nice. I very much like my corner. And it makes the rest of the house feel more like a house, not like the entire major part of the house is my office. If that makes sense. Because I'm in the living room. Like, we're in such a small house. Like, there's no extra rooms or anything. There's no extra rooms. Excuse me. I got too far away. That's there's a little, do you see the morgue sign? That's the wall of trials. They're all still, except that one on the far right, which I think Zach threw and broke. That was his. The rest of them are fantastic headsets. Migraines. It's the headphone morgue. They're all fantastic, yeah. I mean, most of them are still great. I think literally there's only 2 headsets up there that are broken, and they're Zach's. I hung them up for aesthetic. Mine all look really nice. Just migraine. I just can't have anything touch my fucking skull. Sucks. Hello, Bottled Spider. How are you, love? Which old background, Greg? With spiders? Which old background? Because I've had 4 since I moved here. And what made you attach to the background more than the streamer? And how did that make you feel? With the spiders on it? I love the way it is right now, to be honest with you. Hello, Nameless Love. How are you? Thank you, DJ. I spent way too long on it, which is why I only did one side. I got done with it and was like, go fuck yourself. I'm not doing the other side. I can't. I want to stream. I mean, I could have, but I wouldn't have streamed till like fucking 6 p.m. Would have been stupid. These glasses are from my freshman year of college. I lost my most recent prescription when I moved here, and I never found them and never got an eye doctor, and here we are. Poverty. Am I right? Yeah, just like insult all the hard work I put into my stream background first, and then we'll talk about it, Greg. They're juicy couture. I'm not shitting you. Shit is fucking tack. I was a classy girl. They're purple sparkles. It's called Brainstorm. They are old as F. But when you need some, you get them. Well, the other background's dead. I actually have all my spiders next to me. I haven't decided what to do with them yet, to be completely fair. This background's pretty much temporary. It's literally been a dumping ground. Like this. All of this is like shit you guys have sent me over the years. And it's like my safe place where I know the dogs can't get to it and don't really find anything interesting. Because I just haven't decided. It takes me a bit. Like, I don't know if you guys do that, but when you reorganize a room, like, I clear it out and empty it, and then I need to, like, look at it for a bit. And, like, get a feel for, like, where do I want the couch? Like, does the chair work over there? I need to, like, feel the room for a bit. I can't just move shit and be okay with it. I don't know how people do that. Unless they work fast. And that's what I'm kind of working on right now, Greg. It's just that balance of, like, having, a living room where it's part of the house where my camera's not pointing all the time unless I swing it that way, but also like my nice corner. But also I want all my spiders like with me and near me, and I like having them here to talk about. I have them all right here currently because I just haven't decided. You're very lucky. It takes me a while. Honestly, it wouldn't take me that long if I was like in a room that was mine. Like if I had a room that wasn't designated as another part of the house as well. But the way that this house is designed is like the kitchen and like dining room space, square, whatever the fuck you would call it, and then this whole living room area are just open to each other. And so I just am kind of like jerry rigged into a corner of it, but I face all of it right now. So I like it, but like I'm not dead on it right now yet. I just like to give you shit because I can. It's friendship. But yeah, I kind of have to feel for it for a bit and just see like also like the flow of walk. I'm sure you guys have all seen those ADHD like memes about how ADHDers walk. That is me, like the hip swing to walk straight so I don't have to walk into things. So I really pay attention to like the flow of the house and how fast I can walk. Not that I'm like running through my house, but I walk relatively fast and with a purpose because I'm going to forget that purpose real quick. And if there's shit in my way or I have to like step around something, like that's not a very good flow, you know? Or if like you walk down a hall and you're immediately stopped by something, so you have to take a hard right or something in an open room. It's just bizarre. So I'm still kind of playing with the layout a little bit. Dude, what I want to do with the basement, because it's the basement is technically finished. What I was told by Scott was that the previous owners made a fib so that they could, there's a hair on my nose, I'm sorry. Made a fib so that they could get insurance money to turn our basement into a grow room, which is exactly what it looks like. Lots of mirrors, lots of wiring on the ceilings, but the ceilings are too low to like be what I don't know what you call it in housing terms, licensed as a actual floor of the house. Does that make any sense to anybody? I don't know. I don't know construction terms, but those they're not insanely short, just a little bit. Like I can stand up right down there and I'm 6 feet tall. It's totally fine. But what I'd like to do is put stairs in the house to go to the basement because right now it's literally like a cellar door to the basement. You have to go outside. And you have to walk a pretty decent ways from the back door. So in the dead of winter when it's -0, it's miserable. Like I'm not gonna go to the basement. Go fuck yourself ever. But I'd like to put stairs and just make my bedroom down there. I'm a basement dweller, man. No light, cold as fuck, silence because you're buffered by being underground. Hell yeah. No one will hear the screaming. Still playing with this, by the way. These are super fun, I'm telling you. Not sponsored, but I should try. I don't know. I don't think I can make a square with the fucking fireworks, so I think I failed everybody. My bad. Enjoy your clicky toys if you get them. My uterus is starting to hurt me again, and I'm upset about it. How are you guys doing? I feel like a woman. Having a great time. I hope you are too. It's possible, Spiff. My mom was kind of a hoeing it up in college. BDO, I've literally always had a basement to sleep in until this house. I'm a little upset about it. East Coast, we're basement people. We always have one. They're usually finished. And they're silent. They're great because you're like in the foundation, so it's all cement. And it's just like cold and peaceful. Ugh, I love them. Windows, who needs them? In a bedroom? The fuck? Insert JK Rowling joke here. I mean, which one? Shall I count the ways? Time myself on what? Wait, who knows? When I walk through the house? No, I just like I think it's a habit I've gotten because I know I'm going to forget whatever I'm walking to very quickly. So the faster I walk, the more likely I'll remember it by the time I get there. And the less likely someone will interrupt said walk. Ow. You know what I'm saying? I drooled because I haven't figured out how to drink yet. Wookie, my heart's warm for that. Faux right? I'm saying the options are never ending. Greg, he actually has to make an alarm for himself no matter what. I hear it every morning. But I think that's because he just stays up dumb late. Like, more often than not, when you're like, the early morning hours when it's like maybe an hour or two before your alarm, maybe you wake up just because you turn over and sunlight hit you, so you're like, but then you go back to sleep. More often than not, I do that around 5 a.m. and he's like wide awake, just chilling there playing a video game, sitting. It's weird. I don't know when the sleep happens. I hope it does. I don't want his office. Oh my fuck, never. His office is south facing and our house is like a shade darker than navy blue. It gets it literally like the outside of our house, you can't touch it in the summer. It will burn you. Like 1 second, the outside of our house will burn you. That's how hot his office gets. Fuck that. I'm on the cold side. I go to the basement. Mm-mm. He can keep his hot little bitch room. Hell no. Basements are the best place to murder someone as long as you're disposing on site or disarticulating the body. Dragging a whole ass body up a flight of stairs interests me not at all. Thankfully, we don't have a flight of stairs from the outside cellar door, though. You could literally just it's when I stand in it, like the ground floor is like at my waist. Granted, I'm 6 feet tall, but it's not that bad. Stairs, totally get it. I was thinking more like a fuck dungeon, but I don't have like a big murder list right now. Not at least not an accessible one. You know what I'm saying? I'm on a few lists, but not like the important ones. Like, there's like green, blue, yellow, red. I'm like chartreuse at best. The dream, man. Ever since I worked at Lowe's, like I just have home improvement dreams, like a fuck dungeon that is separate from my bedroom, so like I can fuck and then immediately go lay in a brand new clean made bed. Like that's the hotel dream. uh an amazing kitchen with like ample counter space that's just stainless fucking steel. No more of this marble fancy bullshit that absorbs liquids. I don't want none of that. A home theater would be incredible. Like a basic one, but like with a big old projector and just a room dedicated to darkness and movies and being cold with a snack fridge and a bong special. I was going to say specific, but that didn't make sense. A special bong. I have dreams. None of them attainable. Really, I just want to have enough money to like feed myself and buy weed and bills. That's it. I'm pretty happy. Other than the lack of travel, if y'all could stop getting COVID, that'd be great. See how addicting these are? I threw it across my desk and I picked it up again. I'm saying, if you're fidgety, it's not. I should hit these guys up. Be like, yo, I'm an ADD mess. A Zoe approved basement. Oh my god, but everybody would come fire. And our penises would be degloved and like there would be so much cum everywhere. I already have to clean so much dust. Like that's just a lot of maintenance. Dude, like I respect the latex hobbies. However, from working in the medical industry, I can't. Like anything, even condoms, like the smell of them is I understand the necessity. They're great for stopping the babies and the STDs necessary. However, the smell of it to me is just hospital. All I smell is like latex gloves and the ER and death and all of the bodily fluids that came with those come rushing back and I'm like, wow, I feel sexy. I hate them. Latex, the smell of it, even the balloons. Because if you think about it, like we go through hundreds of thousands of those fucking gloves every day at the hospital because you change them like 10 times in the patient's room minimum. It's crazy. And every time you snap on a new pair, that smell breaks. It's just like, I don't like it. Latex smell, dudes. Can't do it. Aw, Spiff, really? The fuck? How did that happen? You'd never need to rent out a hotel, just go to the fuck dungeon. I'm saying. Like, there's something to be said about laying in the gooey puddle for a second. but then you want, to either carry on with your day or get in a warm, cozy, warm, safe, not fucked bed. Like a rich people. I assume. I don't know. Whoa! Will Smith got a 10-year ban from the Oscars. Honestly, I'm shocked it's 10 years and not forever. But, alright. Weird. Not that I mean, here's the thing. Like, I don't give a fuck about the Oscars. I don't think many of us do. Really, until this happened. And then suddenly we all had an opinion on slapping people. But, like, I don't give a fuck about the Oscars. I think they want us to care more about the Oscars than we do with this. Not that it was rigged or anything, but I think they're kind of like, people care. Let's tell them what we're doing and make it kind of spicy. And it's like, I don't really care, but no one cares. It's all rigged, We know that. I'm not telling you anything news. Just from the ceremony. Oh shit, so we can still like win. Well, oh my god, this also happened on Sunday night, I believe. Did you guys hear that Louis C.K., who, correct me if I'm wrong, was like Me Too'd out of society for various reasons, won Best Comedy Album of the Year. I did not know he made a new one or that he was out in the wild again, to be honest. I hope he gave his employees ponchos as just like, like hard hats in a construction zone. Ponchos around Siemens. Dude, Spiff, I'm so sorry. I honestly, I think about that sometimes, and I'm very grateful that for all, everybody has faults. My parents are not denying a fucking deadly virus because most of my family's medical, thank fuck. And my mom actually works at the Ground Zero Hospital, like the first hospital to have COVID in the United States of America. So she's extremely realistic about it. What part did you not know about? Like like Will Smith, walking for 3 hours through the desert, 40 days and 40 nights to smack someone over his wife. That part? Or like the fact that the Oscars even exist. Oh, that he had new comedy available. Oh, really? Is it hilarious? I mean, here's the thing. Before he got all weird, like, was Me Too'd. I honestly don't know the deets of what happened to him because there was a lot of other things going on that I was paying attention to. I thought he was fucking hilarious. I loved Louis C.K. show. Louis. Shit was hilarious. I still quote a lot of his stand-up stuff. He was really funny. However, you shouldn't touch people or do anything to anyone that they don't want. I don't know what happened. Doesn't matter. I mean, it must not have been bad enough for him to have lost his career, obviously. I would think, if this is going down. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I don't know. They gave Will Smith an award. Who knows anymore? I don't know. LeVar Burton poked fun at Will Smith. Really? I've been completely ignoring anyone that is still talking about it because I just assume, like, you probably don't have much going on. You know what I'm saying? And not to you guys, like, famous people, big Twitter accounts that are, look at, I made a cool shape. On accident. I have a whole box. I could make many shapes. Louis C.K. made jokes about jerking off in front of his dates in hotels. Then a bunch of girls came out and said he was doing it without their consent. Oh. I mean, was he, like, coming out from behind a curtain and, like, coming on them? I mean, okay, call me dumb, but as far as I know, I don't have a penis. I have a huge spiritual cock, however, I have full control over its everything. It takes, like, at least a couple minutes to get from, like, to it where you could, like, scream or run away. Vile, why are we so angry? What's wrong with you? I don't think there's such a thing as cancel culture. I think it's what Bubblicious said. I mean, people will not support you if you're a disgusting piece of shit. I mean, I think the people who are like victims of that for being pieces of shit, they're the ones who coined cancel culture, I think. From what I can tell. I mean, I'm not like all up in it, but from what I can see, that's what it looks like. I mean, you were the shitty person. Like, you can't be mad at anyone for calling it out. You did the shit thing. Like, stop doing the shit thing. Maybe. I don't know. I saw that, Wookie. I saw that too. I mean, the memes coming out of it are fucking hilarious. That's my opinion. They're so even the worst ones. There are some bad jokes and they are funny. And here's the thing, and I always will play devil's advocate. I'm not saying what Louis did was right or wrong. Nobody knows except him and the person who claims anything. But like, I could be in the room with one of you and say, "I would love to watch you jerk off." And then you could come all over yourself and be in a wriggling sweaty mess, and I could walk out the door, call the cops and say, "So and so just jerked off in front of me," and I said no. They locked the door. I couldn't get out. I was forced. I could do that right now as a white privileged female in America, and that's fucked up. So everything that comes out of that shit, I take with a grain of salt. Like, it's terrible if it happened. No one should do this, and it's really terrible if people claimed it happened and it didn't. I don't know though. Nobody knows except those two people. It's icky regardless. Like, ick. Nobody wants to be masturbated at or on without their permission. Like, I don't want to even see your genitals without my, like, stop it. I did get jerked off on in Rome. You guys know this happened. Like, been there, done that. Not a fan. But like, between anyone except those two people, I don't know. It seems weird. Really vile? Why? It takes some time, but also being in the girl's place, there are reasons to not be able to leave. I mean, I totally, and that's what I'm saying. Like, there are so many, and I'm not justifying either person's behavior. However, we were all around Twitch and Twitter a couple years ago when Twitch and Twitter got Me Too'd, and people claimed shit happened to get clout that did not happen. And it's kind of like, we talked about this a couple weeks ago on my channel. It doesn't matter if you're guilty or not. If someone makes an official, like, whatever against you for sexual assault, that is on you forever, mentally and on your record that it was claimed. Like, that shit ruins lives. And I've seen it both ways so many times. It makes me disgusted. And it's like, all we know is what's fucking put onto Twitter or something. Like, we don't know anything. I hate that shit. I don't think it's fair to anybody, to the people being assaulted or the people like maybe assaulting or people who didn't assault and just like maybe they're famous and turned down someone not so famous and the not so famous person was like, "How could you?" and then went off on Twitter and was like, "They harmed me." And then the world like, canceled the person without they just, you guys know what I'm saying, right? It's such a touchy subject cuz you can I would never as a victim, and even if I wasn't a victim, you can never victim blame or say someone who feels like a victim isn't a victim. Victimhood is subjective. Like, what I feel makes me a victim might not be what someone else made wait, what made someone else feel like a victim. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't do that shit. But also, there are horrible, horrible people out there that cheapen everybody's experiences that are horrible. Like, they cheapen the movement of just being out there with what's happened to them by making up fake bullshit stories to get some clout on the internet for someone who made them pissed. Like, that shit's just bull to me. I can't with that. Like, how do you sleep at night? Oh my god, Greg, though. Have you ever seen a ginger's balls? They're so pink. Like, gingers in chat. Are your balls so pink, though? Because, wow. So pink. Oh, what? One of the kids claimed, oh, Oh, money. I'm so sorry. I mean, there's nothing I can say that would make anything better or worse about that. However, it makes my heart break. Is oh wait. Hev, bitch, that's a year. Motherfucker.
Motherfucker. Thank you for a fucking year. Holy shit. That's a long time. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, keeping the classy alive, and giving me this swings. I appreciate you. How are you?
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
Exactly. The people lying about it stop real victims from speaking out honestly because they're afraid that they'll be accused of lying as well. Exactly. Yeah, and it's horrible to see both. And you're like, what do you do? That's why I try to leave it up to professionals, people who know what the fuck they're doing. I stay the fuck out of Twitter drama and shit like that. If it's, obviously if it's involving someone I love and care about, like I would reach out to them and say I'm here for you to support you and whatever, but I am not that person to make judgments or decisions on any of that. Oh, and since we're speaking on jerking it, there was a Walgreens customer today that decided to nest the toilet with TP and then jerk off. Oh my god, Vile! Did you hear about the dude who jerked off on an airplane flight and they had to ground it in Arizona? He was flying from Seattle. He jerked off 4 times in an hour and went to the bathroom between every jerk off, and the girl sitting next to him like filmed it to prove that it was happening. Cause no, she didn't like. What else do you do? Like the guy next to me is jerking off, and he just like stops. Like, no, I'm not. Like what would you do? What like man? And he didn't jerk off in the bathroom. That's the crazy part. Like those trips to the bathroom could have been the jerk offs. It could have been like a whole situation, the clean up, and then go back to your seat. But he split up. So many questions. So many questions. Like I mean, I'm pretty sure every person, it doesn't matter what your genitals are or anything. We've all had those moments where you're so horny, you're willing to like rub one out at work, but we fucking suck it up. Most of us, most time. And then there are those of us who are like, she won't notice. Like, what the fuck? I guess I read another report on it today that other people in the cabin heard a clapping noise, which I just cannot even fucking wrap my head around. I'm sorry, Nim. I'm sorry. I mean, I like when you're like in the paper. It makes me proud. I know, right? Like what? Why? I love me a good dick. I'm gonna say that. But there is a time and a place, and that is not neither nor. You know what I'm saying? Man, Greg, and that's the thing. Like, I understand the voyeurism fetishes. I understand the fetish of wanting people to watch you, but it becomes a crime when it's someone who's not a willing participant. Just coming back to the Louis C.K. thing, like I'm not here to shame you for wanting someone like wanting that situation, but there are ways to go about it as an adult where we're not giving someone nightmares. I don't know. And again, we don't know who said what. Nobody does, except who was in that room at the time. Like, nobody does. But I think he actually, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Louis did admit to doing it non consensually. Correct. I think. I really liked him as a comedian, so I followed that pretty closely. I was really hoping it wasn't true. Like, when it came out, I was like, please don't be real. Please don't be real. Because he's just a sarcastic ass, and I'm into that. You couldn't tell. He's fucking funny, man. And his stand up that's funny to me is not the shit you'd think. It's like him talking about the first time he had to wipe shit out of his baby daughter's vagina. He's like, when you have kids, you don't think about the fact that you're going to be irrigating a tiny vagina of diarrhea. That shit makes me cry laughing. I die. It broke my heart. But funny people can be shitty. Anybody can be shitty. Greg, and that's the thing, like, I'm not necessarily an exhibitionist, but I don't have much modesty or like shame. So I tend to just kind of be like, woo! But I like rein it in it's like read the room, you know? A quote from what? About what? If I was on a flight and heard a clapping noise that wasn't an engine, I'd be okay with that. I just assume it was some dumb white bitch like, "Oh, mountains," usual shit, not the slap of that. Oh, is it about the currents? Like, I mean, give me the link. I'm always curious. It's like I'm not gonna like deny if he was a horrible person, but I do hope. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's a tough place. It sucks when people you admire that are famous become shitty. J.K. Rowling. Transgender men are men, transgender women are women, and owe us nothing. I was trying to give you a fucking permit. My bad. There you go. I've been blown in a Home Depot garden center before. Me too, except Lowe's. But same. I took a boy's blowy virginity at the Lowe's garden center. The Lowe's Garden Center is a mystical place where many things happen. Oh, it's like a recap of it. Thank you. I would like to read that. It's ugly topic, but it's good to know what's going on. I mean, you guys know how I feel about like J.K. Rowling. She was very, very vocal on Twitter and otherwise about her turf beliefs. And while I fucking love Harry Potter, it's built into me. I grew up with it. The books are beautiful. I am a Slytherin to my heart. I've been to the land so many times. I just don't know who the fuck wrote them. It's crazy that someone wouldn't want to be cashing in on such a viable industry. Like, there's a theme park, too, technically, now. And still, not one person has come forth and been like, yo, I wrote those books. It's wild. Crazy. But that being said, ways to not support an evil artist when you really enjoy the art form. You guys know about VPNs, NordVPN, TunnelBear, otherwise things to attain, visual media, for lack of a better term. But if you like merchandise, like say from Harry Potter or something, Etsy. I'm telling you, it's all around the world. Like I've ordered shit that's literally come from Russia before. Probably a bad comparison right now in the current climate, but you know what I'm saying. It's everywhere, and it's, just individual people like making cute little purses out of like Slytherin cloth that some individual other human being like made the textile of from another website. Like, you know what I'm saying? None of the money is going to possibly some turf cunt, even though we don't know who the author is. But like, if it was, the money wouldn't go there, is what I'm saying. And like, at this point, the biggest, like, as the little people with not a huge voice, our biggest statement is with our money, unfortunately. I hate it, but it's real. Etsy's incredible. I love Etsy so much because dude, Harry Potter was a hard one for me when all that when she said vile's a terrible word to use because my friend Vile's in chat right now. When she said the horrifically hurtful things, anti-trans statements on Twitter, it was, I literally grew up with the books. Like, I was the age. I'm still waiting for a letter. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love the witch and wizard stuff. Reading back on it as an adult, I can definitely see the overtones of her horrible opinions in it now, or I'm looking for them. I don't know. Who knows how the brain works? But I don't want my money going to that. Fucking no. It's just a no. Ugh. Bile. I mean, it's like that word doesn't even cover it though. I'm like trying to think of something just like ugh. Mayonnaise. You know what I'm saying? Bitch is like a fucking heaping tablespoon of Miracle Whip. Just leaves the film in your mouth. I don't like I just can't handle people being so hurtful. There's enough, Can we just shut the fuck up? Shut the fuck up. Just like unplug your keyboard, type away, pretend it happened. Shut the fuck up. Get dropped from the billionaires list because she kept donating to charities and schools. I really don't know. Maybe. It's possible. I mean, you can do good things and not hold great views, you know? Who was it, like, oh my god, there was, like, some famous scientist or something who was, like, was it Freud? Who he was, like, you know, arguably one of the fathers of, like, modern psychology, even though a lot of it was, like, crazy, like, "I wanna fuck your mom" shit, but he also believed in eugenics and was kind of a racist. Like, shitty people have good ideas, good people have shitty ideas. It sucks. We're too complex as a species. The books apparently had, like, they were born to be slaves and love it. Whoa! Ew! What part of which book? Oh my god, I'm so curious. I can't even think of a part of the book that would be in. Money, I mean, it makes sense. I think she was homeless and lived in a car at one point, so she probably felt very strongly about helping the homeless. And, like, while that's beautiful, it's kinda like maybe not comparable, but similar to, like, I'm not racist, but it's like, here's my horrible opinion about an entire population of human beings just trying to be true to their heart and soul. But, like, look at all the charity I did. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's just me. That's just me. No, totally impressive. Like, I'm thankful. Like, give me all your money. Like, please keep donating to charity. I'm not going to give you any more money, but you can keep donating it to charity. I'd love for you to do that. Here's a great charity for displaced transgender people whose families have put them on the streets. Maybe donate there. That's a real charity. I'm trying to think of the name of it. Oh my god. I just completely blanked. It's a real fucking charity. Oh my god, I gotta Google it. My phone's dead. I'm waiting. It's a real one and I completely spaced on it. It literally helps provide housing for transgender youth who have been displaced because their family was like, the devil, and, you know, threw their teenage children on the streets. What the fuck, though? I don't even have kids. What the fuck? Like, parents in chat, how mad, like, how angry in your soul of souls does that shit infuriate? Like, for real, because I'm not a parent, and it makes me so mad. My heart's palpitating right now. How do you feel when you hear that there are parents on this planet who can physically kick out their child for finding their true heart of heart soul human? Trevor Project's amazing. Trevor Project is an incredible. I actually did a charity with them. Is it trans? Oh my god. True Colors United? No. Fuck. I gotta Google it. I don't think it's any of those. Oh my fuck. It might be though, and I might just be panicking in my brain because it was right on the tip of my tongue and then it just went out that way. I am Jack's complete lack of surprise, though, for real. I am Jack's swollen gallbladder. Trevor Project is an amazing charity for kids who have been homeless or have been kicked out by their parents or just become homeless because maybe their parents died and they had nowhere to go, something, and or otherwise, who are or who are part of the LGBTQ plus community and have suicidal tendencies or feel like they want to end their own lives. Like they'll, it's basically for everybody, but mainly I think it focuses on the LGBT community who have just been fucking left because that is a disturbing population that would make you vomit in your mouth. I did a big charity with them in the channel a couple years ago. It was pretty good. I have kids and shit like that kills me. Dude, I just can't with it. And I don't have kids. Like it makes it it's almost like I don't want to hear it, but you know what I mean? Not hearing it makes doesn't make it go away. Good morning, Sylv. How are you, love? It might be True Colors United. Fuck. My don't. Oh, why is she so electric all the time? Is it me? Is it me you're looking for? Understand in your eyes. Thank you for the follow, Throttle Happy. Welcome. As Melvin Boy put it the other day, he was scared and his parents somehow rose to it. Assholes are the exception. It's true. It's just, I mean, it shouldn't happen at all, you know? A parent not willing to accept their child is an asshole. It doesn't matter if you're a kid, if your kid is a serial killer. That's the thing, like, giving up a baby for adoption because you are physically, like, emotionally, fiscally, or otherwise incapable of raising a child, completely different. obviously. But like, no, me too. I'm just clarifying for both of us because I know. It's, you know, I don't know, man. Imagine if I told my parents I had a boyfriend and they were like, "Are you telling us you're straight now? Your father and I would like you to gather your things and leave the home immediately. You can leave your key on the coffee table." Like, that shit happens because people like grow up into their true sexuality and like who they, whatever word you want to use for it, who they are in their soul of souls is what I like to say. Fucking wild. Because from what I understand, like people will die for their children. Like they will step in front of bullets. You know, that's your spawn. It's the person you live for now. And to do, I mean, it's just I can't wrap my head around it. And it makes me sad. Oh my god, it's fucking 4:22 on the West Coast. I was even watching it, Viata. I'm terrible at this. Viata, cheers. It's West Coast 4:20, my dudes. It's heartbreaking, Berserker. It fucking is like heart wrenching out your chest. Berserker, and I mean that's my mom. Like thank fuck my mom's a nasty hippie. Like she cray, but she a hippie. And she was the same. She taught my sister and I both, like instilled in us love is love is love and be grateful if you find it. Like without, specifications on where to find it or what kind of genitals it needed. Which was really nice. Growing up to not have that weird ass fucking pressure on. I can't fathom it, and that's where I sympathize heavily with many people very dear to my heart. I can't fathom it, and I hope to fuck their lives get better now that they're out of that bullshit. Texas. You know whose opinion I want on Texas? Beyonce, because she sure sucks a Texas dick in like all her music. Queen Bee, what you fucking think of all this like transgender children are now a crime? Just curious. Cheers. Love you, Vile. I don't want her to say fuck Texas because honestly, and this is where I come from because I have a lot of friends in Texas. This is like the mentality I take. Texas, like to say fuck Texas is to say fuck all the people. Because I don't think Texas is represented or representative of that group of strange politicians who really hates vagina. You know? I don't know what to say. It's like fuck something, fuck those people. I wish I had a word for it. But the people, like the culture and the people of Texas who just like want to live. It's like me, like I just want to fucking live. I don't want to get in anyone else's business. I don't want them in my business. I know a ton of people who live in Texas who feel the same. And I feel the same. Like I don't want to say fuck Texas cuz it's so not fair. It's such a huge population of people. I'd be pissed if I lived in Texas and someone said that. I'd be like, "Oh fuck you." It's like when people are like, "Fuck America." There's a lot of really nice, wonderful people in America. It's just unfortunately the crazies are really loud and on Fox News. We ain't all into that Trump bullshit, but that's what's like fed. I'm sure you guys know that. I'm not fucking teaching anyone anything. You guys know it's what the media, it's like the sensational bullshit. Is it bad to take my Lexapro with beer? Actually, spiffy. If your doctor didn't tell you this, alcohol, so like I don't want to scare you, but it basically eliminates the buildup of Lexapro in your system. I don't know the exact like ounces or science, but enough drinks to get a buzz going is enough to wipe out all the buildup of Lexapro in your system. So basically, when you sober up, you start over. It's like day one on Lexapro the next day. So you kind of end up with that Lexapro hangover like swiftly. I got it. I did not know this was a thing. No one told me either on Lexapro. It's a thing. I went to Montana and drank a little, and I had the Lexapro. Like, kind of want to jump off a cliff, kind of don't. For like 3 weeks, called my doc, was informed of this. So it's not going to hurt you, but it basically makes the Lexapro like a waste of your time if you're going to drink. Like, might as well just like put the Lexapro aside. The faux news. The faux. I like that. That's better. I mean, we have a ton of people in our community here in chat who are Texans, and they've been here for years. There's no fucking way they could listen to me all day and not have at least an open mind. You know, there's no fucking way. I mean, how many milligrams of Lexapro you're on? Just curious. Not that it makes a difference, but yeah, alcohol with SSRIs. It won't. I mean, a lot of it you can. It's hard, man. I don't want to like generalize. It can. So like Lexapro, any SSRI, a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, can have a tendency to lower heart rates and lower blood pressures. And alcohol can thin your blood and sometimes dilate all your capillaries and arteries, leading to an even lower blood pressure and fainting and dying in an alley alone and sad and cold, and then a cat eats your face. You know what I'm saying? It's like you don't want to fuck with a bunch of things at the same time that all kind of do the same thing. Does that make sense? Kind of compounds on itself. It's like taking ephedrine with caffeine if ephedrine was legal. I can't think of anything else. It's like an upper that's legal that people just take. I don't know, but you know what I mean? Like you start compounding on it. It is. Alcohol is a depressant. Not in the same way as we chemically understand depression actually works in the brain, though. It's a little bit different, but yes. What happens is, a really good saying that I heard that's actually really accurate is drinking is like borrowing happiness from tomorrow. It's kind of true because what happens is, without going into weird specifics, because in no way do I know them anymore, but alcohol causes that surge of a lot of serotonin and happy chemicals to be released. But unfortunately, what happens is the next day, it's kind of like a mini crash. Like, you know, I was talking about bipolar earlier, like I'll go 2 weeks in 2 weeks. It's like a mini crash from that dopamine uppage, but it usually happens like while you're drunk, which is why you get really sad, depressed drunks or really violent drunks or drunks that are like looking for that adrenaline rush at the end of the night. They're like, I'm not ready to go home, guys. Let's jump off a building. Like they're seeking it out still. And then the next day you usually are like, just don't touch me. That kind of shit. So it's a depressant and then it kind of like it borrows like your dopamine that was gonna be yesterday's dopamine and dumps it really fucking fast in really layman's terms. What mental meds can you drink with? I would talk to your doc. There's way too many for me to even generalize on that one. That's a tough one. Seriously, like if you have a psychiatrist or a general GP that's giving you meds, in general, if you're on a daily med of any kind, if it's like for depression or something like an SSRI, something that has to build up in your system, alcohol is not good. Alcohol is poison. Like at the end of the day, it's just straight up poison. So what happens in your body when you drink alcohol is your body, you know, ah, poison. And your liver and kidneys go into overdrive to cleanse your body of said poison. And this is where metabolism, quote unquote, comes into effect. Like, you know, some people takes a lot to get drunk and a lot to get sober. Some people a little bit to get drunk and they sober up really fucking fast before the end of the night even. Yay, early hangovers. Just depends on your fucking metabolism and how active you are. But when your liver does this, it can actually like change your gut biome because it goes into overdrive trying to protect you from this, you know, poison. And for instance, your liver can get scarring on it from where there used to be insulin receptors, but because your liver was so focused on cleaning out the poison we consume, you know, wine or something like I say poison, you know, as a general alcohol, whatever. It will give up on those insulin receptors and scar over that part of the liver, which is just damaged, it's like dead tissue because blood flow wasn't going there anymore because it was really centered on cleansing something else. And then when we eat sugar, real sugar, we don't have the correct insulin response anymore and we get diabetes. just simply from, you know, having a casual drink every night. There's like an epidemic of very young women coming in already like raging alcoholics, 20% liver function because the rest of it gave up, and getting diabetes because of this. Like, it was like a weird Instagram, Pinterest, like, it's really cool to be like white and drink wine in the evening. But unfortunately, you know, it's still alcohol. It doesn't matter what fucking alcohol you're drinking, how classy we deem it. And so they'd eventually drink more and more and more to get that little buzz. You build up that tolerance, or you're getting used to the feeling or whatever. And these girls come in, they're like, I'm drinking like 2 bottles a night. I don't think it's that bad. That's like a lot of sugar, let alone the alcohol content. I don't drink, so I don't know anymore. I just kind of got bored with it. Weed doesn't give me a hangover. I like it. Hi, Emperor Ghost. How are you, love? Where is he? I got my ghost back there. Because if you have ghost, you have everything. $1.5 liters at 12%. Is that a lot? See, I just don't know the percentage. Like I don't know what a lot of alcohol is. For one, I'm an insane lightweight. So like one beer and I get real tipsy. So I have no like internal scale of alcohol percentages at all. I just saw the patients. That was it. Like the 20-year-olds going through full liver cirrhosis. The shit's fucked. Shouldn't happen. But that's not a fault of anyone. I mean, it's not their fault. It's just when society normalizes something, we all do it and think it's supposed to be okay. Because no one's there going, stop it, society. That's not normal. Lil, you are zapping me. Why is everything so electric? She zapped me and I zapped you guys. Sorry about the zap sound. She's a bitch. House. I can't say a favorite yet. That's the new album, right? I'm assuming. I'm really bad with like song names and albums because I listen to every album regardless of if it's supposed to be listened to this way as a concept album. I want to lose track between songs, and if I don't, I get real upset about it. But so far, I really like Boop. Just kidding. I really don't have any favorites yet. I gotta listen to it more. Thank you. It's very grown out, but it's okay. Wait, I'm trying to catch up on chat. Stop it. My chat went weird again. I'm just refreshing it. Give me a second. Sometimes when I don't touch it long enough, it's like, okay, I'm gonna give up now. Stop. So I've never put silver in my hair purposefully. However, I like have a lot of silver in my hair because of age. My hair's like naturally black, like black brown. So when I bleach it, even if a professional bleaches it, it can only go so far. And you have to you have to be able to get to like platinum to pull off silver or gray. And I don't know if I could. My hair always ends up like that pea yellow color. And that's the point where it's like, if we go further, it's going to melt off. I'd love to. I mean, I think it'd look really cool. I don't know. I don't know if it would work. Hold on. Oh my God. No, it's fine. Impera Ghost. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my stream. I appreciate your follow. My mouth got real dry real quick. It's fine. It's so good. I mean, honestly, I love all of the music except the album from Cardinal Copia. I don't like it. Can we still be friends? I didn't like Cardinal Copia though. I was like, what's happening? Why is this pop? Maybe I'm old though. I don't know. I just be one of those people who's like, in my day. uh, I did. Oh my god, I like Rag and Bone. He's got an incredible voice. Oh, absolutely. And Pink. I mean, come on. Man, Greg, I'm really like uh kind of like internally battling with what to do with my hair right now. I'm at that point where I have to commit to growing it out or get it the fuck cut because it's driving me nuts. I have bangs at this point. Like, they're not, it's not long enough to put in a ponytail, basically, is the problem. There's nothing. But so I'm living with this, like, I'm living with the 90s heartthrob, like, slow motion, romance music plays, and Buffy haircut. But I haven't had it cut in a year. Oops. Oops. My first thought was I just want to grow it enough where I can cut it in a bob again. I think that was my favorite because when it's a bob, it was like actually the back, like my little mullet I got going on because my hair was a pixie cut. I'm growing it out from my scalp. This shit, it was all like this length and just like very minutely longer in the front so I could still get in a ponytail, but it was still really short. Up shorter than this actually in the back. It was kind of, you know, not a Karen, but a little inverted. That's my favorite because it's short and like bouncy and light, so I'm not getting migraines from my hair, but I can get it in a fucking ponytail. When there is nothing that gets my bangs out of my eyes other than too many bobby pins for realism. And some days I just kind of want to shave it all off and cry a lot. How do you live with bangs without just scream crying all day? How do you do it? How do you suck a dick? You have to do this because a ponytail doesn't fucking work anymore. A lot of my life has been altered by this, is what I'm saying. This medium hair. So I think I really just have to wait for this to get that long or just keep trimming it myself. That's literally what I do is I cut my own hair. Don't judge me. Someone's here. I know. I am. I still like the short though. The long, for as pretty as my hair is when it's long, because my hair is just like it's like horse hair, like a mane of a horse. It's thick and coarse, and you could abuse the fuck out of it, and it never falls out. It felt like I was dragging around a dead animal attached to my head all the time. I don't want to do that again. Look at this. What the fuck is going on behind me right now? It's so creepy. I mean, Sean, then date a bitch with bangs. I don't know. It ain't me. I like to use my eyes on a regular. Don't shock. Oh god, he's gonna shock me. Wait, do I have something metal to touch? Hold on, bud. Hold on. Okay, we're good. Oh, goddamn. Why are we so electric these days? Hi, Bubba. I didn't want to get shocked by your beautiful beauty. This is my boy. His name's Trick. Oh, it's fucking Water Dragon. Tale as old as time. Song as old as rhyme. Ballsack and the Beast. Da, 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 da. What? My sweet boy. He's so good. Put a shower cap on? Yeah, because that's a really sexy blowjob to give. I mean, I don't like prepare. You know, I'm more of a spur of the moment kind of bitch. If I have to like go get a prop, oh my god, the shocking. Oh my fuck. Why do you guys shock me with these all day? Oh nerd. Oh, Lil's humping him. It's porn now. I mean, the only preparation would be to whip out the hairband already around my wrist because I'm the type of bitch to be prepared. I like efficiency. And you get your hair in a messy bun and you go to town. Like if I have to get up and walk to another room to like get a prop, like a scarf or something, to get my hair in my eyes, that's not an efficient way to go about life. You know what I'm saying? And I like got shit to do. Hi, Silver Zen. How are you, love? My dogs are being wild. Just put on some cumbrellas. Dude, I don't think I have room. I don't know if my camera picks it up. Can you see how long my eyelashes are? My eyelashes are stupid already. Like if I put eyelashes on, my eyelashes would like push them off. I was born with cumbrellas, aka born to fellate. Couldn't keep a straight face to say that one. Oops. God damn it. I tried. I know they're what's killer is my eyelashes are actually like straight and coarse just like this. So they can be like the baby ones will start to grow out and just stab my bottom lower lash line and I'll feel like there's a hair in my eye perpetually all day, but really it's just a baby eyelash growing to take over. It's fucking hair though. Facials 101. If you get it in my eyes, I will accidentally slip my fist in your ass. Some of us have bad aim. I get it. It's totally fine. You forgive me, I forgive you. We go about our lives. Dude, my brothers are like that. I think I've told you guys that. My brother Corey, he used to cut his eyelashes like with scissors because he was bullied when he was younger. He had the most butterfly eyelashes. They were dumb long. From Bumper Core on my silver Chevy Malibu. Ooh, dark red. Nice. I call my car Redbeard. Shut the fuck up. That's adorable. I fucking love that. Lilith is a very dominant bitch. Oh, here she comes. No, not today. Look at her. She is a Victorian, haunted Victorian child. Damn. Do I give her what she wants? Cheers, Zelda. Hydrate with me, hoes. Do you want to see the other poodle? See, if you just no. I was gonna say if you ignore them long enough. Damn. Don't lick my mouth. That's disgusting. Would anyone care for a damn a poodle? Murder paws, right? Dude, I just hold them at this point. I just don't trust her because she's so floppy and dumb with her feet. Daylight come and me won't go home. Come, Mr. Poodle Man. Poodle my nope. Tally up my poodles. Daylight come and me won't go home. Day. You said day, you said day. No? Not gonna dance together anymore? Okay. I tried. What are you gonna do? Oh, dude, I have over 50 tarantulas and a few true spiders. Not a lot. I have a Australian redback, northwestern black widow, a couple velvet spiders. That's it in terms of true spiders, and then a lot of tarantulas. I love them. Oh, does he have one? My local exotic store has them for sale sometimes, babies, but I don't want one just simply because the size of the enclosure is asinine. You know what's funny? In the morning before stream sometimes just to, like get my heart rate up because I'm usually sitting here doing makeup, so I kind of get a little like stoic and tired and cold. I'll turn on music really loud and have like a dance party with the dogs. And she puts her hands on my shoulders and we dance. I don't know if she knows what that's happening, but it's cute and I like it. A 1953 printing of a key to Uncle Tom's cabin at work today. Shut the fuck up. Gross, but sick find. Yuck. Did you get it? I mean, ugh. Sick. Oh, dude. Oh my god. Plecos are sick. I had a oh my god, chat's told me bristle nose. Haha. I've described it to chat. I'm like, its nose is covered in bristles. They're like, Katie, it's a bristle nose. I'm like, no, it's not. It was a bristle nose. I had a bristle nose pleco for years, but when I moved to Colorado, I gave away my fish and stuff because I was not about to drive with that many aquatic animals across the country. Didn't seem wise. Every house has one in Australia. I mean, that's what I've heard. They're basically the house spider. Like, you're not supposed to kill them. They're completely harmless. They have no interest in people. Like, they just kill pests. They just happen to be huge because it's Australia. Parasnailing? Stop it. Wait, what is it, though? Because that could have to do with adorable snails or gooey panties. Reddit's a dangerous place. I love it. It's Russian roulette for clicks. It's adorable snails for real? Okay, I'm writing it down. Hold on. Let me make sure it's just parasnailing. That's amazing. Not that I'm against gooey panties, but like, I can make that on my own time. Snails, on the other hand, fucking cute. I'm into cute snails. I'm into cute snails. I learned Jeanette McCurdy is realizing a book about how much she hated her mom and is glad she's gone. What the fuck? Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but is there a valid point to writing a book like that when the only person that like, you know, I don't know, maybe you'd be like trying to reach out to is fucking dead? Like, what point are you making with that? Am confused. Oh my gosh, I've been listening to a lot of Adele's new music. Adele and SZA, I think is how you say her name, SZA. I found some playlist on uh YouTube that's like, you know, bitches who fucking just have those voices. And it ended up a shit ton of new Adele songs, and her new album is wondrous. I really enjoy it. I've been singing it a lot. I listen to like everything in the world though. I can't say there's a genre I don't like. Because why would you turn down a chance for amazing music? Idiots. I did meet a person who didn't like music though. I think I told you guys that. That was a really weird experience. I would like to not have again, like ever. Because what the fuck? Everyone likes something. Come on. Dude, have you seen Danny Elfman's newer music? He made a music video. I can't think of what it's called. But it's like a digital rendition of his face, like zooming in and out, all fucking creepy like. But it's the song's actually kind of dope. It's weird, but dope. If you like Danny Elfman's shit. Which, I mean, if you like Tim Burton movies, you like Danny Elfman. Oh, Sean, I'm so excited and nervous. That's like, oh man, I have a couple of my special editions. I have, I have my Grimm's Fairy Tales. My first edition Pooh Corner. Yeah. And I think one of them's literally about anal surgery because I collect like really old Victorian surgery books because I think they're sick. Literally. What a weird thing. This is how Sean and I bonded. Sean also reads far too much for his own good, as do I, and collects strange books. What else is life about? Come on. Bitch. Did you eat a pen? Why are my dogs like this? They're gonna be pooping purple. Ugh. Did you eye booger on my leg? My dogs hate me today. Ew, that looks like a slug. Stop it. And thought, this is exactly what I expected from the modern. Did you see those? Me too. Like at first, I thought it was a cry for help. And then the second run I watched them, like literally the second time I watched them, I'm like, no, this makes sense. But I kind of dug it, which is weird. The video is very disconcerting, but the song is kind of like got a beat I can roll to. I don't know, man. Dude, I mean, I have a lot of actually, you might like this, Sean. Hold up. Well, you'll all like this. Anybody want a poodle? It's just behind me and I don't want to stretch out my headphones. Hold up. Yeah, it is. Oh, fuck yeah. This is a good one. If death freaks you out, this might freak you out. I assume you wouldn't still be here though if death freaks you out. I told everyone earlier that I unplugged Nanas for money. It's fine. Seriously, well, I mean, there's some to be said about people who legitimately just stay away from the sun. Sun damage does a lot to age skin, you know? It's really apparent when you look at an old ginger who did not go in the sun. You're like, how old are you though, child? How many souls has doth sucked from society? Dude, it hurts my eyes, but I do feel better when I can walk outside in the morning and just like warm my sweaty skin after my run in the sun for a minute versus just like clouds and overcast. That shit does depress me. I got sad. You know what I mean? Not like diagnosed because I don't need to, but I just know. In the winter, I want some warmth and I want some sun on my flesh. And when it's too overcast, I get sad. Like for real. I'm loading a bowl real quick. But then I'm going to show you something kind of cool. And creepy, but kind of cool. They're in the sun. No, I haven't. Oh my god, Sea-Town.
Hail Satan, though, bitch! I'm just kidding. Hail Satan, motherfuckers! Or whoever you want to hail. I kind of like suggest yourself. But like, whatever. You do you, boo boo.
I spiff, man. I have like it's weird. I haven't lived in Washington for a very, very, very long time, but I still have weird PTSD about it. Like just those I mean, it's like time stops passing when every day is just gray with no break. I mean, if you've lived in Washington, you know what's up. There are some days when literally weeks, months, just gray with misty sideways freezy rain. Nothing really serious. Nothing like East Coast rain. It's just like this annoying sideways misty rain. Like, haha, fuck you if you try to do your hair. That's cute rain. And overcast. And it's at a certain point like, give me the sun. Something. Give me the sun or a hurricane. Stop this like edging shit. It's mildly annoying. I don't mind if it's like pouring rain. Like, give me some serious rain. But the half-assed bullshit in between that just like is enough to ruin my day, but not enough to excite me, I guess. I don't know. You know what I mean? But I mean, that's Seattle for you. I went to school. That's where I went to college. It's beautiful. Like, there, you're hard pressed to find many places in the world that are going to be greener than the Pacific Northwest because of the rain, though. Like, if you want green, you got to put up with it. I get that. But if you live on the East Coast, it's like instead of every day just that misty shit blown at your face and ruining everything you love about life, it's like every day from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m., the sky pisses on you and then it's over. And you know it's going to happen every day around the same fucking time. And then it's just over and you can go about your business. I prefer it personally. Same amount of water, just different like dispersion patterns. Dispersion? Is that even a word? I don't know. Disperse. Dispersion. Disperse is a word. Dispersion. I might have made that one up. Don't know, guys. I'll have to think about that one. It's questionable. Maybe. Dude, I got a lot of my Washington homies here. I don't hate. I am the way I am because of Washington State. Wow. Katie made a rhyme and served it on a plate. Cheers. Ooh. Dude, Zen, you want to know what's crazy? On the topic of Satan. If anyone's wondering, new to my channel or just swinging by, I don't actually worship like Satan. In case you're wondering. I was raised Catholic, so I'm just recovering, and this is how I do it. But a couple years ago, God, it was literally like the year before COVID. I think we finished it before COVID. But because I was raised Catholic, in like the super classic old Catholic churches, a lot of the sermon and a lot of what you're taught is in Latin, but you're not taught Latin. And I mentioned that on stream. I was just like, they had me like chanting shit, like mea culpa shit. And you don't know what you're saying. And so we just like collectively decided to read the fucking Bible on stream, which is a bad decision. Boring book until you get to the end. There's some spicy chapters. Damn. Um, and what one of the most interesting parts about it is that the word Satan, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure it was Satan in the Bible, directly translates to just like the questioner. And he's just a dude who like tells a dude who hears a voice in the sky to be like, yo, like, did that voice in the sky just tell you to like slaughter your kid? Maybe ask why before you do it. And God was like, how dare you, Satan? And like that was it. And then chapters later, he's like a 10-headed dragon or some shit. It's pretty weird how shit like that gets blown out of proportion. I always say like there's no such thing as a stupid question. Questions are how you learn. I think we should all question each other all the time. Like it's healthy. So like sure, Satan, I guess. Whatevs. Let's go. I think questioning is healthy. The moment that someone tells you you're not allowed to question something is when you should be very wary. Like that's not a safe place to be. Dude, I mean, I'm saying, Sean, you know what else is in Washington State? Enumclaw, home of Mr. Hands, Washington. It's a beautiful place for the family and the farm. Ooh, for real. I mean, I'm saying, like, I'm not hating on religion. I'm hating on the Bible. Read it, my personal opinion, on a book. Just so everyone knows, I have a lot of people, a lot of friends, personal, close friends who have been friends for years who are Christians, who are wonderful human beings. And I don't want them to be offended, and I don't want you offended. Just a recovering Catholic. Got a lot of built up nonsense in this body. And I'm just getting it out verbally, just so you guys know. Like, I hope everyone knows, like, generalized statements about people are not very kind. So I would never say like all Christians are crazy. Like, nah, dude. I firmly believe that the vast majority of Christians in the world have never read the Bible because it's boring. Like, how do you do that without a chat of people to help you get through it and laugh at the weird shit? I could not do it on my own. I would have fallen asleep so fast. Do we have to talk about Enumclaw? You want to know what's crazy? My car insurance was from Enumclaw when I was going to college. I had a car insurance card that was like the something of some word, I don't even remember, some title word of Enumclaw, and that was my insurance. And every time I looked at it, I was like, sick. Always got to bring up Enumclaw. And the fact that Washington State has the highest percentage of breast cancer, MS, and serial killers in the United States of America. I guess that's what happens when you don't have any sun and like a ton of uncharted land. I don't know. I'm assuming. Yeah, Nick, it's towards the like second half of it. Satan or Lucifer or whatever they call him at that point is I believe he's like a 13-headed 11 crowned dragon or beast. It's some off number. It's like there's not enough crowns for the amount of heads. Uh, it's. Oof. Does anybody remember the exact number? I could Google it. Hold up. Let me see if someone's gonna beat me. Y'all are like at your keyboards, motherfuckers. I've got a book in front of me I want to show you. So was I. I went through confirmation and everything too, but it my mom has told me later in life, like she had me baptized and had me do these things because she was like, it didn't harm you to do them. And although she doesn't consider herself religious anymore, she considers herself like spiritual. She reads like Deepak Chopra and shit. She was like, there was always this nagging, like, what if in the back of my head? What if my parents are right? What if Catholicism's right? And it doesn't hurt to do it. It's weird. That religious guilt's crazy. um, excuse me. The many-headed Bible dragon. Sure. Oh, he has 7 heads and 10 horns, not crowns. My bad, it was horns. I swear at one point he has crowns, though. Oh, diadems is what this quote says. So this website, it's themorgan.org. I don't know. I just quick Googled. In the Bible, when you get to the parts where Satan is no longer just a human being telling the person hearing voices, maybe you should question the voices back before you slaughter your son. Uh, he's a great red dragon having 7 heads and 10 horns. I don't know how that dispersion goes on in any way, shape, or form. And on his head were 7 diadems, which is just another word for like cute little half crowns. Ravenclaw, the diadem. Nobody knows who wrote the books. Transgender men are men, transgender women are women. They owe us nothing. You beautiful souls, I love you. There you go. Yeah. He emerges out of the sea or some shit. I don't know. But there's no like continuity. There's no evolution of this creature. It's just if you ever get a chance to read the Bible or you are that fucking bored, it's made up of the exact same story, just told by a couple different people various times in different ways, depending on when they wrote it and what their ends were. Their means to an ends, their ends to a means, whatever the fuck you want to say. You know what I mean? So Satan was a dude who told the dude listening to voices to question in one of them, but in the other one, he's a dragon with not enough horns coming out of the ocean. Someone was on crack. Does Ezekiel think that one? He seems like the type to see the dragon. Damn, DM really wanted the campaign to end. I'm saying, like, who wouldn't? Jesus, get this. I mean, I hope I'm not hurting anyone's feelings. This is just shit I read straight out of like we read the New International Bible because I read online that's the most universally accepted version. Um God and the word love are never mentioned in the same sentence until about 17 pages until the end of the Bible, which is a lot more pages than that if you didn't know. But like everyone you talk to is like, God is love. To which I respond, not until 17 pages from the end. Up until that point, he let Jesus' whole birth family try to push him off a cliff, which is pretty fucked up to do to your kid, let alone skewer him on a stick. Also, Jesus didn't carry his own cross. Like, some soldiers were carrying the cross that they put Jesus up on, and then they, like, saw a dude on the side of the road named Simon, and they were like, yo, carry this. And he was like, sick. And he did. So, like, all the iconography of it's totally made up, which is interesting. There's a lot of shit you read in it, and you're like, oh, so they just fabricated, like, angels with wings? Angels with wings. That's fabricated. Like, none of that's in the Bible. That was interesting. I looked for it, too. Like, I wanted to find it, you know? I want to find the fun stuff, like a Pegasus or something. None of it. None of it. It was pretty fucking boring. Like, it's just written by a bunch of really angry, illiterate dudes, you know, who probably had some sort of issue. It was weird. It was a weird experience. I'm glad I did it though. Exactly, different view. It was like different viewpoints, different perspectives. Like, is it Saul, Paul? He changes his name halfway through his chapters. He's the one, and it's not till pretty much it's like the second half of the Bible. He's the one who's like, women either have to shave their heads or wear a scarf over their hair because their hair is the most beautiful part of them. So you have to hide it or we'll shave it off and kill you. I think it was Saul Paul. I think he hated ladies. Like he was very anti-females, which was strange. Yeah, it was Saul Paul. Yeah, he was. Those chapters were hard to read because I just felt it. I felt hate. I felt a lot of hate coming out of that shit. I don't think I felt love or happiness in any part of the Bible. Like it's a bad account of a lot of slaughter. Circumcision. Oh my god, that's my favorite origin story in the Bible. Holy shit. Do you guys want to know it? It's fabulous. Let me tell you. So, according to the Bible, back in the day, this prince kidnapped a princess of a neighboring kingdom, raped her, and then returned her and was like, nah, I'm good. And then a couple weeks later, he was like, actually, I think I'm going to wife that bitch up. So he contacts the king, the father of the raped princess, and is like, I would like to marry your daughter. Her innocence is mine anyways. And the king, that clever fucking bitch, says, I agree to this proposal. However, you and all your men must slice the foreskin from your members. They word it, in Bible terms, but it's basically circumcise yourselves, as is the new sacrament of our God, and then you may marry my daughter. And literally, like the day after ish that they all cut up their dicks, the king has his soldiers like ransack the kingdom and just burn it to the ground because no one could fight because they cut the ends of their dicks off. Like he effectively crippled the entire army. Genius. And then, like, again, no continuity. Within a couple chapters, it's a sacrament and it's holy, and we just like do it to babies. And arguably, like, vaginas have a lot more flapping skin going on down there. I don't know what happened. Nothing describes it. Someone just did it. Unless it's like in a different religious text. I just don't. I mean, who knows? It was the New International Version. They've been changed a lot. There's a lot of versions of the Bible out there. I mean, I'd say knowledge came from being Catholic, but I got nothing. Most of it was taught in Latin, which I don't know. Shocker. Uh, I mean, I ate the cookie, I drank the wine, and I got on my knees. I don't know what else. Like, it's bizarre. But I did read that Bible, and I read it with chat, and like we took notes and shit. And we really delved into it because there were some parts that were really hard to read, like, just because of the old language, the old verbiage. So we'd get online and look up ways to like help translate what it meant because a lot of it was so convoluted. The wording, and it's probably translation based. Who knows? No, like, and they can't assume that like redneck Americans in Eastern Washington know Latin. I mean, I guess you can assume that, but assuming makes an ass of you and me. On that note, one of my most prized possessions, surgery of the colon, rectum, and anus, questions and answers. And within it, I have a whole bunch of toe tags I accidentally took home from work. Really cool old books. Old medical books are crazy. I was going to try to look at what the copyright is. Really, Zen? Interesting. Wait. Like, are you saying Constantine? Like Constantine or Constantine? I don't know what that is. I'm ignorant. It's cool. I'm cool with it. Educate me. Dude, can you imagine? You know what's crazy? My sister has a double major in history and Latin. Ugh. What a nerd. Now she's a fucking lawyer. Gross. Just kidding. I'm so proud of her. 1865 is the interesting. The paper just feels a lot more crisp than 1865. It has a smell more like dick. I'm just kidding. It's a really interesting book though. And honestly, like a lot of surgery hasn't really changed in terms of general ideas, which was cool, but interesting book. But yeah, every time we have a kit. So when your patient dies, you have a kit you open up. Every patient gets one, and there's always like 5 or 6 toe tags in there for one patient who needs one toe tag for one toe. And so when you were cleaning up, like I would always end up with a couple in my pockets and just go home at the end of the day, which was the morning for me, empty my pockets. So I just have like stacks of legit toe tags if anybody wants one. I'm just kidding. But if you're wondering what toe tags look like when you die, that's it. It's pretty base. Um, and then we stick you in a freezer. And that's the last time I see you. But now I just keep them. Like now, because I don't work in medicine actively, I just like, this is like a relic of my past. And I put it in my rectum surgery book because where else would you keep a toe tag? From human skin? Whose skin, though? Do I get to choose my human? Dude, young, that's so cool, though. See, both my parents were RTs. My dad was my bio dad, according to everyone I know, all my family and everyone that actually knew him before he died, he was a super nerd. So like I remember I have really weird memories of him reading like Stephen King, or not Stephen King, Stephen oh my god, Hawking to me on the couch. I can't remember his voice, but like I have the memory of him reading these books to me, which is weird child memories. And then medicine, my whole family's medicine. Don't forget your Ovaltine. Dude, I feel like I'm still angry. I feel like at such a disadvantage that when I'm at my most spongy years, they're teaching me how to color in the lines and or paste and cut. It upsets me. Oh, still. I'm upset about it. Like, give up on me later. But when I come on now. Stop it. Why? Like I get it. Like it's important lessons, but you're so spongy. Like we could be learning like multiple languages as do all the other countries in the world. Sorry, I fell on my mic. You know what I'm saying? Hi, Lorelai. How are you, love? I still remember the patient of my last dead patient, Miss Cook. Hawking and King, pretty much the same. I mean, honestly, like I was watching Stephen King way too young. You guys know I saw it when I was in second grade. I'm trying to think, when did the Langoliers come out? Because I saw that like on cable television when I was very young, and it scared the fuck out of me. I love it. It's a great book. Low budget movie to like straight to TV movie, but it's amazing. And I saw The Shining way too young. My dad was a big like sci-fi fan, so he'd like get drunk and fall asleep on the couch with the sci-fi channel on, and I just watched it all night by myself. Poltergeist I saw when I was like 5, bad time. Dude, this bitch is pretty cool. Were they though? I mean, at least they're using a body. If we're being completely honest, graveyards are beautiful. I love to travel them, but what a waste of land. I'm just saying. Oh, it is Constantine. Decided he wanted to control people, so he forced the pagans, the polytheists. Polytheist is like believing in more than one god, which is the general term for a pagan back then, even though there's many of sects of actual religions in paganism, which I'm sure Zen knows, in case anyone's wondering. To Catholicism or Christianity. So he made it to the Roman Empire's state faith. Oh, interesting. So like all of the Sabbaths, Esbaths, equinoxes, and so on were used to convert the pagans. You know, I have a really interesting book that really kind of you just finished a circle with it a little bit. It's a book my nana gave me years ago. It's called The History of the Irish Race or whatever. But it talks about it talks about like the birth of the St. Patty's Day and how actually St. Patrick's was a big English dumbass who chased out people he thought weren't Christian to try to get like popularity with the Christians. But one way that they would, I guess convince the pagans, polytheists, who still lived in Ireland or Scotland or the Isles, the northern British Isles, um, was that I'm sure you guys have seen it. It's a cross, but there's like a circle on it. They call it the sun cross or whatever because the pagans up there often worshipped a sun god that was symbolized by a circle. And so these Christian like missionaries or whatever would go up there and just like tape a circle on a cross and be like, "No, look, us too, though." You think they'll see the tape? It was fucked. I mean, it sounds really similar. Before you got there, what do you mean? The Sun God thing is, dude, like mine's though. It's a pretty cool book. I'm trying to see. I just reorganized my whole shelf, and the book is gray. I see it. Maybe tomorrow I'll bring it out and I'll show it to you guys. It's a really old book that was my Nana's because you guys know she's very Irish. Very Irish. Couldn't call her anything else. Gorilla or duct tape? Ooh. Gorilla. Shit is some sticky shit. I love it though. I'm a big fan. Like, when there's a possibility that if you leave it on your hand too long, it might take your flesh off, like, I'm a fan. I trust it. Don't give me none of that half-ass shit. If I'm using, like, actual duct tape, whether it is whatever brand, I don't need that to be half-assed. Like, who the fuck's like, I would like your half-assed hold duct tape, please? Thank you. The fuck? I want that shit to, like, bond and weld itself and never come off. In 861? God damn. That's crazy. Oh, yeah, Sinumus. Yeah, so the snakes, that was, like, a code name for pagans. That's just, like, what they called them. There has never been a native snake in the British Isles, for lack of a better term for, like, Ireland, Scotland, you know, the British Isles. There's never been a native snake there, ever in history. Yeah, wasn't the King James Bible literally because he wanted to just fuck a new wife or something, and the, like, leader of his Bible wouldn't, the Pope or something, right? The Cardinal Pope, something, someone wouldn't let him get a divorce, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure that's what it was, though. I know Henry the Eighth. I mean, he went through a shit ton of wives, right? Wasn't he famous for it? Like, too many? What's too many? You know what I mean. He just kept killing people because he had, like, bad semen, but he would blame it on the women, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. Right? I don't even think there's reptiles. Like, once you get on a certain point of latitude, is that latitude or longitude? This is latitude, right? Yeah. Yeah. Longitude, latitude, yeah. Once you get to a certain point, like, I don't think there's reptiles really, or many insects. Many big insects, because they need a hotter climate, I think. I'm an American and I'm stupid. Correct me if I'm wrong. What do you mean places? That was way too much. Ew. It's fine. Oh, was it because of the heavy? Well, I mean, that was like a lot of royal families. I have this cool book. It's called like The Royal Art of Poison. I talk about it all the time. It's one of my favorite books I've ever read. But it's basically kind of goes through history and accounts ways that we poisoned ourselves on accident, i.e., like lead in makeup, things like that. But one of the ways was incest. There's a whole chapter on how a lot of royal families, like, if you look at the paintings of them, depicted of them, they often look very healthy and very youthful. But it was like insane amounts of makeup they were putting on them because they were oftentimes just very frail and broken and diseased, and they were brittle people, for lack of a better word, just because of the insane amount of incest going on in the family, you know, because blood or whatever. She dry as fuck. Oh shit. Oh my god. Thanks, Glut. I gotta go walk my dogs before the sun goes away. Oh my god, it's so late. Let me find someone cool to host you guys. Today was really fun though. Jesus fuck, time flies. What the fuck? You know why? Because I spent way too much time putting stars on my face. Never again. Never again. They look cool though, right? Yeah, they almost look like bobbleheads, is what I thought when I was like looking at the comparisons of what we thought they actually would look like via their skeletons we found and stuff, you know? Thank you guys for hanging out for me with me today and putting up with my hyper focus accident. Ferdinand, one of the last monarchs of Spain, was basically a hobbit with a weird ass chin because of incest. I mean, like, there's a reason we're not supposed to fuck our moms and dads. I know I don't need to tell you guys that. We need variety in the gene pool, my dudes. And they did not. I mean, obviously, they had no idea what genetics were and stuff. It just sucks that it was kind of. Imagine all these kids born with these horrible, horrible malformations, like borderline not be able to walk, and it's not their fault that they're born with that body. Kind of not fair. Isn't that how TYE Church of England got started? Got himself excommunicated from the Pope and said fuck it and kept being Catholic without the Pope? Probably. That's basically, I mean, not to be insulting, just in terms of like the information covered, basically Lutheranism. Like a dude named Luther was like, I'm not really down with the Pope right now, and like copied the whole Bible over, other than like a thing, like one little thing. You know, I mean, that's literally how we started talking about religion. Which, by the way, before we end today, can I just say, where else in the fucking world can people have just like a conversation about biblical facts and shit I've read out of the Bible, and no one was mean to each other? Like, none of you turned into assholes. I'm pretty sure that's nowhere. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, it's pretty freeing that I don't feel nervous to bring up certain topics on stream because you guys are mature, for lack of a better word. Gross, though. Ew. Stop. I hate it. If I could fart on command, I would. Ew. We hate it a lot, though. You know what I mean. Mature's gross, but like, just have a conversation without being. You don't. Being an asshole, I guess, doesn't make any point or idea stronger or more convincing in any way, shape, or form. It's kind of like raising your voice in an argument. Like, it doesn't strengthen a point. Like, I love that we can just talk about shit in a cool way, and I hope no one feels uncomfortable. Because for me, it's the study of religion is like a piece of history. It's so ingrained in culture and how we treat people, how we acted in society, why we got married, how we bury our dead. So many facets of life that we don't really pay attention to until they're personal, like dying, someone dying close to you or something like that. It's part of history. You can't really ignore it. And I find it very interesting. I love talking about this stuff. Christianity and Catholicism, obviously, because I was raised Catholic, is a big one for me that I've dug into. But, you know, there's so much out there. I highly encourage all you guys to read about that stuff. It's interesting. Trying to find someone cool to host you guys so I can walk my dogs before the sun goes away. I didn't realize what time it is. Thanks for hanging out with me so late, though. You're that interesting. I didn't know what day it was anymore. How dare you? Bitches. That's every day, though. I think some people think I'm being facetious when I say I don't think I've ever had a bad stream, but I do enjoy, like, every day hanging out with you guys. I always get off stream and just, like, have a sigh of just, like, that was pleasant. It's just nice. It's relaxing. You guys are smart. You teach me shit every day, which is dope. Let us cheers. One final cheers. I'm gonna host you guys over to my friend Smokaloke. He just recently we're both Pisces, so not like super recent birthday, but like in the last month had a birthday. One of my oldest, dearest friends. You guys know the witch in the resistance on our stream team. Awesome human being. This is her gimp, for lack of a better term. Miracle Whip. Why are you like this? And another one. Isn't that an old rap song? And another one. Oh, Knives, you get the fuck out. All right. On that note, I'm gonna go throw up. I'll see you tomorrow. I solemnly swear to never do this ever again. Get yourself a strange clicky box. Not sponsored, not an ad, but they're pretty fun. I love you guys. See you tomorrow. Bye. Hi, though.